Bromantasy. Máire Roche. It was all Juniper O'Reilly's fault, really, no matter who you asked. The good citizens of every village within a dozen leagues thought so. The king certainly agreed. All of it was Juniper's fault. The fire ale cocktail explosion, the trousers mishap, and worst of all, the great loss of specialty handcrafted cheeses. Oh, and the decimated village, and the incident with the prince's missing toe. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. The end of the harvest season, just as it was about to tilt into the cooler autumn months, was so gloriously perfect. The reaping was very nearly done. The shelves were brimming with newly preserved delights and dried plums to last the winter, and the nights came with just an apple-sweet bite of cold that made Juniper's blankets feel so deliciously warm in the morning. Sunflower heads were hung upside down, still vibrantly yellow. Garlic was braided into ropes across the kitchen ceiling with an array of drying herbs, and the potato barrels were full to the brim. Soups and mashes all winter, Juniper predicted. And most important, this year Juniper hadn't accidentally called his roommate, Mo, Daddy in front of the farmer who supplied their cheese. It was a reasonably common mishap that occurred between two cordial roommates who shared a deep bond of friendship and brotherhood. They had both agreed, and Juniper was just ruminating on whether Farmer Abernathy remembered the incident when Mo poked his head into their small kitchen from outside. It was nearing the end of the afternoon, the early autumn sun leaning lazily through the windows and filling their cottage with a particularly soft golden glow. Mumford, the sleek orange cat who had been hanging around since early spring and had recently moved into Juniper's bedroom, bounded toward Mo, rubbing against the leg of Mo's trousers. "Juniper," Mo said with a little grin that was almost hidden in his beard. He always had just the smallest smile on his face when he was talking to Juniper. "The Bruggin family down the road brought up a basket of apples to share with us." The Bruggin, of course, rarely ate anything but meat as a rule, so apples were of little use to them, but it was a thoughtful gesture regardless. "We've got extra duck we could share with them," Juniper suggested. Not his ducks, of course. They'd traded pears for duck meat from another farmer who'd had an abundance. If anybody touched Juniper's ducks, Matilda, H. Harumpus, or Big Jack, Juniper would have lost his mind. Maybe their family would like that. Juniper could make Mo a pie with the apples, maybe a few. He made Mo his favorite pie every autumn, sometime in the weeks leading up to Samhain, a spiced apple with cardamom and sage, and a flaky golden crust made with copious amounts of the rich yellow butter from the fuzzy brown cow they kept. "We can bring them some herbs, too." Mo ducked under the doorframe carrying the basket of apples. He was strikingly handsome. All the local villagers agreed with Juniper on this, and the calm to Juniper's storm. Juniper was a head shorter than Mo. Not that this ever stopped him from picking fights with people quite a bit bigger than Mo, and his fair, freckled skin always seemed to be a little splotchy from the sun, no matter how much tallow he applied. Mo's warm brown skin, on the other hand, was always perfectly smooth, except for that little freckle he had just to the left of his nose. Not that Juniper paid particular, extended attention to Mo's face, of course. He cleared his throat rapidly, reaching for Mumford, who wound between Mo's legs when Juniper tried to pick him up. "Shall I make you a pie tonight?" Juniper asked, putting aside thoughts of freckles and shoving some stray curls out of his face. Juniper's hair was a wheat field speckled with strawberries, if you asked Mo, or wildfire disaster, if you asked Juniper's deceased father, God's curse his departed soul. "Ah, Mumphy." Mo shook his head down at their cat. He was their cat now, even if they hadn't meant to let him stay. "He insists on standing exactly where I'm trying to walk." Juniper returned to his work, sorting through a basket of herbs that had yet to be hung with the ropes of garlic and cut sunflowers, while thinking in detail about apple pies and sitting on the front porch to eat them with his best friend. "I had to be very firm with him this morning," Juniper said, "when he tried to steal that lovely burr and cheese I made, right off the table. Were you firm? Mo set the apples down at their kitchen table, a roughly hewn square slab of wood they'd cut themselves from the fallen oak at the edge of their property. He looked up at Juniper with a grin on his face. Or did you look into his soft little face and just sigh a bit? I sighed firmly, Juniper told Mo with a shake of his head. Of course he hadn't scolded Mumford, but he had called him Dumford when the cat had jumped into a water pail willingly and then hissed at Juniper about it. Mo ran a hand through his dark brown hair, ruffling it up, and then sat down with a deep sigh that cut Juniper a bit too sharply. The sound made Juniper's hand still. Mo's eyes were distant, their deep brown far from Juniper and the cottage they had called home since they were barely out of school. Nearly 10 winters of living with his best friend, and Juniper could read this mood. The winter wandering woes were about to capture Mo. Juniper, for his part, was going to grow old in this little cottage, with their 2 bedrooms and 2 hooks for their cloaks, and a kitchen they'd built just for them. He was going to cozy up by the fire every winter, sleep in on cold, dark winter mornings, and just generally be warm and well-fed and content with nothing ever changing. But each year, once the harvest was up, he grew restless. As soon as the last pepper was pickled and the last parsnip stowed in a bin, and the pumpkins lined up cheerfully along the windowsill like tiny orange and gray-green guardians, Mo settled into a chair, heaved that sigh, and began dreaming of other worlds and adventures to be had. Mo, Juniper asked carefully. Mo said. Could mean almost anything, depending on the tone. It could mean tell me more when Juniper was telling a fantastical story. Or it could mean I hear your frustration when Juniper was complaining about Farmer Abernathy's grain stand out competing theirs at the local fair. Or even it'll be all right, Junibug, when the fire had died down low, and Juniper had drank all his mead, and was talking about things like fathers, or how cold sleeping on floorboards was, or even about places that couldn't really be called home. But this time, this meant that Mo was tired and restless and, Juniper thought, considering leaving the way he talked about every winter. The way Mo had left that very first year, when Juniper had been young enough and stupid enough to think that Mo would be the one person who would never leave. Let's go into town, Juniper said hopefully. We can walk down to the Bruggins' home together. What did they say their name was again? He tried hopelessly to imitate the unique grunting noise that constituted family names for Bruggin families. Mo grunted in response, though whether that was just a Mo noise or he was repeating the name of the Bruggin neighbors, Juniper could not tell. Anyway, we'll bring them the duck and tell them thank you and then stop by the pub and see the newest quest list for the fall. Mo's gaze snapped to Juniper's, sharper than Juniper had expected, the distance in his look evaporating into a careful, focused expression. You want to see the quest list? Juniper always wanted to see the quest lists. Whether any of them were worth leaving his very cozy bed behind. Another story altogether. Of course I want to see the quest list, Juniper said breezily, plucking a bright little sprig of basil from the basket. Do the Bruggin like thyme? Is it offensive to ask if they season the meat they eat? Not all species use the same foods. The Bruggin, like Juniper's ancestors, had mostly lived in the mountains in the north of their island country, while Mo's people had lived on the coast to the south. So Juniper had been raised to cook with wild thyme and mountain garlic and crow sorrel, and Mo lived for sea spice and prairie onion, and the salt marsh burdock that grew at the very edge of the land. Mo didn't answer Juniper now, just looked at him with that steady, too-knowing look that made Juniper want to take his herbs and retreat to his bedroom, where the heavy oaken door meant he could have any unpleasant emotions or too obvious thoughts in private, where no perceptive roommates could see them. Best to do that sort of thing in private, his father had always told him. It was the one thing the old bastard had been right about. That, and the benefits of mead over light beer. Anyway, Juniper said when it became clear that Mo was waiting for more about the quests, and Juniper's newfound interest in knowing about them, and that the time question was one that he alone must answer. "We can stop at the tavern and have a pint or two, celebrate the harvest, and talk to those silly little recruiters about what the king's newest projects are." Every month or so, but especially around harvest time or near the old solstice and equinoxes, people still celebrated. The king of their land sent recruiters all around the kingdom, to cities big and small, with a list of quests he needed done. Ridding a land of silver sea wolves that were eating the crops, or the locals, or Juniper didn't actually know what they were eating, or ousting a particularly gnarly bridge troll who was fond of gobbling sheep that were due to be imported to the capital city. Or even once, a quest to drive out an abnormally large spider. Juniper, of course, would stay right here in the nice cozy village he and Mo had chosen. Thank you very much. But a trip into town would get Mo out of the house and put that spark back into his eyes, and if Mo got too drunk and staggered up to sign up for a quest, well, Juniper could just take him home before things got out of hand. Mo cleared his throat, eyes cutting away from Juniper's again. "There's more to do here," he said finally, "to prepare for winter." "Not much. We've got the harvest up, and enough cheese to last from Samhain until Yule, maybe even in bulk if I don't have too many cheese and mead evenings." Juniper dropped an apple directly on his toe in his effort to grab one without looking at Mo. If he looked at Mo, he would see it all there right in Morn Elmthorne's eyes, the same thing he saw every time they sat by the fire and told stories. While Juniper's stories were cozy little adventures, sparks that had barely escaped the hearth fire, Mo's stories were full of faraway places that left home burning in their wake. It was the way of things with adventures and quests and heroes, really. There was a gorgeous and heroic person, broad-shouldered and bright-eyed and beautiful like Mo, and there were often many Junipers. Roommates, friends, people better at making a spiced plum pie than saving the realm. People who would, if Mo ever went out and lived those faraway stories, be left behind entirely. O shrugged on his heavy wool jacket and offered Juniper his cloak, one Mo had made for him, with just the right material that wasn't too scratchy around Juniper's throat. He had a strict skin care regimen, with locally sourced lard for moisturization, and ever since they'd bought some horrible non-wool clothes in the capital city a few years back and caused the great blemish event of embalk, Juniper had been much pickier. Linen and wool only from here on out. "You warm enough?" Mo asked. Like most things Mo said, it sounded a bit more like a grunt, but a kindly grunt. Juniper preferred that to just about any other sound in the world. It was as warm as the crackle of fire in their hearth, and as welcome a sound as mead being poured into his favorite cup. "Quite warm," Juniper answered. He packed the time into the basket just in case. If the Bruggen neighbors didn't like it, well, hopefully they had responsible composting practices. "You." Mo squeezed his shoulder. It wasn't quite an answer, but Juniper leaned into his friend's touch all the same. "Sun goes down early," Mo commented as they stepped out into the fading sun. The words sounded terribly sad, which was unbearable, so Juniper launched into a story of the past winter and all the good times they'd had, right here on their very own farm and not off in some faraway country where the sun never set, and the women were viciously beautiful, and the adventures and danger never stopped. Mo would fit into those sorts of stories. He would look right at home standing beside a viciously beautiful woman after all, and he loved the sun, so those faraway countries where the sun never set. He was practically made for them. Juniper, of course, would just get sunburned. And they really did have adventures here. Sure, mostly in the local tavern. But still, what was autumn for, if not steaming mugs of cider, a cellar full of preserves and root vegetables, and all the time in the world to drink in the tavern with his very best friend? This particular evening brought an almost unseasonable chill, though. Juniper spent the entire walk, first to their neighbor's house, and then into the village, telling stories that made Mo laugh. When Mo responded by reminding Juniper of a time Juniper, as an adult, had been mistaken for a child by a local Bruggen family, Juniper jabbed him in the ribs. It was one of Mo's secrets. For as big and tough as he was the most ticklish man in the kingdom. Not that Juniper had tickled many men. But still, by the time they reached town, the sun had dipped below the horizon, the light at the edges still faintly tinged purple. Light and music and the sounds of revelry were spilling out of every window and door of the tavern like beer sloshing from a carelessly held mug. "Do you think it's true?" Juniper asked, grinning and nudging Mo with his elbow as they approached the tavern. "That the old creatures aren't really gone?" Beyond the edge of the town there was a ring of farms, circling the village like sentries. Some had sheep or grain or root vegetables. But beyond that there was a forest and a rambunctious river, and in the distance, great towering peaks that cast long shadows over the village. They had once been full of dragons and sea wolves and a species of elk with antlers as big as Juniper, just as the mountains had once been full of Bruggen and Juniper's ancestors, too, Mo said. He paused there, the sharp cut of his jaw highlighted by the tavern light. "Well, there's magic everywhere, ain't there?" "Is there?" Juniper snorted. He bumped his shoulder against Mo's arm. Mo had been Juniper's best friend since they were both young boys living at the outskirts of the villages, Mo with his aging grandmem and Juniper with his very, very drunk father. Mo's grandmem had practiced the old ways, the fires at Samhain, the great exchange of food at the turn of the sun on Imbolc, the harvest dances at Lunasa, the old songs, the prayers left out with new hides and freshly picked berries. Juniper's father had clung to the old ways in one way, drunkenly singing sad songs in the old language, the only remnant he passed on to Juniper. When Mo didn't answer, Juniper plunged on. "I mean, there are spells you can buy, of course," Juniper said. Many merchants sold packets of seeds that had been blessed by priests, or magicked by the sorceresses of the northern wilds, or prayed over by the king's own sacred court of advisors. But Juniper thought that the little seeds they harvested from their own plants did much better than any they'd bought with supposed magic. There were, of course, spells of glamour that were easy to come by. People of marriageable age often used them to hide crooked teeth or strange smells or pockmarks or anything else that apparently made someone less wettable or bettable. "You know, my grandmem believed in the old magic," Mo said. "She often had guests who were, well, not human like us, and not Bruggen or she either." Like so many things with Mo, it wasn't a no or a yes. Juniper needed a drink before he went back to needling Mo, or he was going to have sit through a meandering tale about witches and moon phases and weary old gods while sober. Utterly unthinkable. "I mean, don't you think the reports are exaggerated at least?" Juniper asked, shoving open the swinging oak door that he had once nearly torn off the hinges, that had actually gotten him a stern scolding from the usually unflappable Mo. "There hasn't been a dragon sighting in generations. And werewolves really, in this moon phase. The only successful quest anyone from Tuss had completed involved werewolves, so it was something of a sore point. If, for instance, anyone was too loudly skeptical about said werewolves, it was a surefire way to get in a fight." Mo grinned down at him. "Drinks first," he said, "before you bait anybody about werewolves." The hard work at the farm was, well, hard, but pushing the plows and digging holes for fence posts and hauling sheep up to the stand to be shorn, all of that gave Juniper something to do. And now that his hands weren't busy, well, it felt like a current running through his body, as if he'd been struck by lightning and couldn't get unstruck. "Sure," Juniper said cheerfully, "we ought to be on even ground before we fight anybody. Anyone in Tuss could probably fight, maybe not the bankers but anyone else who spent all days working with their hands. And more important, most people in Tuss enjoyed a good tussle, Juniper included." Mo shook his head fondly. "Do we always have to brawl?" "What, did you think we were going out for tea and biscuits and to cross our ankles and politely gossip about the Queen's new wigs?" Juniper asked. Was that what fancy folk did? He really didn't have a clue himself. He'd been riffraff since before he could walk. It was rather more fun. Does she have new wigs? Mo asked, making his voice sound just as high-pitched as it would go. Because it was Mo, it was not very high. Juniper cackled at the sound, though, tossing some of their recently earned coins down onto the bar and nodding to the bartender. The bartender, Elaine, was part Brugging, as most bartenders were. Her girlfriend, Perry, who was full Brugging and proud of it, was one of the only exceptions, and instead spent her time teaching cheese-making classes in their little kitchen near the edge of town. But here, having Brugging bartenders helped to quell the inevitable scuffle, though usually those who were full-blooded Brugging, who were broad of shoulder and square of head, and occasionally sported a horn here or there, stuck to carrying out unruly patrons by the scruffs of their necks, and the part Brugging made the drinks. Elaine recognized Juniper, and she slid 2 brimming pints across the counter with a grin that showed an uneven set of teeth. "No trouble tonight, lads," she said. "My sister's on, and last week she accidentally knocked 2 fellows together so hard they forgot their quarrel and also their own mams." "No trouble," Mo agreed, patting Juniper on the shoulder. "No promises," Juniper said. "The night is young and so are we." "Moderately," Mo said. "The night is moderately young and so am I." He had been calling himself old all summer, just because he was nearing 30 winters. Juniper was younger by several moons, and of course was not old, worried about turning 30 winters, afraid to die, worried about whether his careful regime could keep up with the inevitable side effects of aging, etc., etc. His own father had died at only 32 winters. May he rest in piss. Best not to think about that ever, but certainly not now. Juniper was here to drink. Mo didn't need to bring the party down with talk of dying and being old. "Moderately young, eh?" Elaine asked from behind the bar. "Do you need water with the beer then, old man? I can grab the bucket we use to wake the drunk at the end of the night." "Yes, actually," Mo said. "Juniper could use some water too. He survives on mead and beer in the evenings and chaga cake in the mornings, would you believe?" "Hey," Juniper said, beer dribbling down over his stubbled jaw as he protested through a long draught of the hearty beverage. "I drink plenty of water. There's water in cake and mead. Probably beer too, but Juniper's knowledge of beer-making was not as in-depth as his mead-making knowledge." Mo launched into an explanation of grain and brewing, and all sorts of things that Juniper would usually be very interested in. "But look, across yon glowing tavern with the walls moving and waving gently in the evening breeze and the lights glowing ever so brightly, there was his enemy, his one great nemesis, the evil that had haunted his steps these many years." "Bill," Juniper said, with as much poison as he could infuse into his voice. He stood, the ground rushing up a bit faster than he had expected. He got his legs steady, raised his empty mug and took a step forward. "Bill Bronson." Bill, stupid old Bill, had put his name on the quest list last autumn and left to hunt werewolves. It was a dumb endeavor, especially because there were people, not people from sleepy little villages like Tuss, mind you, who trained for this sort of thing, who treated the path of a successful mercenary as a stepping stone to becoming a kingsman. In fact, these better-equipped groups of mercenaries left the capital city every day on king's quests, and returned for their prize money sooner too. When Bill had left last year, Juniper had thought this would dissuade Mo from ever wanting to go. Bill was going to make a fool of himself. Maybe get an embarrassing injury if they were lucky, and it was going to prove once and for all that a little farm village had no business being involved in a king's stupid quests. But somehow Bill had been the first successful mercenary from their village of farmers and tavern lovers, and he had returned with dead werewolves to glory, fame, and more coins than Juniper had earned in a year of farming the land. And Mo had watched the ensuing fanfare with a lost look in his dark brown eyes that made Juniper want to start fighting. Which, as he understood it, was a normal and healthy response to witnessing human emotion. Now Bill staggered to his full height, only about 3 marks taller than Juniper, even if Bill claimed it was 4.5. "You," Bill said. Mo leaned an elbow on the bar and watched them with a look of amusement. "Bill," he said, "had any dog encounters recently?" It was Bill's one sore spot. He was terrified of dogs these days. Every time one barked, he flinched. Maybe it was the werewolf quest, or maybe Bill was just a coward now. Juniper suggested that just then, or tried to. "Fake," he proclaimed loudly, pointing a finger at Bill. Oh, that wasn't quite it. Bless the mead and damn the mead, as the saying went. "You're a fraud," Juniper managed finally. He slammed his mug down. "You're a coward," Bill said. He was drunk, too, his face flushed red and his blue eyes sparkling with fight and vigor. This was how Juniper liked him, spoiling for a fight and ready to swing at a moment's notice. Mo would like that kind of challenge, too, wouldn't he? Juniper would feel the heat of Mo's body right next to his, and Mo would have that spark in his eyes as if he'd finally forgotten the cold, and it would all be blurry warmth and light. And at the end, Mo would be roughly tipping Juniper's face up to look at, to see if he was bruised or bleeding. "I'm no coward," Juniper told Bill, and also Mo, and Elaine, and everyone else in the tavern, because his voice was as loud as a goat being led into the barn after a lovely day at pasture. "You wouldn't sign up for a quest if the king himself asked you," Bill said. "And did you know, I've actually met the king, and one of the princes." "I've actually met the king," Juniper repeated in a high-pitched voice, "and I'm the bloody queen." "You're not the queen," Bill shouted. He was next to Juniper now, so close to Juniper's face that Juniper could smell Bill's breath, enhanced a moment later by a resounding burp. "You're just a bitch." Ah, there it was. Juniper raised his fist and swung. And there it was, that glorious, immediate blur of light and motion and impact of knuckles on skin and skin on knuckles. A beautiful, brilliant haze in which Juniper knew he would never be stopped and would never die. He was unstoppable. He was fully alive. He was a king among men. He was being lifted out of a tangle of bodies by 2 large, familiar hands, and that was the very best part. "There now," Mo said easily. He had that little grin on his face, the one that was just for Juniper. It was like having his own constellation of stars that only he got to see. Juniper grinned blearily at him, tasting iron from the lip Bill had split. "You've had enough hits and landed enough, too. They're about to send in one of Elaine's sisters, the one with the horns, and you've taken enough knocks to your head." Juniper lunged at Bill again, but Mo's grip was steady, even though Mo was a few drinks in, too. "Mo-oh," Juniper complained, stretching his friend's name into at least 6 syllables. "Don't you want to fight, too?" Mo clapped a hand on Juniper's shoulder. "Cheer up," he said. "Look, you were right. The recruiters came today and there are new quests, one close to Point Gan-Filleed." A shiver chased a path down Juniper's spine, something that had nothing to do with the cool in the air. It felt like dread. Or maybe Juniper just had to pee. He couldn't decide. Juniper stared up, straight into Mo's vibrant brown eyes. Mo had left when he was 19 winters. He had looked just like this, his eyes bright as a moonlit forest, something hopeful sparkling there. Juniper had been so selfish and asked him to stay, and Mo hadn't. Juniper didn't care to gallivant off into the forest and sleep on tree roots and drink dew from little leaves and cry under a full moon, or whatever those outdoorsmen did. "I'm brave," Juniper announced. "Not like Bill, he wouldn't be able to handle a winter alone. Bill would hate if his best friend left for an entire winter, and he had to decorate the Yule log alone, and get frustrated threading the cranberry garlands all by himself. And the point was that Bill was stupid, and Juniper would be fine." Mo's brow furrowed as if he wasn't quite understanding. "Of course you're brave," he said, "but the quest, Point Gan-Filleed, isn't that far. What if we—" "They're saying it's dragons." A blue-eyed man, so beautiful he must have been Parchi, announced this spectacular bit of news from where he was sprawled drunkenly upon the floor. He was looking at Mo now, the way people of many species always looked at Mo, starry-eyed and rapturous, as if they were just waiting for the moment when Mo would toss them over his broad shoulder and carry them off to his bed. Everybody's storybook hero. Dragons aren't here anymore, Juniper told him flatly. That can't be real. You're not real, the man shot back, before vomiting between Mo's boots. Mo sighed, nudging the man away with his knee. You know, I think the king mostly wants to keep people busy and distracted, but the king's men swear to have seen a dragon clear a swath of forest near the Kulaith River, nearly decimated an entire town, too. There was awe in his voice, like he would give anything to see something like that with his own eyes. Good for her, Juniper said. He imagined a dragon swooping over their very own village, melting the horrible little building where the businessmen worked and talked of economies and inflations, and in which they did a great deal of circling back to one another on raising the price of grain for their customers and lowering the price they offered to farmers like Juniper. Let's align, they were always saying, and they couldn't say stupid things like that if they were on fire now, could they? Maybe a dragon could take a bite out of Bill Bronson while they were at it. There was a wistful look on Mo's perfect face. His friend had the kind of features maidens swooned over and poets wrote about. It was sometimes hard to look at him, if Juniper were being honest. And right now, he was staring across the tavern at the list of new quests and the men gathered around it. Mo, Juniper said. He didn't say, please stay. He didn't say, I'm scared you're about to leave. He didn't say, I've been scared since I was 19 winters old. This night hadn't gone the way it was meant to. Juniper was supposed to make Mo laugh and make him happy and make him want to stay, not make him sadder and quieter and... It's all right, Juniper, Mo said quietly. I'm not going anywhere without you. Mo's smile was a little sad this time. That smile was just for Juniper, too. Bill Bronson left soon after with some stupid friends of his, and the night got louder, rowdier and drunker, or maybe that was just Juniper. The weekly Nerew probably began, which meant there was a stage set up at one end of the tavern and a hollowed-out gourd to amplify your voice if you wished to sing. Below the stage, there were some signs with the words to popular ballads, like The Dancing Fairy, or The Bruganian Rhapsody, and other drunken patrons could hold them up so you could see what you were meant to sing. Often, someone played the lute along with it, though whether they played the same melody as the singer was a different story. Currently, a young human man was midway through a slow rendition of the lay of the village roads in a melancholy register. Take me who, the man continued into the gourd even as he fell. Village ruads. As Juniper meandered past him, the man landed in a graceful heap and went to sleep. Let's sing, Juniper told Mo breathlessly. He was just drunk and they were enjoying themselves, that was all. That was why Mo was looking at him with those burning eyes. Get a room, a mocking voice cut in between them. Juniper jerked away from Mo. Bill, he asked wildly. It was not Bill, but Juniper was drunk enough, and the man looked just enough like Bill, for none of it to matter. Juniper didn't wait a moment longer. He lunged at the man, fist raised, Mo's warning shout echoing behind him. 3. Juniper rolled over on his pillow, which was much firmer than he remembered. He lifted one hand groggily to pummel the offending pillow into a softer shape, and Mo's hand closed around his wrist. Mo. In his bedroom. Juniper jolted upright, the room immediately spinning around him. Except it wasn't his cozy farmhouse bedroom after all. He had been lying on the hard, cold floor of the local jail, his head pillowed on Mo's firm thigh. That was why it had been an uncomfortable pillow. Mo's legs were simply too strong. Juniper said, looking at Mo, who was leaning serenely against the wall of the cell. What in Devona's name is going on? You, Mo said. Me. The night was coming back in flashes now. There was Mo's sadness, and there was Bill and drinking and fighting and distracting Mo but doing it badly, and listening while some poor sap sang during Neru Poibli, and a muscle in Mo's jaw twitched as if he were trying not to laugh. "We got in quite the brawl," he said, "with an entire band of mercenaries. I think you mistook one of them for Bill." Juniper groaned and sank down on the grimy stone floor of the jail cell. "And why are you here?" "Well, I wasn't about to let you fight them all alone," Mo said. He did grin this time, just a little. He had a split lip and a scratch down his arm, but he looked altogether better than Juniper felt. "And why are we in jail and not them?" Juniper asked. A clink and the outer door opened before Mo could answer. 3 men entered, one of them a short, eyebrowless man who looked very unhappy to be there. The other 2 flanked him, tall, pale human men with gaunt faces and swords on their hips. "You're awake," the small man said. "I am Quest Recruiter Gareth. Gentlemen, please bring these 2 out." The 2 others opened the door, the first grabbing Juniper. Likely because he didn't want to have to grab Mo. Juniper didn't blame him, because Mo looked as strong as he was, tall for a human and more broad-shouldered than most of the people of their land typically were. Juniper bit though, so he had that going for him. "Are you aware of the penalty for harming the captain of a band of sworn mercenaries?" the recruiter asked. "Oh dear," Juniper said. He thought the man was Bill, Mo offered up, shrugged one shoulder when the recruiter leveled a cold stare at them. "Do you go by Gary?" Juniper blurted. He seemed like the kind of man who would go by Gary. Mo sighed softly. Guilt threaded Juniper at the sound, riling his already upset stomach. It was no wonder Mo wanted to leave him behind. Juniper was exhausting. "What is the penalty, exactly?" Juniper asked when the recruiter didn't answer. The men with the swords were standing very close to him, and that made him anxious. And when Juniper was anxious, it caused something Juniper and Mo had nicknamed irritable brugging situation, in which Juniper's stomach sounded more like the grunting of an elderly brugging grandmam than a human organ ought to. "You have to take his place." Gareth, probably Gary, Juniper really was sure about that one, stared down his nose at Juniper, as if Juniper ought to know the consequences of his actions. Far be it from Juniper to think ahead about such things. "Or?" Juniper asked faintly. Mo reached out his free hand, settled it on Juniper's shoulder. The guard yanked him back roughly. If it wouldn't have made things immeasurably worse for Mo, Juniper would have turned around right there and landed his fist in the guard's face, come what may. Nobody treated Morn Elmthorne that way, not on Juniper's watch. Gary wiped his nose on his sleeve before he answered Juniper's question. "Public execution," he said, his voice sounding more nasally than before. "Now, you'll be signing to take the place of the man you injured last night." "If I'd known he was important," Juniper muttered to Mo, "I would have only headbutted him once or twice." Mo's lips tightened, but not angrily. "You kept calling him Bill as you were punching him," he said, "and said something about no, you get a room, and about the werewolves being fake." Juniper squinted down at the scroll Gary was holding out. "The Bill Bronson, Esquire party," he blurted. "That's the one you want us to join." Mo sighed again, this time turning his gaze toward the low stone ceiling, as if praying to the old gods for patience. "The law requires that you join a mercenary party," Gary said. "Unless, of course, you had a different party to join." A mercenary party, as defined by the king, may he stub his toe for this, contained at least 2 people of mature age, whatever that was for their species. 20 winters for Mo and Junipers, 34 for the Bruggin. With the she, of course, it was impossible to tell who was 15 winters and who was 50, so on that front Juniper remained ignorant. "A different party," Juniper stammered. "I don't have a party." How embarrassing to be an adult with such a limited circle of friends. How did people make friends as an adult? Juniper filed that question away for later. And then Mo's eyes snapped to Juniper, his gaze holding and burning. He has me. 3 words, heavy and soft, and they changed everything. For a moment, Juniper could hardly stand. It felt as if he were a stray seam unraveling, as if he were standing and watching his beloved cottage crumbling in front of him. Because Mo wanted to go. He does, Juniper blurted. Mo nodded just once, and when Gary held out a new scroll, Mo took it wordlessly. A party of 2 is a foolish choice, Gary said, but he shrugged one shoulder. Usually, you would receive 2 payments, one, a small fee you collect just for joining, and the other a prize if your band completes the quest. Though of course in this case, you'll forfeit the joining payment because of your lawless activity, and the guard still hung on to one of Mo's arms, but Mo held up a large, calloused hand and Gary fell silent. Juniper shivered at the sight. His Mo, mild-mannered even when getting in a fight as Juniper's backup, looked different to him in the cold, dull light inside the cell. He looked unbending and sure of himself. Despite the dim surroundings, Mo looked like the kind of image drawn in scrolls, the ones that contain stories of saving children from burning cottages or defending a ship from a sea serpent, or whatever other heroic feat the old gods would smile upon. The usual payment is more than enough to cover a bloody nose, Mo said firmly, and to generously cover any trouble we may have caused. If we are successful, we will still receive the full reward. Gary hesitated and then scoffed. You won't win it, he said, but of course. When he drew up the papers, Mo signed first, and then Juniper, his hand trembling. What about our farm? Juniper asked, but nobody answered him. He desperately wanted to also ask, and what about my cheese? But that was a foolish, selfish question, so he kept it locked inside. The paper was a little crumpled, and smelled a bit foul, but Juniper read it with a sinking feeling in his stomach. De-dragon your homeland, single scroller. Health benefits of going on a quest. Healers don't want you to know this simple trick for increasing your lifespan and... Of course there was an advertisement first. The recruiters always included those. It got them extra coin. Juniper scanned past to the legal jargon, all written in the common tongue. Quest, capture a dangerous adult dragon and any offspring in the north of the kingdom, near the Grey Mountains. Chief deliverables, dead dragons. Timeline, from the autumnal equinox until Samhain, to be extended by order of the king or by 2 moons, whichever is longer. Note, please see your recruiter about bonus opportunities, and to set SMART goals that will enable you to stay on mission and align with Kingdom objective of eradicating the dragon problem. Asterisk SMART. Stop at nothing M. Make every moment count. If you have time to smoke, you're not a king's bloke. A. Attack. Attack each day, rise early, fight hard, and make your country proud. R. Respect other mercenaries. We are all in this together. T. Track your progress by reporting to a recruiter at least once every moon. Terms and conditions apply. Please note that only 1 band of mercenaries will receive the reward. Early exit from this quest will result in... The rest was smudged, but Juniper signed wearily at the bottom anyway. When they were finished, Gary handed Mo a map and strict orders to remain on the quest until it was finished or until it was Samhain, whichever came first, and told him to read the extensive terms and conditions in their packet attached. But Juniper hardly heard a word. When they stepped back out into the village, it was still dark, the sun a few hours yet from coming up. Juniper shivered, hugging his arms against the cold. Mo said nothing but placed the cloak, looking much the worse for wear and smelling of mead, around Juniper's shoulders. We leave at first light, he told Juniper softly. First light, Juniper gasped. It's the off-season. I will be asleep for several hours, and then I will have café and a little jaunt by the stream, and then... Mo clapped Juniper's shoulder, guiding him down the street and back toward the taverns, which were quiet as the dead now. And where Juniper prayed to the old gods or whoever would listen, there would be no sign of Bill Bronson. Let's be off, Mo said. Lots to do tonight, lots to pack, an early start. Lots to know, Juniper said. He shook his head. He was still a little drunk, he realized, though not drunk enough to ignore the fine cocktail of shame and anxiety swirling in his belve. Mo's big hand found his shoulder again. Off we go, he said cheerfully. The light in his eyes was the drink, Juniper told himself, and not an eagerness to leave their farm and their life behind. Juniper was not nearly so cheerful as he followed his best friend, his shorter stride a burden especially when he was tipsy. Even inebriated, Mo seemed to move with an elegance that Juniper envied. Apparently, Juniper muttered, scowling at Mo's broad back. Mornings were earlier than they used to be. Juniper was sure of it. He was a farmer for Devona's sake. But mornings in springtime, when the days were endless and the sun shone far longer, well, those felt different. He could rise early and drink a bit of black caf with a splash of milk from the fluffy brown cow they'd named Pip and walk among the dew and flowers before the day began. Waking before first light as a chill grew in the air, when his blankets were this warm. It should be outlawed. Junie Bug, Mo called from the kitchen. A rattle of pots and pans, intermingled with Mo's merry whistle, greeted Juniper. Nicknames were also illegal before dawn, Juniper decided. Surely the quest can wait until the afternoon, Juniper suggested. His head ached worse than it had in the middle of the night when he had woken on Mo's lap. His rough-hewn oak bedroom door creaked open. Mo's grin was slight, his smiles always understated and hidden in his dark brown beard. He was dressed already, in a pair of dark gray trousers and a loose white shirt with a few buttons at the top, none of which were buttoned. Mo was always forgetting buttons, and Juniper was always buttoning things for him. His thick wool cloak was slung over his arm, Juniper's beside it. It looked freshly cleaned and no longer smelled of taverns and bad decisions. Juniper was always forgetting cloaks, and Mo was always bringing one for him. "You ready?" Mo asked. "Gareth said we had to leave at first light." Juniper pushed himself up, pulling his quilt over his bare chest. "Do I look ready, Morn, half naked and half asleep?" "Maybe you like your quests half naked," Mo said with a shrug. "Who am I to judge?" A snort escaped Juniper despite himself. "I made breakfast," Mo told him. Juniper took a deep breath. Mo had indeed made breakfast. He could smell it, caf tangled with the scent of warm spices and fresh-baked bread, the sizzle of eggs and the thick-cut sausage they bartered for from Farmer Abernathy across the river. And was that his very favorite spiced honey plum pudding he smelled? "Mo," he said. His voice sounded very small to his own ears, but perhaps Mo wouldn't notice. Or if he did, he would let Juniper save face, and they could both pretend Juniper was being very brave about this whole thing. That was more likely, because Mo noticed everything. "Junie Bug, is that plum pudding?" Mo's grin broke across his face like the sunrise unfurling over the river. "Sure is," he said, "and bread for the road. I packed cheese too, extra for you, and lots of snacks." Snacks would make anything better. It was tried and true in his experience. So perhaps here, snacks could turn camping into glamping, and a troublesome quest into a culinary foray. "What happens if we don't leave this morning?" Juniper asked with a deep sigh. He swung his feet over the edge of the bed, feeling a bit as if he were jumping off a bridge into a chasm of cold water as he did. He was up, at least. And very cold, in nothing but his sleeping drawers and the thick wool socks Mo had knit for him last Yule. Mumford slipped in through the open door, bumping his head against Juniper's leg until Juniper picked him up. "Stupid Gary and his stupid quest. Mumford doesn't want us to go, do you, Mumford?" "Are we calling the recruiter Gary?" Mo asked thoughtfully. Mo isn't an answer when it's not even dawn," Juniper said, closing his eyes for a brief moment when Mumford tucked his soft orange head directly under Juniper's jaw. "Will he really send the constables after us?" "It won't come to that," Mo answered. "Come on, Juniper. I've got us breakfast and I put everything we need into our packs." Mo had insisted that they have packs to begin with, long before Juniper had pummeled his way into a quest the previous night. Juniper had thought him silly at the time, and of course, had thought about how his stupid, drunken father used to keep a knapsack packed by his bed, threatening to leave if Juniper couldn't stop being noisy and misbehaved, and all the other things Juniper always seemed to be. But at the time, Juniper hadn't said any of that, of course. He had just asked Mo where would they possibly go that they would need more than a small knapsack and a pocket full of snacks. But as usual, Mo had planned better for the future than Juniper was capable of. "What does the constable do?" Juniper asked. "And did those guards last night work directly for Gary?" His experience of the constable was that the man was often drunk and occasionally rounded up rowdier drunks, but only if he was sober, and sometimes hung around at the business hall, trading in gold coins with the other little businessmen Juniper so disliked. Sometimes, of course, he collected taxes or did other unpleasant things. "The constable rounds up the runners," Mo said. "I imagine the guards help. They bring runners into the capital city." He was very purposely not saying something. Juniper pulled on the trousers Mo had set out for him, a pair of worn buckskin he had made for himself a few winters back. "No shirt?" he asked Mo, which was awfully ungrateful of him. Mo shrugged one shoulder, smirking a little as his dark eyes swept across Juniper's chest. Juniper was not as generously hewn as his friend, so the look made him turn away quickly, setting Mumford down before he went rummaging in his bedside drawer for a good thick wool shirt. "That'll take longer to dry," Mo told him conversationally. "Are you planning to dunk me?" Juniper asked him. It wasn't out of the question, of course. Sometimes Juniper needed a good dunking. It sorted him right out. Of course, Mo often needed the same. Or rather, Juniper liked getting him back for all the times Mo had dunked him. "Not at the moment," Mo said. He had picked up Mumford now. Mumphy never seemed to stay on the ground for long, and was petting him absent-mindedly. "But there are river crossings to think about." "Were there?" "I'd like a word with drunk Juniper," Juniper grumbled. Mo chuckled. "It'll be all right," he said. "This quest won't last that long. I heard one of the princes has his own hunting party, and I'm sure they'll have some glamoured cow slung over the back of their cart, claiming it's a dragon, within a few days at most. We'll be home in no time." "What if they don't?" Juniper blurted as he shoved his feet into his boots. "And wait, what exactly are we going to do if we find this dragon? Do we have anything to hunt it with? I'm not hauling that old pitchfork with us, Mo. I won't do it." Now this was why nobody from Tuss should go on quests. They could fight, and Juniper could track, and Mo could hunt. Those were skills they had, but holding their own with other bands of mercenaries, capturing a dragon, Juniper hoped Mo knew more about this sort of thing than he did, or they were in for an even worse time than previously imagined. "You really didn't listen to a word that was said last night?" Mo stared at him with disbelief. "There have been dozens of dragon sightings, so yes, we probably will see one at some point." Juniper swore at length, including some words he wasn't even sure were curses, just to cover all his options. "So how are we meant to do anything about it?" he asked. Mo lifted his shirt to reveal his hunting belt, a piece of thick brown leather with a row of knives sheathed along it. "You're going to fight a dragon with a knife?" Juniper asked in disbelief. "We're fucked." "It'll be an adventure," Mo said cheerfully. "Besides, we might not need to fight. Historically, dragons are pretty peaceful. Bring your knife and we'll wander around the woods, up the river toward the mountains, and as soon as we hear word someone else has got there first, we'll traipse on home again." "What if nobody finds the dragon?" Juniper rubbed the sleep from his eyes reluctantly. "And did you just say dragons are peaceful?" "I asked about the quest last night once you'd gone to sleep," Mo told him, shoving Juniper's cloak into his arms. "Gareth couldn't give us the little scroll with all the details, apparently. You'd vomited all over his clean copies, so he told me what I needed to know, and I wrote it down." He held out a small scroll which Juniper took. Most scrolls, the kind you'd buy at the market, the kind they used in schools or recruitment offices, were in the common tongue. But Mo still wrote in careful script in the old tongue, something his grandmem had taught him to do. Juniper followed Mo out into their small main room, yawning widely. It was a cozy place, this cottage they had built together 10 years ago, at 18 winters and 19 winters respectively. There were 2 little bedrooms right next to each other, Juniper's a bit bigger, because he had wanted a closet for his fine garments, not that there were many of them. The main room was the coziest and best thing Juniper had ever had in his life, with a fire glowing merrily in the hearth, and a tall bookshelf that ran the length of one wall, filled with all the stories of adventure and romance and magic he and Mo had collected along the way, and saved for with the coins they'd earned from the wheat and barley and wool they'd sold. Ropes of dried flowers and herbs hung from the rafters, intermixed with braids of garlic and a hook that held the iron pots and pans they'd bought over the years from the peddler. They had built the wooden table themselves that sat off to one side, near the fire, and cut the wood for the stools, and they ate at that table every day together, yawning over breakfast and wolfing down lunch and laughing over supper as the sun got low. Mo had a rocker he'd built himself with a yew that had fallen near the creek on their property, and Juniper had a wider wooden bench built for 2 that was piled high with soft, woven blankets and pillows he'd made with goosedown from their own flock. Once, Bill Bronson had insinuated that working with wool and needles was work only fit for fine-fingered, prissy little business people. In his words, so Juniper had insinuated he would leave all of his needles in a certain orifice belonging to Bill, and then they'd gotten in a truly memorable fight. Juniper, Mo nudged softly, his elbow bumping Juniper's. I don't want to go. That was what almost fell right out of Juniper's stupid mouth. Who was going to care for Pip the cow and all the sheep? Who would make sure the chickens and ducks were back in their coop before nightfall? Big Ripper, the small hound they'd adopted a few years back, was getting on in age too. And Mumford. Right, Mo said. He held out a plate of warm food heaped high with eggs and mouth-wateringly thick sausages. Abernathy is keeping Big Ripper at his place and the chickens and ducks too. He'll be by for Mumford later. I assumed you would need to say goodbye. And he'll stop by to care for Pip and the sheep and keep the milk and eggs as payment. And what would they do to us? Juniper asked. If the constable brought us to the capital city, what would the punishment be? Would they be thrown into a jail the way Juniper's own father often had been, before one last stay in a capital prison had sent him home with pneumonia? Ah, Mo said. Well, they don't take kindly to it, see. Mo. Unalivement, Mo said. Unalive, Mo. Juniper nearly dropped his plate on the floor. Did you think that saying it that way would make it less awful? We're going to be beheaded if we don't find this dragon. Well, only if we give up and come home, or never show up at all, Mo said. Really not so bad. Juniper set down his plate on the nearby table and folded his arms over his chest. Then he cursed, for several minutes, at a whole slew of people, from the gods to the king to Bill Bronson. Especially Bill Bronson, and whomever he'd mistaken for Bill in his rage the night before. And himself most of all. On the bright side, Mo said, when Juniper had finished or at least stopped to take a breath. If we win, we'll have a whole purse full of coins. Juniper cursed again, this time including Winter, the Woods, and Elaine and her Brugging sister, just for good measure. Nothing for it then, Juniper said finally. It was what he had said many times in his life, and it had gotten him through all manner of unpleasantness. When his father had sold off their head of oxen to pay for his drinking and gambling habits. Nothing for it but for Juniper to work off the debts to local farmers and win them back. When the prices had gone up at the bakery, and Juniper could no longer afford to fill his small frame with food. Nothing for it but for Juniper to get a job, at 11 winters old, getting up before dawn to make bread. Somehow it made it harder today, when life had been cozier and brighter for years now. Returning to a state of suffering and hardship felt that much more like a slam to the face. Even if, in every way that mattered, it was a slap from Juniper's own hand. He had taken the bait. He had launched over Bill like a goat clearing a fence. He had fought a man for the crime of telling him to get a room in a leering tone. So Juniper sat down on his stool and ate his eggs and stopped cursing anyone but himself. When they set off on foot, Mo explaining that their horse would not be able to handle the roughness of the terrain and carry them and their packs, which included sleeping rolls for each of them, Juniper did consider walking into the creek for a while. "What sort of things do you think we'll see?" he asked, trying to put on a brave face as they set off down the road together. "Perhaps some of those night black deer the Bruggen are always talking about." The Bruggen, of course, always talked about them with a sort of hunger that didn't sit quite right with Juniper. But Juniper thought the deer would be beautiful to see, the sort of sight that took a person several minutes to truly take in. "Ah, probably," Mo said. "I hear they're up farther in the mountains and they come out at dawn to drink." "And the sea wolves?" Juniper asked. "Wolves could be very fine and dandy to see so long as they were far away, across a river maybe." "Plenty of those farther north," Mo said, a shadow crossing his face. "Used to be more, though. The king sent a few bands to rid the coast near the capital city about a decade ago, and now there aren't as many as there were. It's a real shame." "The farmers must be better off, though," Juniper said, matching his stride to Mo's as best as he could as they took the winding road, which was just packed dirt out here, through mist-covered wheat fields toward the village. Mo HMM'd, which meant it was too much to get into. "I miss them," he said. He said it simply, as if he were missing an old friend. Juniper's steps slowed as they crossed the old wooden bridge over the creek that marked a departure from the wheat fields into the forest that surrounded their village. "How do we know where to begin?" he asked Mo. "We'll cut through town first," Mo told him. "And then I suspect we'll take the path north of town and travel until we reach Point Gan Phillied. Once we're closer to the dragon sightings, I'd hoped you could use your tracking skills." Point Gan Phillied. The locals just called it Phillied, but Mo was precise in his words always, even when something was implied. It was one thing Juniper loved about Mo. He said what he meant, and he meant what he said. There was no guessing where Juniper stood or wondering if he'd made someone angry and not known it. Mo was steady in solid, firm ground, where almost everyone else had been fast-shifting sand. Except, of course, when he left. "And after Phillied?" Juniper asked, worrying at the edge of his cloak with his thumb and forefinger. Some of the threads were starting to unravel. Juniper found he could relate. "Probably a hot meal and a bed in the inn." "Sure," Mo said as they crested the hill, and the town came into view. "And then we'll see. We'll ask some of the locals what they've seen, if they've seen anything. We'll determine which way we should take into the mountains, and off we go." Off we go. As if leaving their farm was fun, and grand and exciting. Juniper liked sleeping in his own bed and pooping in his own outhouse. Thank you very much. Was he going to have to shit in the woods? "I know a bit about sleeping outdoors," Mo said. "I'll teach you how to build a fire outdoors and keep our things dry and set up shelter every night." "I'm experienced." Experience seemed like a stretch. And they were definitely going to have to shit in the woods. Mo's grandmam had taught him a few things, of course. She had been a bit of a legend, really. She didn't sell spells and often fussed at those who did. But her sunflowers grew a head taller than they had any right to. Her chamomile patch never seemed to be anything but green and flowering, even in winter, and she spoke the old language and the old language only. She muttered and sang the old words into soups that could cure any ill health. Or ill mood, which Juniper had in excess as a teen. Most important, every full moon she spent a night in the forest. Sometimes Mo would go with her. He never talked about it much, but he came back grinning and confident and very happy. After his grandmam passed, Mo dutifully went into the woods at each full moon with a little bundle of chamomile or sunflowers and a bowl of soup. He wasn't the way she had been, but Juniper reckoned he probably just missed her, and a bit of soup and chamomile and moonlight could help with that. Juniper sighed deeply, but he turned to Mo, shifting his pack on his shoulders. His shoulders already felt sore from the strain of the heavy pack. He never minded when farm work or a brawl left him sore and tired, but he was not strong enough or fit enough for proper adventures, and he'd always known that. Why anyone would want to spend the nice quiet days after harvest wandering around in the forest was beyond Juniper. He personally loved sinking deep into pillows he'd made himself, reading his scrolls slowly while the fire crackled and Mo sat right beside him, his thigh touching Juniper's. Still, they were in it now. Nothing for it but to go onward until a dragon or the Samhain festival that marked the end of autumn, whichever came first. Though why they had chosen Samhain, which was nearly 2 moons away, Juniper could not bring himself to understand. Surely quests shouldn't take that long. You ready? He asked Mo softly. Mo nodded, and then clapped his hand on Juniper's shoulder, the calloused pads of his fingertips just brushing Juniper's neck after he drew back again. You. His eyes searched Juniper's. Juniper looked away from Mo's piercing brown eyes, down toward the map in his hand. He was familiar with most of it. Their home village of Tuss, the river that led through the forest toward Philide, which was the last town before the wilderness and the mountains, and beyond that, the sea. There were red X's drawn at several locations, including Philide, marking places the dragon had apparently attacked. He shrugged just once. He hadn't been less ready since the first time he kissed a girl, a part Bruggan, part fairy girl with the largest hands he'd ever seen, when he was 13 winters old. But that was between Juniper O'Reilly and his anxiety sweats, and Morn didn't need to know. Off we go, Mo asked gently. Juniper squared his shoulders. Off we go, he said. Off we fucking go. 4. He rode north of town was an easy walk at first, despite the heavy pack on Juniper's back. The road was wide, built to accommodate carts and horses and kingsmen, the dirt packed firmly, the sun gentle. But by high noon, sweat was trickling in a steady river down Juniper's neck, and his shoulders were feeling quite crispy from the sun's heat. When he complained, Mo HMM'd, which in this case probably meant I told you to wear your damn hat. But being burned as red as a rowanberry by the sun had seemed unlikely, especially when Juniper had been out in the sun all summer, so he hadn't, and well, now he was regretting every single one of his choices. If it wouldn't be wildly unfair to Mo, since this entire thing was Juniper's fault, Juniper would have dropped to the ground and howled, but what of my skin health? Against the unforgiving sky. It's far too hot, Juniper complained instead. Was it ever this hot at home? It wasn't, was it? Isn't it meant to be colder as we go farther north? Mo, why do you think it's so fucking hot today? Mo HMM'd. He didn't look tired or sweaty or burnt crispy or any of the other unpleasant things that haunted Juniper. It wasn't fair that Mo was good at this too, that he looked like he belonged on the open road, accomplishing things, making something of himself, and looking good doing it too. Also, Juniper continued, do you think one of the old gods cursed me at birth, because all of this seems damn easy for you? At this, Mo actually laughed. The sound of his laugh was rare. A smile or a chuckle or a snort was all Juniper was usually treated to, but Juniper resolved that he would babble on endlessly like this every day for the rest of their lives, if it meant he got to hear Mo laugh like that, as clear and sharp and sweet as a running brook. I don't think it's easy, Mo said. I just like being outdoors. Well, of course Juniper liked being outdoors. Loved it, even. In the morning, or the evening, or under a shade tree if he had to be outside at high noon. He loved being in the water, kicking his feet to stay afloat in the wilds of the current. Juniper shook his head at Mo. It occurred to him, only now that they'd been walking along the open road all day, that since there was only one road to Philide, they would likely encounter Bill Bronson. And a hot day on the road was one thing, but one that included Bill, absolutely not. "Let's take the trail through the forest instead," Juniper announced. Mo tilted his head, looking down at Juniper. "Oh. I'm the tracker," Juniper told him. It was true. It was the one thing his father had tried to teach him, at a very young age, something that used to be a common skill for their people. Mo's grandmam had actually taught Juniper the rest of what he knew, and she had been far less angry when he wanted to track an animal just to see it, not bring it down with a bow. Mo bumped Juniper with his arm. The touch made Juniper's sunburn ache and made the rest of him. Well, touching Mo was always like leaning close to a blazing fire, let's just say that. Because of their strong bond as friends. "What?" Juniper bumped him back. "Are you trying to avoid an encounter with Bill?" Mo's grin was teasing. "Be careful, Junibug, people might start wondering if you have a crush." A crush," Juniper stammered. His eyes swept up and down Mo before he could stop himself. What was Mo saying? On Bill? Mo was still looking at him playfully. "Right, Bill." "Don't insult me," Juniper recovered, slamming his shoulder into Mo's again, a little harder this time. "Are you sure you aren't casting spells that allow you to read my mind as easily as I read the gossip scrolls outside Grains? Because I definitely was trying to take the other trail to avoid him," Juniper said. Mo grinned and shook his head, looping his arm over Juniper's shoulders and walking like that, Mo's stride easy, Juniper's rushed. "When do we rest?" Juniper asked after a moment, biting his lip as soon as the words slipped out. He knew he sounded weak. He knew Mo would have been better off without him on the quest, even though it was Juniper's actions that had landed them here. He took a deep breath, trying to slow the furious pounding of his heart. That only made him hungrier, conjuring images of the bread and cheese in his pack. "Are you tired?" Mo asked, brow furrowing. "Already?" Of course Mo hadn't meant anything by it, but the words went straight to the part of Juniper's chest that said, "That tone means you should be offended, and also that he thinks you're dumb and weak." Mo didn't mean anything by it. He was sincere in all things, and he didn't hide offense in simple questions. But everyone else in the world did, so Juniper was on high alert. "Junibug." "Morn," Juniper said seriously. "I think we have a matter to settle." He plopped his pack down and put up his hands, but not fists, because while he'd wrestle Mo any day of the week, he wouldn't raise his fist to him, not ever, and challenged Mo with a look. "I say it's time to eat lunch. You say it's time to continue." "I didn't," Mo said, but he grinned and tossed his pack to the side of the road. He didn't have to understand their difference in opinion to know that Juniper needed him to wrestle it out. He dove at Juniper, arms wrapping around both Juniper's thighs as he tackled him into the long grass and daisies growing along the side of the road, leaning toward the sun. "What I say?" Mo shouted as they rolled over and over in the grass, first Mo on top and then Juniper and then Mo again. Just like on that stage, where the lights were so bright and the song was so mournful, and Mo's arms were braced on either side of Juniper's like he was about to. Juniper managed to snake a lean but muscled arm around Mo's neck, locking him in place, before being tossed unceremoniously onto his back with a thump again. The sun was bright, the daisies leaning down to look at them curiously, so Juniper let out a breath. "Of course I'm not tired," Juniper said. "Already." Mo rolled over so that they were lying side by side in the long grass. "Ah," he said, "perceived undercurrents." Mo didn't read the undercurrents as well as Juniper did, the things people said under the speech. When Juniper heard you're tired, already. He had also heard you're weak, and it's stupid to be tired when we've only walked half the fucking day, you dimwit. Which of course Mo hadn't meant, or said. But a wrestling match was a good enough solution to any sort of feelings one might have. A fine way to shore up a strong brotherly camaraderie, like any pair of good friends did. They had tried talking about their emotions, but that never worked out well. "Are you?" Mo asked curiously, propping himself up on one elbow, his chin resting in his palm. Tired. A little, Juniper admitted. Mostly I just wanted cheese. Cheese it is, Mo said, rolling to his feet gracefully and reaching for his pack. In short order, they had bread and cheese and just a little bit of mead, which Mo had conveniently packed in his pack and not Juniper's. Juniper had only just bitten into his lovely sandwich, fitting as much as he possibly could into his mouth in one bite, when the sound of horses galloping down the road interrupted his moment. He groaned and scooted farther off the road, tugging his pack with him. Mo stood, the motion easy and relaxed, but his eyes were distant, his posture ready. It gave Juniper pause. Mo was never as fight-prone as Juniper, though he did seem to enjoy them, and less jumpy, too, though no less watchful. Mo, Juniper said, everything's all right, isn't it? It came out a little more like myrrh, imfrefink all rip'n, but that was on account of all the cheese in Juniper's mouth. 6 men on horses rounded the bend, another horse tied behind their party, empty of a rider. And who would that be leading the charge? None other than Bill the fucking ninny Bronson. Juniper would have cursed out loud if the cheese had allowed it. He settled for muffled noises of distaste, intermingled with the sounds of chewing his sandwich. Afternoon, Mo said pleasantly. One hand rested on his hip, where Juniper knew his loose linen shirt concealed the belt of knives he wore. His other hand shielded his eyes from the sun, watching the men approach. They slowed, Bill leering down at them. He looked just as ugly as he had the night before, maybe even uglier now that the sun was illuminating his beady eyes and stupid round little chin, and his very dumb posture on his horse. But now he looked angry, eyes sparking as he glared at them. Juniper scrambled to his feet, chewing more frantically now. "You're walking?" Bill asked. "What is this, the first age of Devona? We ride horses now, sheepshits." "You're the sheepshit," Juniper said very bravely through his cheese. He managed to swallow some of it rapidly, a waste of a good bite of sandwich if he did say so himself, and raised his fists, ready to fight 6 men, 7 horses, and the bright late summer sun if he had to. "What was that?" Bill asked. "Bill," one of his buddies said, nudging his horse forward. "That's enough now. Do you lads need a ride to Phillied? We have an extra horse, though unfortunately not 2. The man's eyes narrowed. "Oh," he said, "it's you. You're the reason we're down a person." "Mo and I always ride a horse together," Juniper said proudly, before realizing that was quite possibly not something to brag about. "We only need 1 horse." "Of course you do," Bill said. "I'm Steve," Bill's buddy said, his words directed at Morn, not Juniper, "though I go by P.H. Tevin for short." How, Mo began to ask, but Juniper cut him off. Mo was going to ask how P.H. Tevin was shorter than Steve, but Juniper knew that P.H. Tevin was probably something better left unexplained, especially by men like these. "Great to meet you," Juniper said, in his most condescending voice, which was a real triumph of human ingenuity, because he was sweat-soaked and had breadcrumbs all over the front of his wool shirt. "We're doing fine on our own, though." P.H. Tevin shrugged his lean but well-muscled shoulders and then nodded at Mo. "We're always open to new party members," he said. "If your friend grows weary of this before you do." Heat rushed to Juniper's face that had nothing to do with the summer sun. Was he offering a place to Mo and his band and implying that Juniper couldn't hack it? Well, Juniper would hack him. He'd show them all. Mo's hand settled on Juniper's shoulder, heavy and bracing. "Not without him," he said softly. "Never without him." The words pulled Juniper up short. For a moment, his better sense held him there as surely as Mo's hand did. Never without him. The words made his chest squeeze dangerously. "Suit yourself," P.H. Tevin said, "but our offer stands." Bill went right on leering down at Juniper, so Juniper redirected his previous ire into a new set of insults. "Lost any fights recently, Billiam?" he asked. "You know my name is William," Bill shot back. P.H. Devon sighed, a long-suffering sound that Juniper had heard out of Mo in the past. A woman in their riding party drew closer to them, shoving her hood out of the way. She was breathtaking, pretty as a she, though she had enough human ancestry to stand as tall as Mo. A long, thin blade was sheathed at her hip, bouncing against her as she rode. "You there," she said to Juniper. "The pretty boy, is he on this quest or just out for an afternoon stroll?" "I'll have you know," Juniper said proudly, "that I'm the reason we signed up for this at all." Regret bit him as soon as the words left his mouth, as was often the case. "Of course," P.H. Devon said, "because you injured a man and had to take his place, but there's no need to fight. We'll see you in town, Elmthorne." Mo nodded, his grip remaining tight on Juniper's shoulder. He did not relinquish his hold until the party of 6 had rounded the next bend in the road, the noise of horses and conversation fading with them. Only then did Mo's hands relax, his face unreadable. "Would you want to?" Juniper wanted to ask him, "if not for me." But he didn't ask him, just in case the answer was yes. 5. The first danger they had encountered, of course, had been a tussle with 6 men and 7 horses. The second was dying of cold at night while sunburned from the endless sun of high noon, all of which was just insulting. It was evening, the sun long since dipped over the horizon, the only light in the dark forest the small fire Mo had built and Juniper tended. Mo had set up a small shelter for them, and Juniper laid out their bedrolls, which did not look nearly as magical as Juniper's beloved bed with soft woven and knit blankets, or his goose-down stuffed pillow, which had not made the packing list. "A story?" Mo asked him as he settled on a log, stretching his long legs out in front of him. He looked utterly at ease here as he lit his pipe, bracing one hand on the log below him and taking a draught of smoke. Juniper could never resist a story. Since they had been young, and even dumber than they were now, when Juniper had worked odd jobs to stay afloat and Mo had cared for his elderly grandmem, they had distracted themselves with stories of chaos and magic and adventure. Always Juniper's had a spark of home, and Mo's of adventure, and together their stories were brilliant. "Tell the one about the wolves and the silver goose," Mo said, shutting his eyes. Juniper did, moving closer to Mo and depositing himself on the ground as he began the tale. He preferred this, sitting squarely on the ground where Mo could rub his shoulders, which were very sore from the heavy load he had carried. "Once upon a time," Juniper began as he always did, before launching into a wild tale that had only grown since their youth, one about sea wolves that spoke to those who listened, and a silver goose that plotted to overthrow a king. Many of their stories, in fact, centered around overthrowing kings, something their teachers in the schoolhouse had often taken issue with. In fact, one particular teacher told Juniper he would be sent not home to his father, but straight to the constable if any more of the stories he told his classmates ended in headless kings and kingdoms devolving into chaos. Which was silly, of course. Juniper was a farm boy, and farm boys were not known for overthrowing kings, or making any sort of difference at all, really. But Juniper told the story all the same, adding new silly details about the king. This time, he was wearing a cloak of bright, ethereal pink and a crown made of boar's teeth, and he had been caught squatting over his chamber pot in nothing but cloak and crown. If this was a Mo story, someone would come along and save the realm from the dastardly king. But this was a Juniper story, so it ended with everyone wearing pink cloaks and gathered around some mead, laughing at the memory of their ridiculous king. When the tale wound to a close, Mo squeezed Juniper's shoulders and suggested they turn in for the night. "Another story?" Juniper asked him. Mo almost never said no to another story, even when the fire had long since died in their hearth and morning, with all its duties on the farm, would come fiercely early. But that night he stretched and yawned. "Best to get to sleep before the ground is even colder," he said, as if this was some common piece of knowledge that everyone knew and not a horrible announcement to spring on your best friend when you were about to spend your first night in the cold forest in your entire adult life. Even when Juniper had been hustling between odd jobs, he had always slept indoors. Even if indoors had only been a corner of hardwood floor, it had been inside. Sleeping outside as a kid didn't count. Maybe he'd been tougher then, or his body temperature had been better regulated, or something. A flicker of memory surfaced, something better kept tucked away. A memory of primo days, spent on the back porch because his father had locked the door and forgotten Juniper was out. So he had slept outdoors, kind of. It shouldn't scare him to do it again now. "That's awful," Juniper said out loud, shoving the bit of past aside. "Will I freeze to death? Did you bring me into the wilds to kill me?" Mo smiled ever so slightly. "There are easier and quicker ways to kill someone than cold ground," he said, practical as ever. From anyone else, it would have sounded concerning and vaguely threatening, but this was just Mo, being direct the way he always was. Juniper sighed dramatically so that Mo would know he was all right. If Juniper were not verging on theatrics, Mo would have been concerned. Such was the way of things. "Fine," he said, "but I'm bringing my sleeping roll closer to yours, and if I steal the covers in the night." "You won't," Mo said. It had been one of the deals they had made each other when they first decided to buy land and build a cottage together. Separate rooms, separate beds. Juniper had never had a room or bed of his own, and he had been determined he would this time around. Nobody to steal covers or wake him with cold feet. That was the excuse, at least, for having two separate rooms, for being separated by doors and a wall. It was just that. When Juniper had been 19 winters old, Mo nearing 20 winters, it had all gone to shit. They had argued about winter and boredom and small cabins and why Mo hadn't smiled in days. Was he sick of this, and why couldn't he just say it if he was? And there had been one night, one glorious, awful night. And then Mo had left. When he came back, months later, Juniper had frigidly told him there would be no more cozy sleepovers. From here on out, Juniper was staying firmly on his side of the wall between their rooms. Juniper was never going to miss anyone again. But there were no walls or doors or anything out here. A very important barrier suddenly missing. "What if there are wild animals in the night?" Juniper asked, combing a hand through his hair, which left curls tousled in all directions. Mo smiled slightly as he kicked off his boots, shrugged off his trousers, and rolled them up to use as a pillow. He had an ass sculpted by the gods, there was no denying that, and thighs that were thicker than ought to be allowed, strictly speaking. Juniper had woken with his head resting on one of those thighs just the previous night. Juniper had eyes, that was all. It wasn't his fault he noticed what Mo looked like. And what had Mo said? "Sorry," Juniper said. "We're searching for something wild," Mo said. "Bound to meet the wild when you're sleeping out in it. Fire will keep back the wolves, so we'll be safe enough. If you wake with a squirrel in your sack, though, that can't be helped." "Oh, so nothing comforting then. Good, that was good, great even, just what Juniper liked to hear at bedtime. Did squirrels do that?" Juniper shuddered, but Mo slipped into his bedroll and settled in, crossing his arms beneath his head and staring up at that quiet expanse above them. The forest was utterly still, not a breath of breeze in the trees around them. There were embers still glowing in the fire pit, and the stars above were brighter and bolder than they were at home, sharp pinpricks of white cutting apart the night sky, tempered only by the oak and hawthorn and yew branches leaning over them like watchful guardians. Juniper kicked off his trousers and copied Mo, balling them up under his neck for a very uncomfortable headrest. He would not call it a pillow. That was an insult to pillows, to goose down, to comfort itself. It took Juniper a moment to work up the words he never had in taverns, or even in their cozy sitting room. He might have found the words, in the darkness of night when both he and Mo were cozy in their beds. If only there had not been a wall in the way of his courage. There was no wall now. So Juniper opened his mouth. "Did you ever think you'd leave again?" Juniper asked after a moment of silence so absolute he was starting to hear his own heartbeat. "I mean, did you ever think you'd go on one of these quests? Did you always know that the right king's quest would pull you away from me?" That was the real question, underneath it, the one he wasn't brave enough to ask at all. He was greeted with a soft snore, and the gentle crackle of the last embers in the fire. Mo was right, Juniper learned. It was best to fall asleep before the fire went out and the ground got colder. Best to fall asleep and hope you stayed there, dreaming of the rocks under your shoulder blades instead of feeling them dig into you like claws. Juniper, unfortunately, was wide awake as the fire died and the moon rose and his best friend snored on, Juniper's question unanswered. It would be horrible to wake him, of course it would, so Juniper didn't. He just laid there, staring at the night sky and replaying his stupid question over and over again. Silence was bad, too empty and waiting, out here in the wilderness, but Juniper learned what was worse when it was, by his estimation, just past midnight. Noise, rustling footsteps. Glowing yellow eyes, peering out from underbrush, made menacing and deadly by nightfall. Juniper burrowed further into his bedroll. "Take anything you like," he mumbled. "Just don't eat me, please, or my dear roommate and very best friend." The yellow eyes eased back into the forest, the glow receding with them. Maybe Juniper had imagined it. He covered his mouth, yawning, and then rolled to one side. Lying on his side was better than lying on his back or on his stomach, which was how he always slept at home, sprawled out across his beautiful, wonderful bed, because less of his body made contact with the cold earth. Strangely, a warmth settled over him as he drifted off. In the distance, the steady crackle of flames lulled him to sleep at last. Juniper woke to the bright light of the sun rising through the trees and the warmth of the day and the cheerful greeting. Oh no, those were screams. And an inferno of blazing fire. And it was still the middle of the night. Juniper scrambled to his feet, or tried to, tangling in his narrow bedroll and tripping, feet bound together by the fabric. It was Mo who was shouting, a hoarse, deep-throated yell to grab what belongings he could because the forest was ablaze. "Get the fuck up," he yelled at Juniper. Juniper kicked off his bedroll, freeing his legs and sending it flying. It sailed in a beautiful arc across their campsite and into the fire blazing at the edge of it. He watched it in silence, pants-free as he realized his trouser pillow. Oh, how he longed for his makeshift pillow now that he had cast it into the fire had gone with it. "Oh, by Devona's balls," he said, "Mo." Mo, already fully dressed and in his boots, was heedless to Juniper's devastating loss. "Grab your pack," he shouted, shoving things into his own. Juniper knew it was a grave situation because in any other moment Mo would not have been able to help explaining that Devona, historically speaking, likely did not have balls. "Where will we go?" Juniper yelled back over the roar of the fire, more useless than usual as he stood there, pantsless and frozen in the face of chaos. "What's happening?" It was rare for a forest fire to hit this side of the world so late in the year. Those were a springtime occurrence, and oh, fuck, it didn't matter, did it? The fire was sweeping up the hillside, catching each tree in its path. "Come on," Mo yelled. So Juniper did. He snatched up his pack, which somehow seemed just as heavy as it had the day before, despite being bereft of his bedroll. He had to shove the boots into his pack, because there was no time to put them on, and then he ran after Mo into the only patch of forest that was not on fire. "Devona's sake," Mo was saying over and over again. His eyes were round and wide, joy flickering in his dark eyes like sunlight over rippling waters. "I saw it, Juniper, I saw it." Juniper's throat was ragged with the smoke and the running and the panic. "What do you mean you saw it?" Despite the heat, cold slithered down into the pit of Juniper's stomach and settled there. The dragon was supposed to be much farther north, at least a day or two's journey away. Mo plunged into the creek, the very same one that wound through their farm and around the village and through these woods. Juniper only hesitated a moment, considering the awful cold. One look up the hill at the wall of flames bearing down on him, though, and he leaped after Mo. The current was frigid, a brutal shock to his body, but they were safe from the fire at least. Juniper reached out, offering his own hand to Mo. Mo loved the water as much as Juniper did, but Mo had, well, he had a thing about cold water, and by a thing, Juniper meant a wee bit of panic. There had been an incident once, as children, with a whole pack of older boys who played a prank on Mo in some icy, dark waters, and he just hadn't been the same since. So Juniper grabbed Mo's hand and held on. Now, because this, at least, he knew how to do, while the fire licked at the banks of the river and their packs grew increasingly heavier with the water. When the roar of the fire had quieted, Mo turned to him, his cold hand still holding fast to Juniper's, his eyes scanning Juniper's face in that slow, thorough way that always made Juniper blush. Was it his imagination? Mo's gaze lingering on his lips. Juniper took in a rasping breath of air, leaning slightly forward, and, "Did you really throw your pants into the fire?" Mo asked. Juniper groaned and dropped his gaze. "I was trying to get them off me," he began to explain. Mo's confusion deepened visibly. "You wanted to take your pants off?" he asked, "before running from the fire." "They were already off," Juniper attempted. "I was stuck in my bedroll." Mo's lips twitched. It wasn't funny, everything be cursed, but camping be cursed more than everything else. Juniper was down to only one pair of pants, which was supposed to be his spare dry set, not that they had any spare dry clothes to speak of any more, and 0 bedrolls. So you saw the dragon then?" Juniper asked after a beat of silence had passed. Mo nodded just once. The flames danced in his dark brown eyes. "Was it as large and terrifying as all the legends?" Juniper asked him when Mo gave him no more answer than that. Sometimes he forgot that Mo didn't view a question as an invitation to tell him more, and he had to continue extending invitations to get the full story out of Mo. Mo shivered, but he did not look nearly as scared as he should have. No, it was wonder still on his face, as if someone had shown him a new constellation, as if he'd been given a gift. Juniper began wading across the creek to the opposite side, where the underbrush was just lightly singed but not ablaze. "It was not so big, no, not much bigger than you really," Mo answered. He reached out and steadied Juniper as Juniper climbed up the steep bank. I'm not sure, but I thought I might have seen two." Juniper reached back and took first Mo's pack and then Mo's hand to help him up onto land. They were both shivering, Juniper more than Mo. "What woke you?" Juniper asked. It was an uneasy sort of feeling, realizing that he would have just been burned as badly as he burned his toast over the hearth fire every day, if not for Mo crying the alarm. "All the heat," Mo said. He stripped off his shirt and hung it over a nearby branch. "You didn't wake at all." Oh, realization struck Juniper at the same time as Mo spoke. He had maybe been awake when the dragons first neared camp, actually. He had seen a pair of eyes, told them to eat whatever they wanted but not him or something of the sort, and then gone straight off to sleep, lulled by flames, even though their campfire had died out long before that. "Shit. What is it?" Mo asked. Juniper said. "I think I may have been lulled to sleep by the dragon's flames, unfortunately." That meant it was Juniper's fault again, that their bad situation had gotten worse. If he'd paid attention, if he'd thought for a moment about what it meant, he could have woken Mo and they might have made it out without losing anything important. Like pants. Mo cursed under his breath as he began to dig through his pack before hanging his shirt to dry on a nearby branch. "Get your wet things off," he grunted. The night had not yet passed, but the fire across the creek had died down, and the first gray light of dawn was beginning to wander in through the trees to the east. "I really have to take a piss," Juniper announced loudly. And that was the moment the man crested the hill, dressed in the finest armor Juniper had ever seen, carrying a magnificent sword as if he knew how to use it. The steel of his blade was so fine it barely looked real, certainly more than some lads from Tuss would have ever been able to afford, and his lush golden hair curled perfectly over his forehead. He stared down at them. It would have been bad enough, of course, to meet a beautiful, wealthy man with a sword after one has been camping and chased by dragons, but because nobody had ever had such poor luck as Juniper O'Reilly, the stranger also happened to have a thin band of gold on his forehead, resting like a halo around his sun-drenched hair. So that was how Juniper O'Reilly first met Prince Edward, regent of quests and conqueror of the salt marsh, soot-covered and as wet as a drowned rat, pants-free, and announcing with great urgency his need to pee. "Delta Vast," the man on the hill called out. "Ahoy," Juniper responded before his thoughts caught up with him. At least he hadn't taken his dick out to pee before the handsome stranger arrived. Mo shifted beside Juniper, his posture changing from exhausted but relaxed to subtly alert, hands drifting down toward his hip, and the knife belt still strapped there. Why couldn't their positions have been swapped, with Juniper shirtless while Mo stood there in his skivvies? It wasn't fair. Mo had a smear of soot across his brow and was dripping, bare-chested with muscles rippling unfairly, and a knife belt slung a little lopsided over his hips. "Who are you?" the man called, sword still stretched out in his hand. "State your business." "Morningthal Elmthorn and Juniper O'Reilly," Mo answered him, fingers ghosting over his biggest knife. "On dragon hunting business for his majesty." Juniper shivered. The words sounded regal, important, and then immediately snorted despite himself. "You've been waiting all your life to shout out a sentence like that," he said softly, nudging Mo with his shoulder. Mo's eyes remained fixed on the handsome traveler, but a grin played across his lips. The man sheathed his sword, his gait slowing. "I am Prince Edward," he said. "Oh," Juniper blurted, unable to contain his disappointment. "I thought you were the crown prince. You're the third, aren't you?" The gossip scrolls were full of tales of all the various princes and princesses and royal offspring of various other assorted genders and species. There were a great many, of course. The king was always at it like a rabbit. This prince's golden features were cast in shadow for a moment, but then he shrugged and grinned. "It's convenient, actually," he said. "If I were the crown prince, they would never let me go dragon hunting, and I do love the chase. Did you see her then, boys? The great winged terror we're hunting." Juniper nodded eagerly. "Yes," he said, "we did. She was beautiful and terrible, and well, Mo saw her. I just helped us escape." He shot a look at Mo, whose face remained neutral, Devona bless him. Juniper very much did not want it revealed to a prince, that he had also fallen asleep and let the dragons set their camp on fire. Prince Edward beamed, holding out his hand to clasp Juniper's. A real prince shaking his hand. Juniper took it eagerly. If his old man could see him now, shaking hands with a prince, even if it was a third prince. After all his old man had said about Juniper never amounting to anything, here he was anyway against the odds. Mo nodded to the prince, a gesture that should have been respectful but seemed a little cold, even for Mo, who was often withdrawn with new acquaintances. "Any luck wounding her?" the prince asked Mo. People often looked at Juniper and Mo and decided, even after only speaking 2 sentences to them, that Mo was the one to ask. Mo was in charge. Mo was the tough one, the leader, the decision-maker. "The dragon hunter." "Not yet," Juniper answered before Mo could. He didn't often feel jealous when people did that. They were right. Mo was the better of the 2 of them. The better shot with a bow, the better with animals, the better gardener, the better craftsman. Juniper was really only better at needle arts, growing chamomile and getting the sheep to follow him, which hardly seemed like something a prince would respect, and also finding the best berry-picking spots because Mo so loved the preserves he made. Again, not something a prince would respect. But jealousy was white-hot in this moment, when the prince's glowing gaze fell on Mo like a sunbeam. Mo already glowed. It wasn't fair that he had the prince's full attention. "It woke us by setting our camp ablaze," Mo told the prince, whose attention remained fixed on Mo. "Are you alone, your highness? No guards to travel with you?" Prince Edward looked very grave. "Unfortunately, my men were badly injured by the dragon last night. We routed her and she fled south. Alas, it would seem straight to your camp." "Badly injured?" Juniper blanched. "How badly?" "If they're not with you, I assume they're dead," Mo said bluntly. But Juniper heard the rest of the sentence, clear as day. "Or you left them behind." But princes wouldn't do that. Certainly not one as chivalrous as this one, the kind of man who wore his crown even in the rough wilderness and said things like "avast." The prince and Mo were staring at each other. Usually, Mo was the one who struggled to read the undercurrent in a social situation, but Juniper found himself unable to decipher the look that passed between them. Tension, certainly. Maybe even a speck of jealousy from Mo's disdain. "It was an unfortunate turn," the prince answered. "Would you fine fellows care to join my party? I understand how it is with your mercenary bands, so there will be no ill will if—" "Not no, thank you. Not yes, your highness, we would love to." "Just no. Flat as could be and twice as heavy." "Mo," Juniper protested, "would they be beheaded for rudeness just like they could be if they quit this quest before Samhain? Surely this was something he and Mo should talk about." But the prince only tilted his head, his friendly expression remaining, though looking a little frozen in place now. "I understand," he said. "You have my respect, of course. My father employs mercenary bands across this land for quests just like this one, and the thing they all share is their fierce sense of independence. We are grateful for your service." He inclined his head at Juniper. "If you meet a man named Bill," Juniper said, "steer clear." "Oh," the prince looked more interested than he had a moment ago. Mo's elbow caught Juniper's ribs sharply. "You won't be able to miss him. He smells like a horse," Juniper added, tacking on a grin so it would seem as if he were joking. "But in all seriousness, your highness, he talks a good game but has never been successful." "Good to keep in mind," his highness said politely. "I wish you well, gentlemen, and better luck than what happened upon you last night, if you change your mind." "Thank you, your highness," Mo said. His face had no smile, no hint of anything behind his eyes but steel. Mo would do this when negotiating in the city for goods they needed, his jaw set like this. It made merchants back down, and even those obnoxious little banker men offered a better price. A good jawline was an antidote to price gouging, Juniper thought. And here, Mo's look was a clear dismissal, even though this was a prince they were speaking to. The prince returned up the hill, his movements elegant and graceful despite his heavy armor. "What in the name of Devona?" Juniper asked, as soon as he was sure there was sufficient space between them and the prince. That was a prince. It would have helped quite a lot, and he could have paid our way at taverns along the journey. "And he would have left us for dead when the dragon attacked," Mo said, "just like he abandoned his men last night." "Mourn," Juniper protested. Mo shrugged off more of his wet clothing, hanging it over branches to dry. "Don't be a fool," he said. Juniper took a step back, hurt flickering like a flame. "I am not a fool," he protested, despite the fact that only a few moments ago he had shouted ahoy at a prince. Still, they made decisions together. Or maybe that was only the case back on their farm. Maybe they were different out here, versions of Mo and Juniper where Mo made decisions and Juniper was too dumb to be consulted. For a moment, just a moment, Juniper couldn't quite catch his breath. "No," Mo said finally, weighing his words, "but he's trouble." "He's a prince." "Princes often are trouble," Mo said sagely. "And what princes have you met?" Juniper demanded, peeling his shirt off and slinging it roughly over a sooty oak branch. Other than that one just there. Morn shook his head, all the answer he seemed willing to give Juniper. We should talk, Juniper wanted to say, but Mo was already turning away to hang more of his wet things on some nearby tree branches. And talking, actually talking, had never gotten him anything but left behind. 7. The only good thing about nearly burning to death in the middle of the night, and your best friend then being rude to an actual prince, was that you did, at least, get to take a break from all the hiking and tramping about. The food, however, was utterly soaked. Juniper O'Reilly was not above eating soaked cheese, though he left the waterlogged bread. So he sat on the bank, naked as the day he was born, and ate all the remaining cheese, just so it didn't spoil. Mo had lost some of the coin he was carrying, but at the very least Juniper still had his. They had made quite a bit on the sale of their barley earlier in the season, so they could replenish their supply of cheese as soon as they reached Philly, and even have a night at the inn there without having to worry about times being lean during the winter. Junie Bug, Mo's interruption was as soft as a summer breeze. He sat down on the bank beside Juniper. Juniper looked at him and waited. I'm sorry, Mo said. Just that. Juniper startled. About the prince. I should not have called you a fool, Mo said slowly. I don't want to work with anyone else, though, just you. That was a colossally bad decision, and Juniper could not begin to understand why somebody as smart as Morn Elmthorn would keep picking him. There were hundreds of men more qualified for not only quests but for farming as well, come to think of it. Why Mo kept Juniper around at all was baffling, but Juniper could only hope Mo never realized it. He was a prince, Juniper explained, as if Mo was unaware. He didn't know how to say the rest of this. That this situation Juniper had gotten them into was a bad one, but some good could come of it. Juniper could make this right. He could give Mo enough adventure that Mo would be ready to settle down and they could befriend a prince, and Mo opened his mouth to say something and then seemed to think better of it. We'll make it to Philly by nightfall, he said. We'll have to go fast, and I think we should stay off the road. With the dragon sighted so recently, the mercenaries will be swarming. And when news makes it back to the villages, and eventually to the capital city, more will be joining up and flocking this way. And Juniper swallowed the last of his soggy cheese and flopped backward onto the packed dirt and soft green moss along the bank. It was more comfortable than his poor, too soon-departed bedroll. Perhaps he could weave together bits of moss like the she did to replace the lost trousers and bedroll. Won't that help? Safety in numbers and all that. Mo hesitated. Ah, he said, I think we have different ideas about safety. Now what in the fuck did that mean? For being someone who appreciated directness, Mo often seemed to speak in fucking riddles. Did Mo mean Juniper was an idiot with no sense of personal or professional safety? We'll circle back to that one, Juniper said a little coldly. Mo arched an eyebrow at him, and then put one hand under Juniper's shoulder, and flipped him straight back into the river. Juniper surfaced, spluttering and hollering. If you say circle back, I will push you in the water, Mo said, before offering his hand to pull Juniper back out. Juniper cursed again but allowed his friend to haul him back onto the mossy bank. Now, Mo said calmly, what part did you take offense to, because I meant none. So Juniper had been wrong to go leaping to conclusions with the agility of a mountain goat leaping from rock to rock. So it had not been meant as a personally hurtful statement of fact. I will. This was news to Juniper. A shame he'd had to be dunked to learn this lesson, but what could you do? We have different ideas of safety, Juniper asked. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. I'll push you in the creek if you don't explain to me how that is not an insult. I meant, Mo said, that I do not think these mercenaries are safe or our allies. They have been known to eliminate competition, especially successful competition. Juniper shivered at that. He had considered almost every possible opportunity to worry, and, as was his habit, made the most of his available opportunities and worried about all of them. Wolves, dragons, the cold, the heat, the fire, Bill Bronson winning, embarrassing himself in front of Momo giving up on him after realizing Juniper's true inadequacy. A new worry unlocked that day, meeting a prince while looking like a dead wet rat. But he had not considered, in all of his musings, that the other mercenaries would pose a true danger. Surely men like Bill would brawl with him, yes, but engage in any truly dangerous violence. Back in Tuss, the worst you could expect was maybe a broken nose or a headache from headbutting someone too many times. "You think they'll hunt us?" he asked. This was preposterous. If Juniper weren't riffraff himself, he'd be filing a formal complaint to the nearest town regent. "Well, no," Mo said. "I don't think they'll hunt us yet, and not unless we find the dragon ourselves." Juniper wanted to say that this seemed unlikely. Usually, the trained bands of mercenaries were the ones who completed the quest and won all the money. But Bill Bronson had won a quest once, and Juniper and Mo had already encountered a dragon, so. Mo continued, folding yesterday's shirt carefully with those big hands of his. "But mercenaries have often stolen slain beasts, killed the mercenaries who captured the beast to begin with, and claimed the glory as their own." "Shit," Juniper stood, shaking water droplets from his curls. He padded across the soft moss toward his nearly dry clothes. "You think Bill lied about those werewolves?" "I don't think werewolves are real," Mo answered, following suit. He was already mostly dressed, wearing his dry trousers and boots, knives remaining strapped to him. He was still shirtless, which was rather rude of him, especially when he looked like that. It was fucking distracting. At least not in the way the King's Quest described them. "I think Bronson and his men stole a glamored dead dog and passed it off as a mythical beast." "You don't have to wear a shirt," Juniper blurted. Mo's hand stilled where he'd been about to open his pack, the calloused pad of his finger just brushing the strap. Juniper's skin felt warm at the sight. "What?" Mo asked. Juniper coughed loudly. "Nothing," he said. "We're talking about monsters, Mo, keep up." "So do you think Bill killed someone to get his werewolf?" Juniper asked. But the discomfort snaking through his stomach and roiling like a pot of water over the fire had less to do with the idea of Bronson as a murderer, and more to do with his realization that Mo had been paying closer attention to the King's Quests that came and went than Juniper had known. Of course, they had always talked about a quest that would pull them from their sleepy village into the mountains, the highlands, the strange and cruel caves beneath the capital city, or even across the gap to the northern sea and the desolation beyond. They had told fine stories. But Juniper had never been serious, until he had to be serious to save his hide, and even then it was only an unfortunate accident. They were supposed to stay by their cozy hearth fire until they were both very, very old, and Juniper would weave more blankets and card more wool and plant more seeds, and they would go on as they always had, their doors carefully shut at night and their beds comfortable. "Bronson seems more like a thief than a murderer to me," Mo answered in that slow, thoughtful tone that usually put Juniper's mind at ease. But now it made his thoughts jumble faster, because Mo had thought about this, and deeply. Had he spent every winter dreaming of leaving? And if he had, why did he stay at all? "Either way," Juniper contributed as he pulled on his shirt, groaning at the soreness in his shoulders when he raised his arms above his head. The sleeve tangled and Mo tugged it back into place, those fingers brushing Juniper's forearm as he did. For a moment, Juniper's words trailed off into silence. "Either way," Mo prompted. Juniper cleared his throat, his forearm still prickling where Mo had touched him. "Either way," Juniper continued, "we avoid Bill, and not just because his face is unpleasant and his manners are worse. And I think he is the mildest of the mercenaries we will encounter," Mo added. He tossed Juniper's trousers toward him. "So are we in agreement? Best to go this alone, just the two of us." That was fine by Juniper. But if the actual crown prince, who was rumored to have very thick thighs and a deep voice, showed up to hunt a dragon, Juniper may have to renegotiate this arrangement. All right, Juniper agreed, but I still think we shouldn't be rude to princes. They might decide to behead us. Mo grunted, all the answer Juniper would get about princes and beheading. And then they were off again, packs just as heavy, shoulders just as sunburned, but with an incredible new layer of chafing tormenting Juniper's inner thighs as he walked. This walk was a quieter one. Great swaths of the forest burned beyond recognition. Land that had once been covered in growing things laid to waste. Juniper spent most of it thinking of their own farm, of golden wheat and cheerfully waving barley that could be reduced to charred remains in minutes, and all the soft, friendly animals that would be so much roast meat if the dragon had their way. Mo, for his part, was even quieter than usual, so if Juniper was not babbling like a brook, nobody was going to talk. They reached Philly just as the shadows began to grow long, making the burnt husks of trees look like gnarled, bony fingers reaching toward the golden and pink-streaked sky. "We'll stay at the inn, of course," Juniper said. Beds were a glorious invention, as opposed to whoever had invented sleeping on the fucking ground. Philly was a bigger town than Tuss, but only slightly, and only because many travelers passed through it on their way farther north into the wilds. The king was dead set on exploring all the wilderness until it was no longer wilderness and was instead bustling villages and farms. For the economy, he said each time he cut down swaths of trees and brought in more businessmen circling back about coins. The wolves, Mo always said, were less sure about the king's plans. Juniper, for his part, opposed the businessmen on principle, of course. They were useless in a brawl and cried too easily. As for the rest of it, kings and economies were not his strong suit. Here in Philly, the roads were packed dirt, just like back home, and while the street they walked on was quieter, shops had all shut for the day. The sound of merriment drifted from a few streets over. "I don't think we'll stay at the inn," Mo answered Juniper. His gaze swept the dark street, his posture alert. "We can replenish our supplies and then find a campsite outside of the city walls." Juniper pulled up short in front of a barber shop that advertised silky smooth manly skin in blooming painted letters and all the latest in beard styling below it. "You think we'll fucking what? Besides," Mo said. He didn't slow at all, as if he just expected Juniper to run now that he was a few paces behind. "These inns are notorious for having only one bed." Juniper run, maybe for the right mead, and certainly for cheese, but with a pack on his back and bad news to boot. Mo was incorrigible. "Only one bed is better than only no bed," Juniper declared. "And the woods, in case you had forgot, have no beds. None at all. Even less beds than usual because I kicked mine into a forest fire." "Wait here," Mo said. "Keep watch for me. I want to learn more about how far this dragon news has gone, but I want to do it subtly." Morn Elmthorn was many things, but subtle was not one of them. Juniper, however, was even less subtle, so he accepted Mo's plan, reluctantly. When the door shut behind Mo, Juniper slumped against the wall. Was it his imagination, or were the nearby sounds of merriment turning a bit fierce? The sound of shouting grew closer. Juniper stood up a little taller immediately, his hand dropping to the single knife he'd brought along. He'd known they were untrained, unprepared, but he hadn't thought until this moment, where he stood alone in an unfamiliar town, just how bad this could get. The dragon itself had been more theoretical to Juniper than anything. A group of human men, well, one could be part Bruggen, staggered out through an alley, arguing loudly with one another. "They said there's a whole horde of dragons," one insisted loudly. Juniper drew back into the shadow of the shop, glancing at the door. He should go inside. Oh, but Mo had asked him to keep watch, and he so rarely asked for what he needed. Juniper could do this. "There's not a horde," another man in the party snapped. "It's just one, you dimwit." The group continued down the dirt road. but the sounds of a scuffle intensified as they went, along with a grunted "Don't shove me, you God's-cursed mountain midge" alongside of it. Juniper was just about to knock on the shop door and see if Mo was all right in there when a man in a long cloak, hood up over his face, came racing down the street, waving his arms. "Help!" he shouted. Juniper straightened. Help was inside, he was just Juniper. But he wouldn't leave someone calling for help. That was not the Tuss way or Juniper's way, despite it all. "What is it?" Juniper called, stepping toward the runner. But the other man had no chance to answer, because a tall, well-muscled man wearing finely crafted armor and carrying a sharp, curved blade rounded the side of a nearby shop. The first stranger tripped, sprawling near Juniper's feet. The second charged in, blade raised, and Juniper didn't think. Just stepped out of the shadow of the building, raised his hand high above his head, and slammed the hilt of his knife into the armed stranger's head. There was a loud thump, and the man slumped to the ground. Juniper breathed out with a loud whoosh of air before offering his hand to the man who'd been chased through the streets. "You all right?" he asked. "What was that all about?" Juniper's luck was holding, because the man he'd just saved shoved his hood back. Bill, Juniper had saved Bill fucking Bronson. As if on cue, the shop door opened and Mo exited, his brow furrowed. "I heard shouting," he said. "You all right?" "Oh, I see." Mo didn't see, though Juniper could understand the mistake. "It wasn't actually Bill and I fighting," Juniper explained, wrinkling his nose as he looked at Bill, who looked back at him with astonishment, probably surprised that Juniper had saved his hide. "Let's go," Mo said. Then he gestured to the unconscious man who'd been pursuing Bill. "Wait, who's he?" "He was trying to kill Bill," Juniper said. "I'm sure he had a very good reason." He nudged the man with his boot. Bill was still staring at them both, now his mouth open just a little. "We joined a mercenary band," he said. "He wanted to be part of it. I said we were full and he—" Bill shivered. Juniper would not sympathize with him, would not think about how terrified Bill, who was also only a lad from Tuss when it came down to it, must have felt. The sound of footsteps thundering made all three of them stop, Mo's hands dropping to his belt of knives. He stepped forward, blocking most of Juniper's view as he stood between Juniper and whatever threat came around the corner. It was P.H. Tevin, eyes wide, chest heaving. "Oh, Bill," he gasped, rushing in to grab Bill's hands. "I what?" He stared in confusion at Morn and Juniper. Bill said. "Juniper, I was being chased and Juniper knocked the man out. I don't think he knew it was me." Both P.H. Tevin and Mo looked at Juniper. They didn't have to look that surprised. Juniper was a hater, not a monster. "Thank you," P.H. Tevin said. Like Mo's had earlier, P.H. Tevin's gaze swept up and down the street looking for more threats. "Fevin," Mo acknowledged the man with a nod. "Morn," P.H. Tevin nodded back. "We were just headed to the inn to meet with a possible business partner when Bill wandered off. You sure you don't want to join us?" Mo stood steadfast, feet planted on the packed brown soil. "We're all right," he said. "Are the rooms nice?" Juniper blurted. "Oh, lovely," Bill said. "Though they'll likely be sold out for the night since we have rooms promised to us already, and there's royalty in town. I'm sure you hadn't heard." Juniper had just saved his life. And he had already met the prince Bill was trying to brag about. Still, he raised his fists, grinning at Bill. "Not tonight," Mo said quietly. His hand found Juniper's shoulder and squeezed, sending a shiver racing down Juniper's spine. "Sleep well, Bronson." Juniper's head snapped to Mo. For two reasons. One, Mo almost never stopped him before he got in a fight. He preferred to let Juniper brawl until he needed help, or jump in immediately and join the pummeling. Two, was there a threat in his tone just now? Why had he made sleep well sound like Bill should be sleeping with one eye open? Maybe that last part was just wishful thinking. After all, Morn didn't usually try to wade into the undercurrents of speech that way. But by the way Bill's already white skin paled considerably, Bill had heard that too. The men moved on, their pace quicker, while Juniper trailed behind Mo again. "We really can't stay at the inn?" he asked, definitely not sounding like a petulant child who has just been told that no, he may not have a lick of the honey sticks at the market. "If we run," ugh, there he went suggesting running again, "we could probably beat Bill to a room." "Only one bed," Mo repeated, as if that was the only rebuttal necessary. "I know you value your space. Let's get you a replacement bedroll and some food and off we go." If Mo didn't stop saying "off we go," Juniper was going to have to do more tackling. And he didn't want to do more tackling because his shoulders were very, very, very fucking sore. So it would be considerate of Mo to stop saying annoying, cheerful phrases like "off we go" and spare Juniper's poor shoulders. "I know you value your space." The words rattled in Juniper's chest, hollowing him out. Mo was already walking again, his stupid long legs making his pace look easy. They dodged a lively group of she who were arguing about how much of the coin prize each of them would get when they found the dragon, and stopped outside a small stone building on the corner a few streets away. Mo looked down at Juniper with that steady, warm gaze that made Juniper feel like he was unraveling. "I think that was brave of you," he said. "Oh," Juniper swallowed uncomfortably, "I thank you." Mo nodded and pulled open the door before Juniper had a chance to make it weird, start crying, throw himself into Mo's arms, launch into a story. Devona only knew what could happen. The options were endless. Inside the shop were rows of gear people must often take into the wilds. Thick, heavy cloaks, red leather jerkins, bows with deadly sharp arrows, hefty boots. "One bedroll, please," Juniper told the clerk, a short, squat man seated on a stool behind the counter. "On King's business," the man asked in a voice that reminded Juniper strongly of the large-billed herons that hunted for fish in the creek back home. "Of course," Juniper said proudly. "Don't forget the upsell." An equally squawk-like voice sounded from a small back room. A moment later, a bespectacled woman emerged, leaning on her cane with one hand. "Oh, look at you, Sonny. Just the picture of distress. Do you need a place to stay tonight?" "We have a room above, though unfortunately it's only one bed," Juniper said dismally. "I know." "We're all right," Mo said. "Thank you, just the bedroll, please, and a hunting knife for him." Juniper joined the illustrious ranks of people in this small 1.5-room shop who sounded like distressed birds. "A knife?" he asked. "For me?" "Of course," Mo said. "Your knife was small, and if you're going to be knocking more people out, you'll need something with a better hilt. Also, best to have an extra in case you kick it away with your trousers or something." Mo, of course, had not meant to embarrass Juniper. But the shopkeepers turned identical sets of sea-green eyes on him, both clearly quite curious about what sort of man kicked off his pants in the woods and left them there. "Oh dear," the woman said finally. "Do you need trousers? We've got just the thing." "No, no," Mo said. "He doesn't need pants." "Mo," Juniper squeaked. Was a squeak better or worse than a squawk? He couldn't decide. "Please stop," Juniper said, recovering his wits. "Devona above, I'd just like a bedroll, please. If I wanted to be humiliated, I'd be paying a very different sort of person for that kind of thing. No offense," he added when the man across the counter frowned. It was Mo's turn to shake his head. "Right then," he said, fishing for a few coins from his own pocket. "It's all right," he said when Juniper reached for his own coin purse. "I have a few left. Let me, since I'm the one who doesn't want to spend the night in town." The bird shopkeepers turned to look at him. It was uncanny, the way their heads swiveled at the same time. Maybe they were birds. Juniper racked his mind for stories about shifters. Did some shifters take the shape of owls or storks or pelicans? He would have to consult Mo. The elderly pair, whether they were or were not birds of some kind. fished out a bedroll that looked as if it had seen better days. It was a gray, blue thing, a heavy, thick material Juniper didn't quite recognize. "What is that made of?" he asked. "My skin is very delicate, and at home I care for it 3 times daily." "It's take it or leave it," the woman told him flatly. "Are you sure you wouldn't like some of our creams or potions?" Juniper shuddered. "Oh, I couldn't," he told her. "I'm very careful and my skin is grateful." Mo, whose skin was as clear as could be and twice as soft, snorted. "Let's go then," he said. "Do you know if any of the bakers or other merchants are open this late in the evening? We're looking to restock our provisions." Of course, at this, the shopkeepers began talking over each other about how they would be happy to sell bread and other provisions. Finally, when it was clear Juniper and Mo would get nothing besides rampant greed, Juniper clutched his scratchy bedroll against his chest. This really might give him hives, and backed slowly toward the door. Mo leaned down, his mouth close to Juniper's ear. "Can I interest you in buying a dirty pair of underwear?" he asked in his best impression of the bird-like voices. "Or perhaps a bit of moldy cheese," Juniper countered. And then they were out the door, hustling off down the street, the calls of the shopkeepers still echoing behind them. Despite the day, despite it all, Juniper was still laughing so hard he snorted at Mo's impressions as they found their way to a bakery. Much less drama. Only a tired man with a snow-white beard happy to sell them his last loaves for the day, and then another merchant who sold them cheese and jerky. Oh, beloved cheese! Juniper was so happy he did not notice at all what this merchant looked like. He only hesitated once at the edge of town, glancing longingly over his shoulder toward lights and noise and mead and beds. "You're sure?" he asked one more time. Okay, well, maybe he asked it 4 or 5 or 7 more times, but overall he was being very brave. And he was mostly joking now, and Mo was smiling at him the way he always did, and things would be all right if Juniper could just keep that smile on Mo's face. Things got a little better when Mo shared the small bottle of mead that had somehow survived the dragon attack, and thank all the gods for that. Juniper was never particularly religious, but when it came to the preservation of perfectly good booze, he was ready to be a most ardent devotee of the old saints and deities. Mo decided on a small clearing near the river, but not so near the river that they were likely to encounter wild animals or raiders or any other number of dangers he very freely told Juniper about. Telling Juniper about the dangers of the wilderness right before he was supposed to sleep out in it was very rude, but Juniper kept his peace. And by kept his peace, Juniper meant he did not have enough air in his lungs for arguing, chasing, or wrestling. It was only after they settled in for the night that Juniper realized Mo had, ever so quietly, laid out his own bedroll for Juniper and taken the scratchy one for himself. He knew, because it smelled just like Mo wood smoke and pine and river and chamomile, and a little bit of mead. Somehow, for reasons far behind Juniper's comprehension, it was far easier to fall asleep wrapped in warm blankets that smelled just like Mo elmthorn. 8. The next morning brought a steady drizzle of rain, but no further sighting of the dragon. Mo woke earlier than Juniper. Again, Mo's insistence that it was normal, okay, or sane behavior to wake before sunup and go and do things was worrisome, and scouted the area, finding what he could of prints and evidence of where the dragon had gone. By the time Juniper woke, Mo was cooking 2 fish over a small fire, and had news that the rain had slowed many of the parties and kept them enfillied for the morning. The fire was sputtering pitifully, battered by the slow drip of rain, so Juniper rummaged in his pack until he found the tinder he'd worked to dry the day before. It caught, making the flames leap higher and the fish sizzle. Mo looked at him gratefully. "Perhaps," Juniper said hopefully, "it would be better if we hunkered down for the day. I've heard dragons don't even like rain. In fact, I read." "No, you didn't." Mo's grin was nearly hidden in his beard, but Juniper could hear it in his voice. and I think our breakfast is ready. Fish was not the sort of breakfast Juniper would have chosen for himself, but there was mead left, so if he had to have fish for breakfast, he could at least have it drunk. The last of the mead was gone too quickly, and the log he sat on to eat his breakfast too damp, but the cloak Mo had insisted he pack did him good and kept him mostly dry. All in all, things were looking up, as much as they possibly could when trapped on a horrible quest until Samhain. Since the dragon is so close, maybe this quest will be all over soon, Juniper suggested. Don't you think? Mo didn't respond for a long moment. Then, I don't think we should plan to be home until Samhain at the earliest. Juniper's stomach sank. Mo was too kind to say the rest, that it was Juniper's fault they were out here to begin with. That Juniper complaining about it wasn't fair. After a long moment of silence, Juniper gathered all his courage and said, "I'm sorry." Mo looked inscrutably at him. "I'm sorry for dragging us on this whole thing," he said. He could not look at Mo. Apologies were as uncomfortable as sunburn and twice as itchy. But he said it anyway because he owed Mo that much. Because he was always more trouble than he was worth, and he was lucky Mo had said yes to coming with him in the first place. Mo shrugged one shoulder. "Junibug," he said gently, "it's not so bad out here." Juniper wasn't sure if that was worse or better, but he nodded uncomfortably, and let things fall silent between them again. "I found a trail leading north, skirting Point Gan Phillied," Mo told him after a moment. "Though you're the better tracker, so maybe you should have a look before we decide for sure. Are you ready?" Was Juniper ready? For a brawl, yes. For a fine warm mug of steaming chaga tea, definitely. For his bed? Gods, yes. "If I must," Juniper said, which pulled a rough laugh from Mo's mouth. "I found an abandoned farm about an hour's walk north of here," Mo said. "Well, an hour for us." "You are so often unintentionally rude," Juniper told Mo, nudging him with his less sore shoulder, the left one. "Are you saying that it's a 40-minute walk at your pace?" "A 32-minute walk at my pace without the pack," Mo answered. "Probably 44 with my pack." "Insufferable man," Juniper told him fondly. "And you're sure we don't have time to stop by town and rent a room just for an hour?" "I could bathe and care for my skin, and your skin looks like it always does," Mo said. "Well, that's because I take care of it," Juniper said, but Mo was already walking. "Wait, does that mean it looks good, or that it always looks bad?" Mo laughed. "Morningthal Elmthorn, is skincare a joke to you?" Juniper howled. Mo turned to him, eyebrow raised. "Your skin is impeccable," he said, "and not because of whatever lard you do or don't have." It was stupid to feel like his chest was expanding with warmth at the compliment, especially delivered the way it was. But Juniper was often stupid. "Good, thank you. And it's tallow, thank you, more often than lard, but it is the reason I have a wonderful complexion. So, what's our plan?" Juniper asked as they started off down the hill, dead leaves crunching briskly under their boots. He winced a little as one of his hard-earned blisters popped as he walked, leaking miserably into his only pair of dry socks. "Our plan," Mo startled a little. Which was a damn good thing, because Juniper could catch up to him without running then. "Our plan is find the dragon," Mo said. "Oh, Morningthal, you sweet and delirious hunk of a man, that is not a plan." For all his strengths, and even his strengths at planning some parts of a trip like supplies and where to sleep, when it came to something that involved a fight or another type of danger, well, Mo just assumed he would show up and things would be fine. He would just handle it, one way or another. Maybe it was because he had stood a head taller than everyone else their age from the time he was about 8 winters old, and he was built, to borrow a phrase from Juniper's father, who had been good at such phrases, and at just about nothing else, like a brick shithouse. "What are you going to do when you reach the dragon?" Juniper asked patiently. Mo shrugged. "We have knives," he said, "and I have a net big enough to hold a man. I thought we'd immobilize the dragon, but only if we had to." We're going to catch a dragon with a net," Juniper asked in disbelief. Mo was back to his honestly ridiculous walking pace, his stride lengthening as he led them down a hill, splashing across a shallow stream. Juniper and his blisters and sense of self all recoiled at the idea of tromping across a shallow stream and ending up muddy again, but he followed. Because, well, this was Mo. And he'd follow stupid Mo Elmthorne to the end of this stupid continent. "A net and weapons," Mo said. "It's a big net. I told you the dragon I saw wasn't much bigger than you, so I really think the net would be fine. Besides, we might be able to reason with them." Juniper raised his eyes to the heavens in silent prayer to all the gods he sometimes believed in, and also to Mo's ancestors, just for good measure. Juniper's ancestors were probably still inebriated, or at least the only ancestor he had ever met was, and it would do no more good to pray to him now than it had done to ask him for anything while he was alive. "Do you think it's a bad idea?" Mo offered his hand when Juniper tripped over a root mid-prayer. "Yes," Juniper said as Mo's fingers wrapped around his grip warm and firm, "but it's yours. Do you have a better one? I wish we had a spear and a bear trap." "You said those were unethical," Mo protested. "For bears," Juniper said. "Are there ethics to hunting dragons?" "I think there are ethics to everything," Mo said. "Did you know my grandmem said that there used to be a species of dragons that could shift between human and dragon form? Did you know that there are stories around our village that say you're part bear?" Juniper shot back. "Not all stories come from truth." Though as he looked at his friend, whose beard was thick and whose chest had sported a fine layer of hair from the time they were both about 12 winters old, there might be some merit. "I can hear you wondering if the bear rumor is true," Mo snorted. "You do eat fish for breakfast," Juniper pointed out. "All right, if we can't catch a dragon with a net, can we agree to do things my way?" he asked as Mo led them to a small footpath, so narrow it might have been more for wild animals than humans. "Is your way renting a room at an inn back in Point Gan Filleed and drinking for 3 days?" Mo asked him. "Of course, and smoking a fat pipe of some local herb so that I can tell you the most fantastic stories," Juniper said. "The silver goose may be upgraded to gold, or even king's metal if you're very lucky and the herbs are very good. Do we have a deal?" Mo laughed again, the sound rippling through Juniper's chest like a wave. "We do," he said. "Do you want to man the net?" "I do not, but thank you so much for asking." The conversation faded into the forest behind them as they walked, dropping slowly like red and orange and yellow leaves drifting down from the trees. The rain was still falling, a gentle drizzle that would eventually be miserable. The little footpath narrowed and broadened and wound around elderly oaks and drooping willows, past little meadows of moss and dancing daisies, and back across the stream 3 more times. Juniper's blisters protested each time, and so did his mouth, just for good measure. When they reached the barn Mo had mentioned, it was nearing midday. "We can sleep here tonight if nobody else happens by," Mo suggested. Juniper could have jumped for joy. He would have, if he had not been carrying a pack that weighed more than a full-grown ram, and if his knees did not feel like a grandmam's who had seen past 100 winters, and if his damn feet didn't hurt. He settled for a semi-cheerful hooray, and dropped his pack with a thump. "Get your knife then," Mo directed him. Juniper, who would have bitten anyone else who had given him an order of any kind, withdrew his knife dutifully. It felt strange and too large in his hand. He was a farmer, used to using a knife for cooking or cutting vegetables, or even for cooking and cleaning fish. Sometimes, if Mo really insisted, he must. But they did not do any butchering themselves, electing instead to trade for meat from Farmer Abernathy or from the markets, because outside of fish, neither Mo nor Juniper could bear the killing of animals. Say Mo, the thought struck Juniper several days and a quest too late. After all, it wasn't like he'd planned for success. He hadn't planned at all, honestly. "How will we kill this dragon?" If he couldn't kill an old rooster whose only hobby was chasing juniper across the barley fields every morning, Mo certainly couldn't kill a dragon. He would probably get teary and call it beautiful, and say something about the wonder to be found in all life. Which Juniper reflected wasn't all wrong. It probably would be beautiful. But it would also be trying to incinerate them, which was less wonder-inspiring and more terror-inspiring. "We have a net," Mo said, as if this explained everything. "And all the dragons in the old stories were fairly reasonable." "Oh, silly me," Juniper said, plopping down onto the damp, packed soil outside the abandoned barn. The barn was sagging dangerously in one direction, clearly long abandoned. "That clears it all up. We have a net. Thank you, Mo, clear as fucking spring water now." Mo did not set down his pack. "We can trap it," he said. "We get the reward for trapping it, not killing it. Didn't you read the terms and conditions?" "The what?" Juniper stared at him blankly for a moment before rummaging through his pack for some bits of cheese and dried fruit. He'd read the details about the deliverables, or he thought he had. He'd even read the part about SMART goals. "You know, the bit at the bottom of the contract in very small text," Mo said. "The part with all the details, including the you know." In an apparent attempt to be delicate, he drew his finger across his throat to mimic beheading, in lieu of saying the word aloud. "The unalivement, that's the terms and conditions." "Mo, my darling, nobody reads the terms and conditions," Juniper said. "Except the people who write them," Mo said thoughtfully. "We should look in the barn first, make sure nobody's beat us to this spot." "Oh, Mo," Juniper could not help the eye roll. Really, he couldn't. Nobody but the desperate would pick an abandoned barn. Everyone else is in town enjoying warm bread and pints of mead and soft, soft beds. "Probably not all that soft," Mo said practically. He drew one of his knives, the biggest one, his fingers wrapping firmly around the hilt in a way that made Juniper blush for no reason at all. "Come on." Juniper got to his feet with a groan. Everything ached. Why had nobody told him quests would be more than a little bit painful? Why hadn't somebody tackled him to the ground when he first had the terrible idea to leap off that stage? Some ideas were tackle-worthy. Juniper would never pass up an opportunity to tackle Mo if it became necessary. For his safety, of course. "You need your knife." Mo's voice was soft, but not hearth-fire soft, lilting a little as he carded wool. It was waiting for danger soft, breath of wind before a storm soft. Juniper probably shouldn't like it quite as much as he did. "You need your knife." Juniper mimicked his words under his breath, pitching his voice as high as one of those blasted upselling shopkeepers. But he closed his hand around the blade, because he may play all day long, but if Mo needed his best friend to have his back with a knife, Juniper was there. What had once been a small cottage was now nothing but a square wall made of stones, moss tangled between them, but the barn, at least, still had a roof. It was bigger than the house had been and built with good cedar. Juniper could see that even as it was sagging now. The doors still held, two great double doors that had once been painted a cheerful red, but now had the duller auburn color of river rock. Juniper lifted the crumbling wooden latch that held the two doors shut and let the doors swing slowly outward with a gentle, dying creak. It smelled like hay and sneezing and warm late summer afternoons, and sleeping in the haystack under the sun, even if it made you sneezy, and also a little damp. But what wasn't damp at this point? Maybe that was just Juniper's own scent, or Mo's. Mo. S-H-H. And then Juniper's eyes adjusted to the dim interior of the barn. There was indeed a haystack, molding a bit at the bottom, and the remnants of a pen that had once likely held sheep, judging by the height of the wooden troughs. And there, in the very middle of the floor, sat a very small child who couldn't be more than 4 or 5 winters old, staring up at them from beneath soot-covered lashes. 9. Juniper forgot, for just a moment, that one was not supposed to swear in front of small children. Mo politely reminded him about 7 or so curses in. not with words but with a well-placed elbow to Juniper's poor rib cage. "Devona's sake, you don't have to murder me," Juniper complained. He crouched down there in the hay in front of the little girl, a safe distance away where he wouldn't scare her. "Are you all right?" he asked. He had plenty of experience with small, frightened animals. Mo was always bringing them home, and okay, fine, he was as guilty as Mo about bringing in wounded birds or other small creatures who needed it, and he was going to do his best here. Mumford had been skittish when he'd first appeared on their land, hadn't he? Small children couldn't be that much different, could they? After all, Juniper had been a child once. On one memorable occasion, when Juniper had been only 4 or 5 winters old, about the age of this child here, if he had to guess, he had run away from home. He had looked a sorry sight, eating stale bread beneath a stone bridge only a 20-minute walk from home, and some well-meaning but absolutely immense Bruggain had walked right up to him and asked if he was all right. The Bruggain had towered above him, and had shoulders that looked like great gray boulders, and one lumpy horn-adjacent growth on the left side of his head that had Juniper running home, screaming in fear. So, at least Juniper wasn't doing that. "I don't talk to you," the little girl said, the words startlingly clear for a wee thing her size. "You're not my mama." "I am not," Juniper agreed, offering her a smile that he hoped was the right mixture of a little silly and a little reassuring. "We already have a bit of common ground then. We both agree I'm not your mother." Mo cleared his throat. Juniper nodded in the direction of the ground, gesturing for Mo to sit. This type of thing, Juniper understood. He might not be good for just about anything on this stupid little quest he'd landed them in, and he might be terrible at conserving cheese instead of eating it all in one sitting, but by Devona, he knew how not to make a child cry. Mo hesitated and then sat down, cross-legged on the hay. "Do you know where your mother is?" Juniper asked. "Maybe we could help you find her." He looked at Mo, who nodded. Quest or no quest, this they could agree on. Or at least Juniper could hope that was what Mo's nod meant. "My mother flew away," the girl said. Well, this was a new development. Not how children typically spoke, at least as far as Juniper remembered. Had he ever claimed his mother flew away when asked? No, he had never told anyone about his mother. He tucked that thought carefully away, behind other more important thoughts of when he would eat next, or if he might nap in this hay before they went on, or what they ought to do with this child. Thoughts of his father were always quickly tucked away. Thoughts of his mother, non-existent, thank you very much. "What's your name?" Juniper asked gently. Surely that was a safer question. "I don't talk to you," the girl said. "Helpful," Juniper said, "and I do understand that, respect it even." Mo scooted a little closer. At that, the little girl opened her mouth. Juniper suppressed a shriek. Instead of normal human teeth in neat little rows, the girl had sharp, jagged teeth cut into points. "Oh dear," Juniper said, "where did you get those?" The child snarled, scooting back. Juniper looked at Mo looked right back at Juniper. And then he lifted one hand slowly and pointed to himself. "Mo," he said, tapping his chest lightly. At some point, he had slid his knife back in his belt, and now he was sitting perfectly still, his body relaxed in that way that always made Juniper subtly relax, too. Even when their coin hadn't stretched as far at the market as they needed it to, or one of the lambs was ill, or Farmer Abernathy was completely out of hard cheese. "Bear," the little girl said. Then she scooted toward him, shoulders relaxing as her mouth snapped shut over those awful teeth. She tapped her own chest, then looked pointedly at Juniper. How was Mo better at this too? "Juniper," he sighed. Mo grinned at the girl, then winked conspiratorially. "Junibug," he said. At this, the girl with the horrible teeth giggled, clapping a hand over her mouth. "Junibug," she repeated, and then giggled again. It was more of a chortle, and so was Mo's, a wicked, naughty chortle. "Can we help you?" Mo asked. "Mo and Junibug help Bear." Bear nodded slowly. She was a wispy little thing, slight as a flame though just as fierce. She had fair skin smattered with freckles and dark brown hair that reminded Juniper of Mo's thick curls. "Mo and Junibug help," she said, "but you're not my mama." "We're not," Juniper agreed for the 45th time. "Where did you last see her?" Bear pointed straight up. As one, Juniper and Mo let their gaze travel upward toward a wide gap in the ceiling at one end of the barn. "I don't understand," Juniper said. "Mo." But before Mo could answer, before he could say anything at all, they were interrupted by the thunder of hoofbeats outside the barn. Juniper for once was on his feet before Mo if he shouted, "My snacks." In worry as he realized they were likely to be trampled, no he didn't, and he wouldn't appreciate anyone insinuating he did. "Thank you very much." "The prince," Mo said. "The prince," Juniper said. "The prince?" Bear asked. She stood too, wrapping her thin arms around her small frame as if to fight against the cold. Mo shrugged off his cloak and wrapped it around the girl. That didn't do anything at all to Juniper's heart. No flip-flopping around his chest here, actually. He had a good best friend, that was all. A very good one from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. "Stay here?" Mo asked her gently. She nodded. Something strange settled in the pit of Juniper's stomach. This was not his quest, even if he had signed his name. This was not his mission, his glory, his fame. He was a farm boy who missed home and had made a dumb choice during a brawl. But some long-suppressed instinct of good sense made him straighten up and say, "Bear, why don't you hide under there?" He said it very softly, just as softly as he wished someone had spoken to him when he'd been crouched under that bridge so long ago. And to his amazement, Bear crouched down and pulled the cloak over her head. From the door, it looked like nothing but Mo's pack and discarded cloak. Mo nodded his approval, and Juniper had to pretend that nod didn't make warmth spread all through him, as if the sun had just come out from behind the clouds. Mo pushed open the door and stepped out, Juniper following closely at his heels. It was indeed the prince, unfortunately accompanied by Bill Bronson and P.H. Tevin, and their merry band of assholes. "Avast," called Prince Edward. He was wearing his crown and somehow, gleaming new armor and brandishing that shin sword of his. "Ahoy," Juniper called back with a friendly wave. Mo slapped his hand out of the air. Bill sneered and said something dumb. Juniper was sure of it, but Juniper couldn't hear him over the triumphant roar of the prince. "We've caught one of the dragons." Prince Edward proclaimed this as if he were making a royal announcement to a room full of courtiers, or whomever it was that princes usually announce things to. It was different from someone speaking to you, of course, but it had a strangely captivating quality to it all the same. "Wait," Juniper said, "one of the dragons." His newly held hope that the quest was done, after only a few miserable nights outdoors and one pants-related mishap, was promptly dashed. A new development. The prince dismounted his horse, tossing the reins to one of Bronson's goons, and made his way across the muddy yard toward them. "We caught a great big one as she was burning down a home just west of here. I'm surprised you didn't hear all the hubbub. She's dead, though. I took her down myself, actually." At this bold claim, one of Bronson's men startled, as if he were on the verge of correcting the prince. But one did not simply correct a prince. "Is it over, then?" Juniper asked. He turned to look at Mo, whose expression was as cold and hard as the frozen creek at the dead of winter. "Of course not," Prince Edward said. His golden gaze met Juniper's squarely. It was dazzling to be looked at by a prince. It made Juniper feel as if he were not merely a farm boy after all, as if he, at last, could be something. Why isn't it over? Was Juniper the last to know, as always? What was he fucking missing that everyone else seemed to know? "There's a nest," Bill interjected, speaking over the prince. Speaking over the prince. If anyone in this kingdom needed to be pelted with rotting vegetables, It was that man. At least once a week, maybe, until it did him some good. If the prince hadn't been there, Juniper would have challenged Bronson to get off that horse and meet him knuckle to knuckle like a man. Well, there's at least one adolescent dragon, Prince Edward corrected, his jovial smile never failing, even at Bronson's interruption. It was seen with the mother last night, but the mother led us on such a chase that we lost sight of the young one. It will be easy to find now, without the protection of the great beast. Of course, Juniper said, with a horrible knowing feeling unfolding right there in his chest, blooming like belladonna. You sure you lads don't want to join us? Prince Edward asked. His eyes cut to Mo, who did not move. No, Juniper said glumly, because Mo was going to say it anyway. Well, of course you haven't seen anything around here, have you? Prince Edward said, but he was already moving past, his shoulder colliding with Juniper's. Nothing hiding in that old barn, I'm sure. Mo winced, even though it was Juniper who had been bumped by the prince. Mo, Juniper said, not quite understanding what he was asking his friend to do, or not do. It was very like the way Mo often said his name, heavy and full of warning, asking him, a little desperately now, not to act. Bear stayed still beneath her cloak. It was just hay and dust and spiders and that hole in the roof. Bill had entered behind them, taking a sniff of the barn as he did. They probably just couldn't afford a room in the inn, he said. What, did you kick your coin into the fire with your pants, or did you just have no money to begin with? Ah, shit. So everyone had heard about that now. Though Juniper supposed he had announced it quite loudly while the prince was close by. Still, shouldn't Bill be on his best behavior, after Juniper had saved his life? We'll be on our way then, the prince said. If you see the beast, send word to us and we'll back you up. Of course, Juniper said. Mo said nothing at all, his dark eyes never leaving the prince as he exited the barn, his armor glinting despite the sunless day. I do think they tromped all over my snacks, Juniper said woefully. Mo said. The men lingered beside their horses, examining the ground as if to look for dragon tracks, though Juniper was sure he saw Bill snatch a bit of cheese from the top of Juniper's discarded satchel. Mama, the wee, sharp voice interrupted them just as the prince was remounting his horse. This time it was Mo who cursed, so quietly that Juniper just barely caught it. He's a prince, Juniper told her quickly, leaping into her path to keep her from running out the barn door. Bear, if you just. Mama, Bear repeated. For one moment, the world froze as the prince and the mercenaries turned at the sound. And then, with a flash, Bear's sharp teeth grew deadlier and her skin rippled into scales and Mo's cloak slid from her extending wings. Junibug, she snarled his nickname at him just as her face ceased to look human at all. Dragon, the prince yelled just as Bear lifted from the ground, wings spread, a wall of fire roaring straight from her open jaws. Act 2. Dragon. Adoption any moment. Juniper was Itwy with a raging ball of fire, facing down the end of his life, while wearing the most uncomfortable pair of trousers anyone had ever worn. The next his feet were off the ground, was he flying? No, Mo's shoulder was jammed into Juniper's side, and Juniper was being tackled to the ground. Better than death in hard pants, at least. They hit the hay with a hard thump, and for a moment the whole world went completely quiet. Juniper didn't hear the men shouting, the crackle of flames above him, the roar of the dragon girl. It was just Mo on top of him, a breath away from Juniper's face. Mo's eyes were wide with panic, his broad chest heaving. Mourn, Juniper said when his best friend didn't move. Mo, it's okay, we're okay. Akish. Juniper had seen that kind of panic on his best friend's face before. Mo was tough, good in a crisis, amazing in a brawl. But sometimes Mo disappeared into a cloud of panic, usually when Juniper's safety, or lack thereof, was involved. And in those moments Juniper could solve anything. He gently rolled Mo off him, squeezing his friend's shoulder. "We're okay," he repeated firmly. Mo shook his head as if clearing away cobwebs. Juniper took a deep breath and pushed himself up from the hay, swaying only a little bit on his feet. Prince Edward was standing in the doorway to the barn, his expression furious, though he still looked remarkably heroic. Juniper sighed deeply. That was, as the Bruggen called it, riz, an ancient word in their culture that meant someone was particularly gifted at having no bad angles, no matter the conditions. It wasn't. "Did you know?" Prince Edward snarled. Mo scrambled to his feet, grabbing Juniper's shoulder with one bulky hand. "Behind me," he said softly. Mo was back, panic erased from his face as if it had never been there at all. "I've got this," Juniper said, though this was rarely true, especially when it came to quests. "Your Honor, Your Majesty, Your Highness, please." Juniper got there eventually, and that was the part that counted. We didn't know she was a dragon until just this very moment. Though in retrospect they totally should have, since she had told them, fairly straightforwardly, that her mother had flown away through the hole in the roof. "And I'm supposed to believe you?" Prince Edward asked, advancing toward them. Again Mo tried to push Juniper behind him, but Juniper, while he very much did not want to be poked full of holes with a royal sword, no matter how handsome the wielder, was feeling quite heroic himself actually. Mo had been scared. Even if he wasn't now, Juniper was on it. "Why would we lie to you?" Juniper asked. "We only get the reward money if we catch that dragon. We thought she was a little girl, we literally just met her, and we were going to try to find her family." Mo looked outraged. He opened his mouth, surging forward, and the prince drew his sword. And then he leveled that sword at Mo's throat. To make matters worse, Bill stomped into the barn behind him, followed by P.H. Tevin and a few others. "Your Highness," Bill began, "I think." Tevin cleared his throat, placing a hand on Bill's brawny arm, and Bill fell silent. "Hey now," Juniper said anyway. "Bill, you can keep your mouth shut. This is between Prince Edward and I, and if I may," he shuffled around the bright tip of the sword, closer to the prince. Mo stood with his head high, holding eye contact with the prince for a length of time Juniper would have found utterly terrifying. He seemed unmoved by the sword at his throat. "If I may," Juniper repeated, clearing his throat for added dramatic effect. "We are all on the same side here, just like you said, Your Highness. We all want the dragon off these lands and the realm safe and—" "Dead," Bill interrupted with a snide look at Juniper. "We want the dragon dead." "She is a child," Mo snarled. "Oh dear, oh dear." Mo didn't start brawls, he ended them. Juniper was the problem, 1 or 2 drinks in and ready to wrestle at the first sign of a willing co-participant. But that voice, that spark in his eye, that was Mo's tell. And it was all the warning anyone ever got. Like the night a traveling mercenary had come up behind Juniper and, mistaking him for someone else, pulled him off his stool at the tavern. Mo had been on his feet, fast as lightning, and then the mercenary had been on the floor and Juniper had been pulling Mo off. Well, the Bruggen had had to pull Mo off, but Juniper had helped. When Juniper was going to brawl, he danced around with his fists up for quite some time first, tempting fate, Bruggen bouncers, and whoever he was about to fight. When Mo wanted to brawl, he just swung. And sword or no sword, he looked as if he was about to swing. "Bill is ugly," Juniper interjected desperately, continuing past Bill's loud hey. "But he's not wrong. Of course we all want to be esteemed dragon hunters, just like Bill was when he caught those dogs." "Werewolves," Bill yelled. Now P.H. Tevin had a sword in his hand, though he wasn't brandishing it just yet. Why hadn't Juniper brought a sword, or even a pitchfork? The prince turned his beautiful golden gaze on Juniper. "Do you?" he asked. "If she were standing here right now, would you draw your sword and kill her?" "I would," Juniper lied magnificently. He did not even have a sword, and if he couldn't kill Brenda the rooster after Brenda had chased him daily for 6 months, he absolutely would not when it was a little girl. even if she was a little girl with a dragon form. "It's wrong," Mo said in that low, familiar gravelly voice that always made Juniper feel as warm as their hearth fire at home did. Right now, though, Juniper's stomach sank like a stone. "Oh Mo, you beautiful, beautiful idiot. Now is the time to lie to princes." "Mo," Juniper said softly, begging his friend to read the undercurrent just this once, or at the very least to trust him if he did not. "What my friend means is that it would be wrong to let a dragon escape. So let's all pack up our cheese, our gear, our horses." "You don't have a horse." "Shut up, Bill." "It's wrong to hunt a child," Mo said flatly. The other mercenaries shifted uncomfortably, even Bill. "Is she really?" "I didn't get a good look." "Of course we wouldn't hunt a child." The prince held up his hand for silence and then opened his mouth, though what he was about to say would remain a mystery, because at that moment there was a loud whoosh, and then the wall of the barn was on fire. Juniper grabbed Mo's hand, before Mo could do anything stupidly heroic again, and ran for the open door. "Dragon," the prince yelled, "all men to their posts." Bill and Ph. Tevin, who definitely didn't know what their posts were, because they were as untrained and useless as Juniper, scattered, their footsteps thundering behind Juniper and Mo as they ran for the door, too. "Hey," the prince was yelling behind them, "get your weapons and fight." Juniper didn't look back, just clung to Mo's hand and dragged him forward. "You two," Prince Edward shouted, "you two stay right where you are. I want to know what you were." Another blast of fire hit the barn, and from the crash behind them, Juniper knew something must have caved in. "Juniper?" Mo's voice was a snarl, a tone Juniper had never heard him take with anyone, not even in a brawl. He pulled them up short, stopping Juniper in his tracks. "We have to help her." Bear was hovering just at the tree line, fire raging from her open jaws. One mercenary ran for his arrows, and she sent fire chasing after him, incinerating his arrows before he could reach them. "Oh, Devona's sake." Mo's dark brown eyes were crackling as fiercely as the fire. It sent a shiver down Juniper's spine, and it also sent a shiver to other places, which was confusing, not to mention the wrong time, and certainly the wrong pants for that kind of tingle. The prince was waving his sword and shouting something Juniper couldn't quite make out, and then Bear swooped low, fire rushing toward a few of the people in Bill's party. They scattered, diving out of the way, and then Bear was gone, flying into the dense forest beyond the edge of the clearing. "Let's go." Juniper dragged Mo forward. He grabbed his pack with one hand and swung it up onto his shoulder. "Get your pack." After it, the prince was shouting. "And those men, too, bring them back. I want to know what they know about the dragon, do you understand me?" Mo snatched up his pack and they made for the edge of the clearing, still running. The second they were under cover of the tree line, Juniper slowed his pace. "Juniper," Mo hissed, "we have to keep moving. They're going to hurt that little girl. Come on." "Trust me," Juniper said. He fumbled into his bag, not for the mead or even the cheese, which was definitely lighter than it had been before. Bill was undoubtedly to blame. Juniper would be going for a sword if he had one. But since he didn't, he went for the next best thing. The good liquor, the small bottle of fire ale he'd lifted from a brugging bouncer when being thrown out of a tavern once. He'd been saving it for a special occasion and brought it along for just such a reason as this. When Mo's eyes were that deep, worried brown, when they were surrounded by trouble, when it was time to show Bill up. He grabbed a handkerchief too, a little sadly. He'd embroidered those mushrooms onto it himself last winter, while Mo knit in the rocker next to him and hummed softly. Footsteps were closer now. Juniper handed him the handkerchief. "Light this." Confusion flickered in Mo's eyes, but he nodded, pulled his matches and tinder from his pocket, and lit the handkerchief. Bill and the prince charged through the trees, the prince still waving his sword menacingly. "Hey, what are you doing?" The prince stomped closer, waving his sword menacingly. "Why did you light that little hanky on fire? What are you planning?" "This," Juniper said. "So sorry, it's all a misunderstanding, but we have to go. Our apologies." He jerked his head at Mo to run again. Mo did, still carrying the handkerchief, which was burning merrily. The prince shouted at them to stop, but they were already running. As soon as they had a few trees between them and their pursuers, Juniper grabbed the flaming hanky from Mo's hand, shoved it into the bottle of fire ale, and threw it over his shoulder in the direction of Bill. With any luck, the prince would think the resulting fire came from Bear, not Juniper, but it was the best distraction they had at the moment. Tragically, it meant Juniper would not be able to see Bill look like a fool when the fire ale lit the forest around him. He did enjoy Bill's shriek in the distance as Juniper and Mo, once again, ran for their fucking lives. 11. In the great scrolls, the ones full of heroism and beautiful broad-chested men and deeds of valor, danger is often very glamorous. The heroes have plenty of time to think and plan and say devastatingly romantic things, all with a tasteful smear of blood and sweat, but not too much across their faces. Juniper, however, found it was just mostly loud and sweaty, and his brain moved as slow as honey dripping from the comb, because it took him several long moments of dodging both arrows and balls of fire to realize they were following Bear's blazing trail through the forest. "Mo," Juniper gasped. He tripped over a root, reaching for the hand he knew would catch him. Mo did and yanked Juniper up, not saying a word. They were faster than Bill's party. Their armor likely slowed them down. Thank Devona for something, at least. And the shouts and clamor and arrows were further behind, at least. "Mo," Juniper managed. "Why are we running after the dragon who just tried to set us on fire?" Mo didn't break stride, not for a moment. "We have to help her," he shouted back. "Oh, for Devona's sake." Juniper could shout Mo's name again, or he could keep running, because Mo was certainly not about to stop. There was still chaos in the forest behind them. The sound of men yelling and running, the clank of swords, the thunder of, of course Bill and the prince would catch up eventually. They had horses. Juniper and Mo were racing down the narrow footpath they had walked this morning, which was muddier now and slick with the rain. But what were they to do? Stop and pick up every bit of cheese that fell from the top of Juniper's pack as they ran? Yes, a little voice inside him begged. They ran farther into the forest, leaving the cheese behind, still hand in hand. "This way," Mo yelled at Juniper, as if Juniper had any choice in the matter when Mo was making those long strides and hauling Juniper along as if he were a child. They rounded a bend in the trees, the path winding along a steep ravine with a river at the bottom, rushing along sharp rocks. That would be a nasty fall, but it would also be almost impossible to navigate this path on horseback, so at least they had that going for them. "Bill hates cardio," Juniper announced breathlessly. He wouldn't want to pursue them down here, though Juniper realized as he said it that he was far too breathless to add any context. Besides, if he had breath to talk, it should be to tell Mo. "Down here," Mo grunted. Juniper followed blindly as Mo pulled him off the narrow path and into the thickest part of the forest. A moment later, a large boulder blocked their path, and Mo dropped to the ground, pulling Juniper with him. "Under here," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "There's a small cave. I passed it this morning while I was exploring." "Oh, goody," Juniper said, hitting the muddy ground with a thump. "It looks like a badger cave." He wanted to say, "We have no business in a badger cave, mourn Elmthorn, and even less chasing down a murderous baby drawn." But Mo, bless him, did not appear to be terribly interested in listening to Juniper about quest details. So all Juniper said was, "I've always wanted to share a woodland cave with a dirty animal that wants to bite me." Mo grunted impatiently and crawled into the little black gap beneath the rock. This was quite possibly the worst thing that had ever happened to Juniper, worse than kicking his pants into a blazing abyss, worse than accidentally lying to a prince, worse than having to leave his farm to begin with. He was on a quest gross, he was afraid and he had to crawl on his stomach into a small, dirty space where an animal lived. In this economy, an arm reached from beneath the rock and yanked Juniper forward. Juniper's head bumped against the rock as he was half dragged, half crawling into the space below the rock. He pulled his pack in behind him, squashing it as he did so. Once they were inside, it was actually, well, not as bad as Juniper had been expecting. It was taller inside than it looked from the outside, with enough space for both of them to sit up without bumping their heads, though Mo had to hunch just a little bit. There was a cozy bed of leaves, probably belonging to the badger that would sooner or later come back and try to bite them for invading its space. But no prince would crawl under a rock, so they were probably safe. "You okay?" Mo asked him. It was dark, but there was enough light from the gap under the rock for Juniper's eyes to adjust, and that was almost worse. Because there Mo was, warmth and worry in his dark brown eyes, his face cast in shadow, his broad shoulders outlined against the cave wall, staring at Juniper like he was the only person on the continent. "I'm okay," Juniper managed. He was pointing that sword at you for a long time. I'm sure if we just explained." "I'm okay," Mo said. "And we did explain, Junibug. It's wrong to hunt children and he didn't care. But we know that he's a prince. He doesn't care if his voice cut off abruptly." Outside of the rock, footsteps were getting closer. "I know they came this way," a nasally voice was saying. "Bill," predictably. "I saw them too," a much calmer voice. "PH Devon maybe. Honey, I'm sure it'll be all right. We'll catch up with them by nightfall if that's what the prince thinks is the right move. Though I think our time would be better spent if we continued after the dragon. Though do you think there's any chance those two are right about it being a shifter child?" "Honey," Juniper mouthed at Mo, who held his finger to his lips. It was surprising that anyone could tolerate time spent with Bill, particularly someone as level-headed as PH Devon. Bill's complaints faded as they kept walking, his voice as whiny as ever, but the sound of footsteps went farther and farther away until Juniper stretched his limbs. "We should get out of here," he said. "Go find somewhere to set up camp for the night, regroup, eat something, heavy on the eat something. And make a plan for finding Bear and keeping her away from those mercenaries," Mo said, as if of course they were going to do that and it had been the plan all along. "We can ask her if she has any remaining family and see if we can get her safely to them." "What?" Juniper blurted loudly. "You're serious about that?" Mo smacked his arm. "SHH," he said. "The prince's party could still be close by or even waiting around to see if we've hidden somewhere." "Mo, you can't think we can do anything," Juniper said. "She didn't want our help. She tried to set us on fire. What in Devona's name are we supposed to do about an angry little dragon?" Mo leveled him with a look that made Juniper want to squirm and crawl out of his skin and maybe die. Or hide himself in Mo's arms, bury his face against Mo's soft wool shirt so he wouldn't have to see the disappointment in his best friend's face. "Didn't you try to set old Dame Wally's on fire when she tried to help you?" Mo asked pointedly, scooting farther over in the little cave so that he was not crowding Juniper quite so much. "And we have to help her. Nobody else is going to." A blush climbed up Juniper's face, and not just because he'd been thinking about kissing Mo or because Mo's knee had been touching his. "I didn't try to set Dame Wally's on fire," Juniper protested in a whisper. "She startled me when I was stealing some ale, and it's not my fault she was so nice about it. I didn't know she was going to offer to help me when I set the shed on fire." "Bear needs our help," Mo said. "That's my point, do you agree?" "Well, I don't disagree, but—" "So we'll find her," Mo said. As if that was all there was to it, and Juniper's only job was to nod his head and agree with Mo's plan and not offer any of his own feedback, which was horseshit. Mo tilted his head, staring at Juniper for a long moment. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked. "They didn't hurt you?" "No," Juniper said wearily, leaning back against the cold stone and letting out a breath. Truthfully, he had stopped being scared the moment he'd seen the panic in Mo's face and realized he was going to have to step up. "After Bear sent that fireball at me, you looked." "I'm okay." Mo's face shuddered and he shook his head again. "I was always fine." "Oh," Juniper said. "Yeah, you seemed fine and very chill about it. Not at all scared of something that would be super normal to be scared about, like a great wall of fire coming at your head." Mo scowled. "It was coming at your head," he said. It hadn't occurred to Juniper that Mo could have been afraid on his behalf. "What are we supposed to do if we find Bear?" Juniper asked. He wasn't about to like this answer. That much he knew just from the look on Mo's face. He looked like he did whenever he told grand stories of adventure and heroism. Just like he had when he set off from their farm 10 winters ago to find glory and story without Juniper. "We're going to convince her to trust us," Mo said. "It won't be hard. She's a scared child and we both know what that was like, you especially." "Thanks." "I'm serious," Mo said, his tone hardening like ice over the surface of a lake. "Get serious about something for once, Juniper." Juniper's spine stiffened. You know what happened to people who took things seriously? Their best friend left them cold on the steps of a farmhouse they'd built together. So no, thank you, he was not about to get serious. Get serious meant get hurt. Besides, they had encountered a dragon. Twice. Wasn't that enough serious shit for one person to handle at a time? "Anyway," Mo continued, sighing as if talking to Juniper was the hardest work in the world, "we'll find Bear, convince her to trust us, and then take her north into the mountains to see if we can find any of her remaining kin." "Haven't we always heard there are no more dragons in those mountains?" Juniper asked. There were stories, always stories, of dragons in the far north, but no sightings in years, which had made the sighting of this mother dragon and her child that much less believable, before she'd burned their campsite down, of course. "My grandmem told me stories," Mo said with a shake of his head. He scooted closer, his forearm brushing Juniper. Can I tell you the one she told me last?" Mo's grandmem had died in the autumn when they were both about 14 winters old, just before Samhain, and Mo rarely talked about it. Juniper's father had died that same autumn, and he had died drunk after a few moons in a capital prison that had sent him home with pneumonia. Juniper talked about that even less. "Yeah, of course," Juniper said, forcing his tone to sound as sincere as possible. "It turned out that took some difficulty. Almost as if after a lifetime of laughing, brawling, or fussing his way through problems, it was a little difficult to access the part of himself that could be there for Mo for a story from his deceased grandmem." "Huh, who knew?" Mo's reproof echoed in his head, so hard it made his head ache. "Take this seriously for once, Juniper." Who could blame Mo for always wanting to leave Juniper behind? Now Mo leaned back against the wall and let his long arm fall across Juniper's shoulders. Juniper suppressed a shiver at their sudden proximity, but he leaned against Mo despite his better judgment. As any good friends with a strong, brotherly bond would do, not even brotherly, something more casual, uncomplicated. A bro bond, maybe. "Juniper, I'm listening." He was mostly. "Before this king," Mo began, "there was a different sort of kingdom. The kind of king the clans chose themselves back when we had clans. There was a different language, too." Juniper winced. These were the stories that made Mo the most restless, the most far off. Of course Juniper wished he spoke the old language. Of course he wished they still lived in a land of elected kings and freely spoken languages. But in this one, they still had their little farm, didn't they? And how could everything be bad and wrong if he had Mo beside him? "The old language," he murmured. "When my grandmem was young, she played in the wild green fields of home and the old gods were not yet weary," Mo said. "At least, That's the way she always told it. And the world changed because the world is always changing. But when she was young, the strange and monstrous and mythical walked among everyone as freely as bankers on a city street. Except in those days, more bankers got eaten and more monsters walked around freely. I'm not much for nostalgia, Juniper said, leaning his head against Mo's sturdy shoulder. But I could get on board with bankers being eaten. Did they leave farmers alone? Mo snorted. They left most farmers alone, Mo told him. Though sometimes she had stories of farmers who dug too deep or ran their grain crops too close to the river, and you know how the river feels about that sort of thing. That seemed like the kind of thing Juniper should just nod along to, because who really knew how the river felt about anything? Though that kind of question made Juniper second-guess all the times he'd swum naked in various rivers, or tossed Mo in. How did the river feel about nude tomfoolery? He hoped she felt favorably about the topic, because that was all he had so far done in rivers across the land. What about the dragons? Juniper asked, because even though he had agreed to listen to this story, he knew how Mo's stories went. They wound through a space like the curve of a stream, roving and rambling where you least expected it until you never were quite sure where your canoe had ended up. Where do they fit into all of this? Or maybe Juniper just had a hard time focusing. They were part of the strange and the monstrous, of course, Mo answered. He huffed a little impatiently, as if this was something that of course he was going to get to if only Juniper could be patient. Fair. But they were hunched over in a badger's cave, so maybe, just this once, the story could come as an expedited version. Juniper was not sure his resilience could outlast a tussle with a badger, not after everything else that had already happened that day. In those days, dragons walked as freely as people, Mo said, slipping in and out of human and winged form. They helped with controlled burns of forests and plains that needed it. They kept kings in check. Ah, Juniper said, that could be why we have quests now. Well spotted, Mo said. On most people, that would be a sarcastic comment, but Mo was incapable of being anything but genuine, and Juniper loved him for it. Anyway, dragons were just citizens, Mo said, at least in my grandmem's stories, not beasts. So why did you agree to come along and hunt one? Juniper asked. Mo was silent for a long moment, the shadows silhouetting the sharp, strong angles of his face. Oh fuck. Did you always think this was a possibility? Juniper asked, horrified. That it would be a child, Mo shook his head. I just thought, well, I thought my best friend was going, so I was going anyway, and I also thought I might get to see if the stories were true. Were you always going to try to help them? Juniper asked. I don't know, Mo answered slowly. I wanted to understand them, I think. I wanted to see if there were any still here. I wanted to know if they spoke the old language. An old language was one hell of a reason to go on a quest into the woods with uncomfortable pants, limited access to cheese, and absolutely no bedding. But Juniper, for once, managed to keep his mouth shut about cheese. Anyway, Mo finished, removing his arm from Juniper's shoulders and stretching both in front of him before rolling his head from side to side until his neck cracked loudly. I think it's the right thing to do, helping Bear. And my grandmem said with this new king, well, his grandfather actually, the dragons have retreated to the farthest northern mountains near the edge of the continent. But if we have the chance to help a kid who's lost find her way home, I think we should. Juniper's heart was going to shatter his rib cage from beating so hard. On one hand, how could he not go along when Mo put it that way? Of course Mo was going to help. But that selfish, ugly part of Juniper, the part he was sure Mo could see more often than not, clawed its way up into his throat. Mo talked about this quest, about helping Bear and bringing her home, with more excitement than Juniper had heard from him in weeks. And if this was the life he wanted, camping in the forest, running from the law, saving baby dragons, how could he ever say yes to a cozy, quiet life on the farm with Juniper? More than that, How could Mo ever want to stay with Juniper, when Juniper so desperately wanted a life that was both small and comfortable? Juniper, Mo asked softly, what do you say, do we help Bear? He leaned closer to Juniper suddenly, those dark brown eyes so serious and soft that Juniper could almost fall into them. Juniper's chest was tight, his breathing coming up short. Mo, he croaked. Concern threaded Mo's look. Juniper, you all right? Juniper's heart stuttered in his chest, skipping irregularly like a rock over still waters. He couldn't look at Mo, couldn't think about Mo's mouth so close to his, in this small, cramped space, couldn't think about Mo heroically talking about rescuing a dragon, couldn't think about any of it. Because Juniper could still see it all like it was happening in front of him again. Mo, restless in that first year on the farm together when more often than not, they had sleepovers and slept in the same bed to save on firewood costs. Mo, pacing their little cabin. Mo, that night. Because they'd done this before just once. Bodies pressed next to each other, Mo's hands on him. Not to wrestle, no, not like they did now, 2-2. Juniper could see it all, playing over and over in his memory like actors reenacting the same tragic play. Mo kissing him, one single time in front of the fire. Mo leaving a few mornings later. Juniper gasped for breath. The walls of the cave were suddenly much, much closer than they had been a moment ago. I think I'm going to throw up, he said faintly, and then he scrambled away from Mo, belly crawling out of the cave, so self-conscious of the way he must look with his arms and legs waving, his ass toward Mo. Nobody could crawl out of a cave and look good. Once he was out, he took in a gasping lungful of breath, and then another, his vision swimming before him. He had managed, just barely, not to vomit. A blurry outline was in front of him. Had Mo crawled out? Mo, he said, reaching out until his hand touched fur. Juniper's vision cleared just in time for him to realize his hand was resting on the head of a very large, very displeased-looking badger. 12. The badger snarled and lunged at Juniper just as Mo crawled from beneath the little cave opening, hauling both their bags behind him. Juniper let out a very dignified scream, clawing at the badger, who, in turn, clawed at Juniper. This thing was big, bigger than he had expected, and certainly bigger than the badgers that would steal chickens from their farm from time to time. He flung it backward off of him and scrambled to his feet. The badger hissed at him, its small, sharp teeth showing, and then darted through the gap into its cave. Juniper caught his breath, swaying on his feet. Mo was staring at him, those dark eyes sparkling with something that was almost definitely a laugh he was trying to contain. You can laugh, Juniper said, not meaning it in the slightest. It's okay, I know I was a sight. Not at all, Mo said. The last word came out a little squeaky, the repressed laughter right there ready to burst out of his stupidly beautiful mouth. Are you all right, Junibug? No, I am not all right, Juniper snapped. I've been attacked by a badger and threatened by a prince. I've had to see Bill today and hear him speak. There's a dragon loose in the forest and she might want to burn us alive, but you want to help her, and you'll never want to stay as badly as I need you to. What a stupid day and a stupid quest and a stupid, stupid life. Mo's warm hand nudged his. In his outstretched hand were a few cubes of cheese. That's the very best hard cheese Farmer Abernathy sells, Juniper said accusingly. I don't have any in my pack. It's from the emergency stash, Mo said gently. Now, eat a bit of that and let's be going before the prince returns. Your scream was, well, I think there's a chance they heard it. Juniper cursed but ate the snack anyway. Of course, it would be better if he had some apple juice to go with it. They sold it in personal-sized boxes at most markets back home, and Juniper loved a little treat to go with whatever work he was doing, but he could make do. And this was quality cheese. And at least the badger fight had distracted from Juniper's near panic. Mo had asked him to come with all those winters ago, with that same hopeful light in his eyes. Which way from here? Mo mused as Juniper ate. Mo ran the calloused pad of his finger slowly across his wrinkled map of the area, which was an absurd way to behave. Juniper shook his head, eating another bite of cheese. He very badly needed to be in his own room, the door firmly shut, where he could think whatever wild thoughts came into his mind, and affected his body in embarrassing ways, without anyone else to see. She would have gone north, maybe, Juniper managed at last. Is she old enough to know she's from the mountains? And why do you think she ended up all the way down here, if it's dangerous to be a dragon in these parts? Mo shook his head. I'm not sure, he said, about any of it, but she needs food, doesn't she? She didn't really tell us anything beyond that she was waiting for her mama. And that her mama left through the roof, Juniper said, wolfing down his last bit of cheese. We really should have guessed when she said that, shouldn't we? Unless you did, and I was the only one surprised when she turned into a dragon and tried to kill us. Tried to escape, Mo corrected him. I'm sure she didn't mean any harm. She's a dragon, not a little itty-bitty darling who has done no wrong, Juniper said, a little too snappishly. Juniper could honestly relate. He had personally always been a menace. Such a menace, in fact, between stealing cheese from the market every chance he had, telling inappropriate stories to his classmates, and rigging pails of water to overturn above the bankers' doors. The fine townspeople of Tuss had suggested that Juniper was more of a little beast than a little boy. You're the only itty-bitty darling who has done no wrong around these parts, Mo told him, that sparkle back in his eye. I'll tackle you later. Juniper waved his hand at him in weary dismissal. Good, Mo said. So you think you can track her? You know I'm shit at that, always have been. Mo was good at everything he did, so shit was a nonsensical descriptor, but Juniper allowed it. In this very particular case, Juniper was better at tracking. He didn't object to quests because of the outdoors component. In fact, he loved being outdoors beneath the trees, listening to the river, looking at Mo's ass in those trekking pants, the whole bit. It was just that he never, ever wanted to sleep anywhere cold again, and he'd had too many days as a child not knowing when he'd be allowed back inside, or if he would, if his dad got too angry, or worse, if his dad was too drunk to remember he had a kid waiting to be let back in. And that was why it was important to lock unpleasant memories away, because the more you thought about them, the more other, worse ones came rushing back in. Best to tuck them all away before they flooded the place. I can track her, Juniper answered, but you haven't been shit at anything you do. I bet you even looked graceful getting out of that cave, which isn't fair. Mo cleared his throat. He said, my ass actually got stuck at one point. Juniper threw his hands in the air. See, he said to the gods and the forest and anyone who might be listening. Cheeks so sculpted they got you stuck in a cave. Is that a good thing? Mo was not looking at the map at all now. He was looking squarely at Juniper, the full force of his gaze lighting Juniper on fire. Those brown eyes. It wasn't fair. Of course it's a good thing, you fool, Juniper said. Now come on, let's track her. We should start back at the barn, I think, though they might have people stationed there. Mo, have we thought about what we'll do when this is done? How will we go back home if the prince himself thinks we sold him out on a quest? As soon as he asked the question, he regretted it, because Mo might very well say he never planned to go back home, and Juniper wasn't sure he could bear hearing those words. Mo hesitated for a long moment, and Juniper felt like a criminal standing before the constable awaiting his fate. Any moment, the stocks, a prison sentence, Mo leaving forever. We'll sort that out when we're through, Mo said. He doesn't know that we know. He only knows that we ran, and we can just say that we were running from the dragon. Besides, if we can give the prince something he wants instead, we should be fine. Juniper's shoulders relaxed, but his stomach sank even as it did. It felt like a stay of execution, not knowing Mo was set on leaving forever, but not knowing it either. Do you think they'll have men at the barn? Juniper asked as he lifted his pack and fell in behind Mo on the narrow, muddy trail, which was now full of crisscrossing boot prints. They walked a steadier, slower pace than they had earlier, Mo stopping to scan the trail ahead of them multiple times. "I think they must have moved on from this area," Mo said. "It's so quiet here." "Yeah," Juniper said glumly as the charred outline of the barn came into view, "because it would take a fool to return to this place." Mo laughed, turning and nudging Juniper with his arm. "I think your idea was a good one," he said, "and the only way to find Bear's trail." They paused in the trees near the dilapidated farmhouse. Some of the trees at the perimeter of the yard were lightly burned, but the barn seemed to have taken the brunt of it, and the dampness of the day had saved the forest from lighting up like the other night. Nothing was left of the barn but charred support beams, still reaching gnarly fingers toward the gray sky. It was nearing the end of the day, the shadows deepening at the edges of the sky. Juniper shivered. It was going to be another cold, damp night out here, and Juniper was going to have to spend it thinking about how cold he was and how to tell his best friend the truth. Well, Mo turned to him again. Juniper had to look away or blush, and he was not about to blush twice in one day. "Let's start behind the barn." He was better at tracking animals who walked on the ground, when a sheep did not return to the pen at night, or when their dog had wandered off for a few days trying to befriend Farmer Abernathy's much larger, but female, guard dog. Juniper had even been good at tracking people, once finding his father 3 towns over at the bottom of an empty horse trough. Though the tracking had done him little good then, because at 13 winters old, he'd just thrown a bucket of slop on top of him and left him there. But with something that flew, that was new territory. Juniper must have looked rather pitiful as he was staring around the treetops, looking for a place to start, because Mo pressed a few more cubes of cheese into his hand and squeezed his wrist comfortingly. "She took off that direction," Juniper said, picturing the moment Bear had snarled his name and sent the fire roaring in his direction. It seemed almost guaranteed that she would do the same as soon as she saw them again, but this was the risk Mo wanted to take. "The branches are bent in all that way we start there." "Good." Mo nodded his head, though his brow furrowed. "She must have been so scared." "So was I," Juniper mumbled. He had been the one who was almost on fire. "Oh, I suppose I should thank you," he said. The words tasted sandy in his mouth. It wasn't thanking Mo that was the problem. It was just sincerity, talking about feelings. "EW." "For what?" Mo asked as they followed the trail of broken branches and scattered leaves. "Saving my life." The trail of broken branches ended abruptly in the middle of the forest. Had the little girl flown higher? And gods be damned, Juniper was now thinking of her as a little girl instead of a dragon. Mo was insufferable, and this was all his fault. Mo gaped at him. "Of course I saved your life," he said. He might as well have said, "You dumbass, what else would I have done? Did you think I was going to let you just eat an absolute wall of fire?" "Well, no," Juniper said. When he said it like that, it did sound a little dumb. "I should still thank you, though, because that was very heroic of you, princely even." Mo let out a low growl. Juniper had to fight his own smile. No surer way to a wrestling match than to suggest Mo shared qualities with a member of any royal family, though what grudge Mo had with all of them was beyond Juniper. They were all so far away. Well, until this past week, they had all been so far away. Ideas, really. Something people talked about in visits to faraway cities, whose lives and decisions didn't really affect Juniper. "Junibug," Mo said, "I should tackle you right here." "Wait," Juniper said. Something had caught his eye, a small indent of leaves at the base of a great oak tree. The oak's branches were not bent the way the other trees leading them here had been, but this one had the smallest burn mark at the base of its trunk. And that little indent, as if from a very small foot. So she hadn't flown higher then. Smart of her, honestly. If she had left the cover of the trees, they could have shot at her with their bows. Suddenly the gravity of that set in. Bill and P.H. Tevin and the rest hadn't seen Bear in her child form, certainly, so it had made sense that they'd shot at her. But the prince had, hadn't he? Surely, for such a small creature there could be other options. A catch-and-release program maybe. A magical creature department dedicated to such things, one would hope. This way, Juniper said confidently. He was good at this, a story read in sticks and leaves. Small indents here, even a wee footprint there, twigs on some shrubbery bent in the same direction. And it was more than that. He was headed toward the river because when he had been 5 winters old and so desperately alone, that is what he would have done. The path led farther into the wood, farther north toward the mountain just like they had guessed, and farther away from that very comfortable-sounding inn famous for only having one bed. Could they even stay in an inn if they had a small dragon child with them? So many complications, and the sun was sinking very low now, their shadows falling in long, exaggerated lines to their right. Juniper sighed. "Mo," he said, "do you reckon our hearth is extra warm and cozy tonight?" "No," Mo said without hesitation. "No one is there to light the fire. It's probably just as cold as out here, though with less rain. And Mumford's not there, he's at Farmer Abernathy's, so it would just be a little depressing." Juniper sighed again. "You are the most literal man in the entire world," he said. "Probably not the entire world," Mo said, again with no hesitation, "since I do use sarcasm approximately once per moon cycle, though not more." "You're unbearable," Juniper told him, but he caught his friend's grin and despite the cold and discomfort, met it with one of his own. The girl's trail wound around a bend, where Juniper could hear water rushing. He held up a hand, slowing their pace. "You see it so fast. Every detail," Mo said softly as they paused there, and then there was nothing but trees and moss and the sound of the water for a very long moment. Then he continued, "They used to say that was a gift, magic." He reached out, the motion hesitant, and then instead of setting his hand on Juniper's shoulder as Juniper had thought he would, Mo trailed one finger over Juniper's shoulder, down his arm, leaving goose bumps in his wake. Mo was wrong, of course. Juniper's skill was nothing but a mild ability to notice the small details, something Juniper had learned when he was very young. A bit of shattered glass on the porch that hadn't been there yesterday meant you could expect worse inside. A difference in the tilt or tension of someone's shoulders meant you should brace for impact. A flicker of warning in someone's eyes was sometimes all you got. So now the little details he couldn't help but notice on Mo, even when he tried to tell himself to eat some bread and touch some moss and stop being so intense every God's cursed second, haunted him. Only sometimes, including on dragon quests he didn't want to participate in, it was apparently a helpful skill. "Not magic," Juniper returned. The moment felt fragile, which of course meant he had the urge to fill the sudden silence with laughter or argument or a wrestling match or even a dragon, honestly. Who knew that quest objectives could come in handy when you needed to dodge some pesky feelings? "This way," he said, clearing his throat. He stepped past Mo, his shoulder brushing Mo's as he went. Mo's gaze stayed trained on him as he moved, burning and burning and burning. 13. T was nearly dark now, the crescent moon slipping out from behind the clouds on one side of the sky, as the last light of the sun was still shining from the other. There down at the water was a small girl, wearing some tattered rags that could scarcely be called clothes. She was crouched near the rushing waters, her wee hands darting into the stream as the red flash of salmon bodies swam by, unsuccessful each time. Mo and Juniper exchanged a look. This was new territory. But Mo, true to form every time, took a breath in and stepped forward. "Bear," Mo said, soft, but not so soft his words were lost to the river. Bear jumped, scrambling backward, her wide eyes visible in the fading light. Juniper stepped forward too, hands raised. "Bear," he said gently, "we're here to help." Bear's skin rippled with scales, shifting toward dragon again. Then she darted into the cover of the forest and disappeared. Juniper dropped his pack on the ground and nodded in Mo's direction. "She's hungry," he said. When he was her age, the most terrifying-looking being in the land could have offered him a morsel of bread and cheese, and he would likely have followed them home. Juniper dug in his pack for a moment, and then withdrew some of the jerky he'd brought with. Mo watched him carefully. "I can get some of mine," he said it like a question. Juniper ignored him. "We don't have to agree about everything to agree that hungry children should eat," he said sharply. Mo's sigh was so soft that Juniper nearly missed it. Nearly. Juniper set some of the meat on a rock. Bear was still nearby. He was sure of it because he hadn't seen or heard her fly, and a child her size couldn't get very far. Not on those tiny little legs. Then he withdrew, gesturing for Mo to do the same. Mo settled on the bank beside him, staring out over the water as if he was settled, as if he had no worries hanging over him. Juniper pretended to do the same. After several long moments there was a rustling, a pair of eyes peering from the dark. And then the sound of small footsteps on fallen leaves and sticks, Bear retreating again. So it would cost more than a bit of jerky, then. Bear's childhood experiences must differ from Juniper's in that regard. Now, what Juniper regretted most, other than picking that fight during Neru Poibli, was that he had not had the foresight to pack an entire cheese wheel. With the deepest and heartiest of sighs, Juniper withdrew the very last of his hard cheese. Beside him, Mo's look was one of astonishment. "That's your favorite," Mo mouthed at him. Juniper grumbled under his breath and set the cheese beside the jerky. Then he returned to Mo, who offered him a hand when Juniper slipped on the packed mud of the river bank. Mo squeezed his hand, sending a warm current up Juniper's arm with the touch. "Devona have mercy." She must, because only a moment later the shrubbery parted and Bear stepped out slowly. She glared at both of them but darted forward and snatched both meat and cheese, shoving them into her mouth. "Bear," Juniper called softly, just loud enough to be heard, nothing more. "Mama," Bear growled in his direction, her sharp teeth showing as she spoke. "I want my mama." Juniper had an uncomfortable flashback to facing down that badger earlier in the day, but he crouched in the mud next to Mo, hoping he looked as calm and steady and patient as Mo. "I'm sorry about your mama," Juniper said, as gently as he could. "That wasn't fair. This must be really scary, huh?" His knees were already aching, so this was a colossally painful choice, but he was going to stick to it because fuck it, Mo was. To his horror, tears appeared in the little girl's eyes. "Oh dear," Juniper said. "Oh no, no need for that." "Juniper," Mo stopped him with a word. "It's all right, Bear," he said. He held out the meat he'd pulled from his pack earlier, his movements slow. "I have some more food for you. You're hungry, aren't you?" Bear scooted forward and snatched it, then dove backward out of reach. She devoured the meat in about 2 bites and then eagerly looked at Mo for more. Then to Juniper. "Well fuck." Juniper swallowed his resignation and his hunger, he might be starving to death, actually, and his general distaste for the whole situation, and withdrew some meat, and yes, more cheese too. He held them out until Bear returned, snatching both from his hand. When she ate the cheese, her eyes went wide and round. He realized then that they were wide and brown, not quite as dark as Mo's, but a warm hazel, and she had long lashes, and she did look so very young that Juniper's chest squeezed as if grasped in a giant's fist. When he had been her age, he had sometimes been sleeping under bridges or in the back of butcher shops or even out under the trees, hadn't he? In all those finely locked away memories he never looked at. "I've got more," Juniper said, and it wasn't quite as hard to reckon with the knowledge that his cheese supply was going to be gone by morning after all. "We can share." He dropped his pack onto the ground and rummaged for more cheese, while Bear watched him, scales rippling back and forth across her arms as if she could not quite decide whether to be dragon or girl. When he withdrew the rest of the cheese he'd purchased only yesterday from the merchant, she leaped forward, faster than any normal child. Hold on, Juniper told her firmly. Mo watched him steadily, his eyes flicking back and forth between the little girl and Juniper. You're really sharing all of your cheese. He sounded impressed, which made a star of warmth bloom inside Juniper's chest. Juniper didn't give a shit if anyone else was proud of him. In fact, once a teacher at the village school had told Juniper she was so proud of him, and he'd promptly decided he wouldn't do any more schoolwork that whole year, just to prove he didn't care that she was proud of him. Didn't care that anybody was or wasn't. But the pride in Mo's eyes made Juniper's head spin. And it was only cheese after all. Juniper sat down on the bank and ate a little bit of cheese, holding more out to Bear. She sidled up to him, her eyes wide. This time, she took the cheese a little more slowly, more careful not to scrape him with those wee, sharp nails of hers. See, he said, nothing here to be scared of, just some cheese and some new friends. At that, Bear settled next to Juniper with a thump, reaching boldly into his pouch to get more cheese. What? She asked through a mouthful of cheese. What is it? Cheese, Juniper answered, also through a mouthful of it. Soft cheese, nutty cheese, goat and sheep cheese, burr and cheese, some of the best in the realm. You know, anything you could ever hope for except the hard cheese, which I think is all gone now. Bear giggled, a sharp, strange sound. The last of the sun had vanished, the darkness shrouding them, even the river barely visible a few marks away as the moon hid behind clouds again. Mo moved slowly from where he had crouched, with more meat and a few berries and green leafy vegetables in his hand. Bear watched him carefully, but did not scamper backward when he moved. Mo settled next to Juniper, so close their thighs were touching. Juniper forced himself not to react to his best friend's proximity. Mo leaned across Juniper, making everything worse, because now Juniper could smell the scent of him, wood smoke and pine and river and chamomile and maybe even that lemongrass scent of that tea he loved so much. He held out the meat first, which Bear grabbed and devoured. Then he held out the berries, which Bear took with more hesitation. She ate the berries, but when Mo held out the green leafy vegetables, she shook her head, lip curling to show those unsettling teeth again. Yo, she said. I couldn't agree more, Juniper said. But look, Bear, let me show you. He reached for more meat and held a bit of it next to some cheese, holding it up so she could see. Eat them together and it's even better. Bear's eyes widened further. More, she said. When Juniper held out the meat and cheese, they were gone in a flash. They ate in mostly silence, Bear giving them a stray word here or there, and Mo and Juniper staying quiet as they all ate. She didn't believe Juniper when he said his cheese was gone, either, and he had to shake his little sack upside down to prove it to her, something that delighted Mo so much he leaned back against his pack and howled with laughter. You do that, he said through gasps of breath. Juniper O'Reilly, you go around shaking containers of cheese to make sure they're empty. Shut up, Juniper said, elbowing him. What happens between me and my cheese is personal, Mo Elmthorn, and I'll thank you to mind your business. On the other side of him, Bear watched them with wonder on her face. Yeah, she said finally. She poked her elbow against Juniper, imitating him, except her elbows were bony and sharp and hurt more than any elbow had ever before, but Juniper had to just grin and bear it. Parenting, even temporarily, apparently required great sacrifice. Yeah, shut up. At this, Mo laughed even harder. Well then, he said when he could breathe again. I'll set up camp upstream and we'll get settled in for the night. Tomorrow we'll make a plan to get you home, Bear. Home, she repeated as they gathered their bags. She followed them, light on her feet, soundless as she walked. I don't know how to get there. That's okay, Juniper reassured her, stomach sinking. We'll figure it out together. As Mo dropped his bag and started setting up his tent, Juniper felt a small hand slip into his, tiny fingernails with sharp claws, a few scales on the back of the wee hand. And just like that, Juniper and Mo had a dragon. 14. Ear asked for a bedtime story as Mo set up a bedroll for Bear, using his own pillow and cloak. So Juniper set out his bedroll and racked his mind for any he had told Mo that would also be child-appropriate. The Silver Goose story contained rampant sexual innuendo. All the stories he'd heard and repurposed, with permission from the Brugging, were immensely vulgar. And the ones about the headless giants with forks for fingers would give the bravest baby dragon nightmares. Devona be damned, those gave Juniper nightmares and he was the one telling them. Mo, Juniper asked, any ideas? Mo looked up, considering Juniper in the dying light with a look that made Juniper warm all the way down to his mostly numb toes. Well, not the headless giant one, he said with a small shiver. Juniper, your mind. Juniper chose to take that as a compliment. He pulled a bit of dried fruit from his pouch and held it out to Bear as a bedtime snack, and then settled in his own bedroll. Get cozy while Mo lights the fire and I'll. Bear opened her mouth and roared in the direction of the small stack of logs Mo had gathered, and it lit instantly. Ah, Juniper said, well, that's one way to go about it. Mo, you all right? Mo was frozen, bedroll in hand, but he grinned at both of them. Well done, he said in that warm, gravelly voice. Bear beamed at him. I'm good at lighting fires, she said. Mama said I've burned down more villages than anybody else my age. Oh dear, Juniper said. Well, it's important to celebrate personal accomplishments, I suppose, so, bedtime story then. Do you know the one about the 7 hungry wolves and the runaway dragon king? Bear asked him as Mo helped tuck her blanket over her. Or the one about the Brugging night watch and the magical dragon princess? I do not, but I could make one up, Juniper said. That seemed to satisfy her, and as Mo settled in his own bedroll and the fire flickered warmly in their camp, Juniper spun a tale of dragon princesses who loved cheese and always traveled with a full pouch of it. The Brugging night watch tasked with keeping her safe and her snack chest full, and the sly, wily little man who so villainously tried to steal it. If the wily little man bore any resemblance to any Bill Bronsons, living or dead, no he didn't, and that wasn't the point. After one particularly adventurous tale in which the dragon princess had set a house on fire, Mo cleared his throat, catching Juniper's eye. The night was pitch black, the moon obscured by clouds, and the fire had died down to a gentle flicker. Bear yawned lazily in the direction of the fire, and the flames leaped up again. Junibug, Mo said, can I talk to you? Juniper stood, groaning as his knees crunched and his neck cracked loudly. Yes, he grunted. What's up? Bear curled further into Mo's blanket, which she had commandeered at some point during the story. Where you going? She demanded, showing those sharp little teeth. Juniper shook his head. For such a little thing she had such uncomfortably sharp teeth. But then again, so did Mumford, and Juniper loved him just as much anyway. We have to talk, Mo told her in a tone that was as low and soft as the one he used to tell Juniper go back to sleep when Juniper jolted awake from a nightmare in his rocker at home. We'll be right over there. Bear settled back down into the blanket. Mo's hand wrapped around Juniper's bicep. Juniper swallowed hard at the sight, as was common for two men who shared a bond of deep but friendly camaraderie. I'm worried about sleeping out in the open like this, he said. We need to find better shelter. Another old farmstead, maybe. Juniper's aching shoulders and sore legs screamed in protest as they walked a few steps farther away from Bear and the fire. More walking? He asked. Don't sound so glum, Mo said. It'll be an adventure. It would be a chore, and if Mo wasn't insufferable, Devona bless him, he would know that. Sure, Juniper said. Oh, you mean now? Either that, or one of us should keep watch all night, Mo said. I don't know if the prince went back to town for the night, or if they're still combing the forest, but... I still think if we just explain, Juniper interrupted. Maybe he didn't realize how young she was, or that she could be reasoned with, or... There were an awful lot of excuses coming out of his mouth, and despite the darkness, Mo's brown eyes were visible. The disappointment in those eyes was visible too. "It's a risk," Mo said after a pause, "and she's a child." Juniper nodded, swallowing hard. "We'll take shifts," he said. "I can go first, I'll wake you." It was only after Mo was asleep, his broad chest rising and falling in a steady, mesmerizing rhythm, that Juniper realized they didn't exactly have a plan for what they would do if the prince or any other mercenaries did find them. Was Juniper to wag his finger at them in disapproval? Attempt to fight an entire band of mercenaries armed with swords? That last one sounded like something he would do, Juniper reflected as he paced around their campsite. Bear had drifted off to sleep, too, and sometimes when she snored, a huff of smoke or a tiny crackle of flame emerged. It was the warmest night out here yet, not least because Bear had kept the fire lit so late, but unfortunately for Juniper, that meant sleep kept creeping up on him. One moment he was enjoying the view, Mo was sleeping on his stomach now, his finely sculpted ass directly in Juniper's line of sight. The next, Juniper had sat down somehow and was leaning against a log, his eyelids drooping. How soon was too soon to wake Mo for relief? Juniper squinted up at the moon, which was now peeking out from behind the clouds. Mo would know what time it was, based on the position of the moon, probably. The next thing Juniper knew, a small hand was on his shoulder, shaking him awake. "Junibug." Bear's face was right next to Juniper's, her wide brown eyes staring at him. He let out an undignified scream. "You're asleep," she said. "Why aren't you?" he demanded, aghast. "Bear, it's time to go to sleep." This was exactly like trying to co-parent Mumford with Mo, except for Mumford couldn't talk and hadn't yet set them on fire. Bear pouted. "I'm scared," she said, her small lip jutting out. Juniper stared back at her, his sleepy mind turning. When he had been her age, he would never have gone up to his father to tell him he was scared. Then again, he wouldn't have gone up to his father for just about any reason, unless he was planning to nick a few coins from the man's pocket after he'd passed out. Finally, he sighed and opened his arms. Bear grinned, not looking scared in the slightest, but instead looking very satisfied with herself, and launched herself into his arms, tiny little fireball that she was. He wrapped his cloak around both of them, and she settled against his chest, her small head tucked under his chin. She was asleep within moments. It was still dark, the moon in the sky looking no different than it had before. Either it had been only a few moments, or it was nearing dawn, and Juniper had no way to tell which of the two it was. Juniper woke still slumped against the log, the sun already high in the sky. There was not a hint of the rain clouds of the day before, though the air had a chill that had set in. He groaned and stretched, reaching for his tallow pouch. Moisturization first thing was key. It was nowhere to be found. Juniper startled, opening his eyes farther. He'd fallen asleep on guard, twice. Mo was sitting on a log beside the finally dead fire, Bear next to him. Mo was giving her the last of the meat he'd packed, and Bear was chattering in between bites, in the first full sentences he had heard her say. "Where's my tallow?" Juniper asked groggily. "Good morning to you too," Mo said. Very gently, he ran one big hand over the girl's head. Her hair was brown, but not quite as dark as Mo's now that he saw it under the sun. It had a hint of strawberries and wildfire, just like Juniper's, but her eyes looked the way Mo's did in the sun. She could be their daughter. That was what Juniper's mind kept returning to. That, and tallow, and the fact that all he really wanted was to go home with a man who didn't want to return there. "Morning," Juniper groused. "Today we should go and get more cheese." Bear cheered. They had that in common, at least. "Mo," Juniper said, "have you seen my tallow?" "No," Mo told him. "And I know it's important to you, but I think we need to focus on other things first. After breakfast, we'll map our route into the mountains before the prince comes this way. The area will be crawling with mercenaries now." "Now that I threw a flaming fire ale cocktail over my shoulder," Juniper groaned. Do you think he knows that was me? I hope he doesn't. At the time, it had seemed like the only possible option. But that was always the case when you threw a flaming fire ale cocktail. In Juniper's experience, it seemed like the best possible idea at the time, and then it always came with a brand new set of problems afterward. Don't throw flaming fire ale cocktails, kids, unless you're really, really sure about your desired outcome. I think the prince will move on if he finds himself a dragon, Mo said. I haven't figured that part out, how to give him what he wants without giving him what he wants. I'm a dragon, Bear added helpfully. Is he looking for me? Should we set him on fire? Juniper rummaged through his pack looking for his tallow. He had at least 2 separate pouches with jars of tallow inside, his regular travel set and his backup emergency moisturizer. Mo, are you hearing this? She's arsonist this morning. She's a dragon, Mo said unbothered. And arsonist isn't a word, murderous maybe. Bear giggled. I can kill the prince, she said. Mama thinks all princes should be set on fire. Should I do it? Yes, Mo said. No, Juniper said. Mo, are you encouraging her? He whipped around to look at them. Mo was smirking, those eyes sparking as sure as the fire had last night. Beside him, Bear was also smirking. Their expressions looked identical. Was this your bi-moonly use of sarcasm? Juniper groused. Before breakfast, Bear, have you seen my tallow? Yes, she kicked her legs cheerfully and stared back at him. It was tasty. It was tasty. Juniper sat back on the ground with a thump. That wasn't food. That was more important than food. That was skin care, Bear. Mo cackled. There was no other word for it, a full-throated, devilish cackle as if he had never been this delighted in his life. We'll get you more tallow, he promised. Bear, you really ate it. She nodded. Yep, when Junibug was sleeping. And you let me look for it all this time. Juniper stared at her in amazement. Bear grinned. Yep. Juniper found that sighing was now a near-hourly occurrence, but at least he wasn't letting out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. That would have been a truly insufferable repetitive tic, even if it was a realistic depiction of anxiety. Do we at least have any breakfast left? Mo held out a small tin cup that was still warm around the edges. We made you oatmeal. Bear, well, she wanted hers with meat in it. Don't ask me, but I made yours with some wild blackberries I found along the trail a ways back. Bear says her mother mostly caught her rabbits or deer. We can't do that, Juniper gasped. Mo, you hate killing animals. And so do you, Mo said. But we have to keep her fed. Maybe we can learn to hunt. Juniper would rather beg the old gods for a swift and immediate death. But here he was, camping in the woods, accidentally acquiring a wee, dangerous child and apparently learning to hunt. 3 things he had sworn he would never do. All without skincare, 4 things. We have to manage a resupply, Mo said, before Juniper could add anything of value. Before we head into the mountains, and we'll need quite a bit to keep both of us fed and Bear too. I'll hunt. She hopped to her feet. Mama showed me how. You just swoop down through the trees, grab an animal and break its neck. You are truly terrifying, Juniper said. Please no neck breaking. I'm a highly sensitive person. You'll be fine, Mo told him. And HSPs aren't real, no matter what the village medium tried to convince you of. Now can we focus? He had that same tone he'd had the day before when he said, Take this seriously for once, Juniper. Juniper winced. Devona's sake, he could never stop fucking up long enough for either of them to catch their breath. Was that what it had been that winter Mo had left? There had been tension that winter. It had been long and cold, and food and coin had been scarce. Still, it had also been sudden, a night of brawling and drinking and singing, falling asleep together in front of the hearth. That kiss neither of them could ever talk about after. And 2 mornings later, he'd woken to Mo packing his bags and disappearing for almost 2 moon cycles, reappearing without a word about where he'd been. For all Juniper knew, Mo could have been on one of these dumb little quests. That would explain why he was so much better at it than Juniper. Now, I think we should find someone who can help us, Juniper said. We're in over our heads, drowning, if you will, impossible to continue. And I never agreed to going all the way to the northern mountains to look for people who may or may not even exist. Do you really think that's a good idea, when winter will set in within the moon? Mo's eyes flickered with annoyance. Winter won't be here for almost 2 moons, and I thought you agreed we should help Bear, he said, and that you would at least try to take things seriously. I do, Juniper shot back, and I am. Bear, stay here. Mo and I are going for a walk. Oh, are we? Mo's usual good humor had evaporated, his brown eyes harder than they had been a moment ago. Yes, Juniper huffed. We need to talk about this, and we can't do that here. Is that because you're going to talk about leaving me behind? Bear's look mirrored Mo's, hard as steel with a side of fire. No, Juniper said. How had he turned the entire camp against him within moments of waking? This really was a special skill. Perhaps he should add that to the skills section of the scroll next time he applied for a job back home, right alongside easiest to leave behind. Oh, now he was really hosting a pity party. A shame he had to do so without tea and pastries. Mo, please. All right, fine. Mo stood and followed him into the forest. When they were far enough from camp that Juniper could be sure they wouldn't be heard, he stopped walking. We have to talk about this, Juniper said. I do agree we should help her. She's just a kid and she's scared. And also very scary. But we can't just solve this one through a wrestling match, Mo said, his tone strangely cold in a way that sent a shiver down Juniper's spine. Because if Mo stopped seeing him the way he always had, if Mo got a good look at that selfishness beneath the layers of silliness, what would Juniper have left? I thought you liked our wrestling matches, Juniper said. Mo shifted from one foot to the other and then finally looked at Juniper again. Well, he said, yeah, okay, I do, except for that time you tackled me in the town square and my pants ripped. If those pants couldn't keep your ass in, they don't have a right to call themselves pants, Juniper said. And I stand on that business. Besides, I mended them. Anyway, we can't just gallivant into the mountains hoping we'll find people who maybe don't exist anymore and who also maybe don't want this kid. We don't know that they want this kid, do we? Mo stopped. We already decided. No, you decided, Juniper snapped. It made his head feel light and spinny. He had never argued with Mo quite like this. Mostly, Mo decided things and Juniper fussed about them on principle, but never pushed back. Not really. This isn't something that only you get to decide, he continued boldly. Mo arched an eyebrow at him. Did you have a better idea? I find the prince, profusely apologize to him for running off yesterday, promise him our reward money and glory, and he helps us rehome Bear, Juniper said. He's rescued princesses before. I've read about this guy. There's a girl in the town of Gillitin Lintaire on the coast who narrowly escaped some dangerous giants. Or something. Listen, all the gossip scrolls had his face in them. That's how I knew he was the third prince. You can't believe everything you read on a scroll, Mo said. And you think we can trust him, after he was going to arrest us, or worse, after he was perfectly fine hunting Bear, even after we explained to him that she was just a little girl. It would never have come to that, Juniper said confidently. If I hadn't messed everything up by throwing that flaming fire ale cocktail, and I actually thought that was genius, Mo said. I didn't even know you had any fire ale. Genius. Juniper stopped still. You thought so? You don't need to sound so shocked, Mo said. He had the smallest of grins on his face, and Devona's sake, he was standing very close to Juniper, wasn't he? Mo's shirt stretched across a broad chest that rose and fell with each steady breath. His hand, the one that had held Juniper's so securely only yesterday, was so close to Juniper again. I know you're smart, Juniper. You do. It was too late to bury the shock in his voice. Nothing for it but to be embarrassed about that for the next 1 to 2 business moons. His mouth was close to Juniper's, too. Those warm lips and that rough, bearded face that he hadn't shaved out here in the woods, that Juniper was hoping he would never shave again. Was he going to kiss his best friend, totally casual roommate right here in the forest? Juniper had been waffling back and forth between thinking he was going to lose Mo forever and thinking that maybe, just maybe. Are you crying? Mo's voice shocked Juniper out of the moment. He leaped backward, swiping at his face. He was crying, yes. He was crying because he had just entertained the idea of kissing Morn Elmthorn for the second time in his life. Juniper had seen enough. He turned, taking in a panicked breath, and made a run for it. 15. M superscript O let him get as far as the bend in the trail before he broke into an easy jog, catching up to Juniper with very little effort on his part. Juniper, however, was huffing and puffing and only crying a little now. Is it because I said you were smart? Mo asked. His hand snaked out, catching hold of Juniper's arm and pulling him to a stop. I can compliment you more often if you want. Do I not compliment you enough? Or did I make you sad? This is one of those things I'm really bad at, Juniper. I know I'm supposed to be able to read it on your face, but I can't. I don't want to talk about it. Juniper shook his head, face burning. We don't have to talk about it. I'm not crying. Am I supposed to also pretend this is true? Mo asked, his voice almost a whisper. Yes, Juniper snapped. Okay, Mo said slowly. This is just going to be one of those things I don't understand, and that's all right, but should I not call you smart? You should call me smart, Juniper choked out. If you want to, and if you actually believe it, but right now we don't have to talk about it at all. We should get back to Bear, Mo said finally. Juniper tackled him to the ground with a thump. There was nothing else for it. They fell and pummeled and thumped over the muddy ground, and Juniper wasn't crying. They fell briefly into some brambles, Mo righted them, and Juniper wasn't thinking about kissing his best friend. They rolled down a small hill through wet grass, and Juniper wasn't embarrassed and wasn't craving, and nothing was wrong at all. They landed at the bottom of the hill, Mo on top of Juniper, the sun glowing behind Mo. Is that better? Mo asked, so sincerely that Juniper would have cried again if he hadn't worked so hard to put his tears firmly away. Much better, Juniper said. And it was, well, a little. Something about being pummeled down a hill did wonders for the nervous system. I may have to wrestle you again later, Juniper warned him. Last time I kissed you, you left. That's what a man who was not a coward would say. But Juniper O'Reilly had proved over and over again, since this quest began, that he was a coward. Mo grinned, bright as the autumn sun. I may have to wrestle you, he said. Maybe I should only compliment you when there's a hill to throw you down. Would that work? I tell you something nice and then we immediately fight. Juniper bumped him with his shoulder in response. We still have to figure out what to do with Bear, he said as Mo crested the hill and reached back to offer Juniper a hand. I do care about her. I got it, Mo said. Listen, I can see how this choice is stressing you out, so I've got it. I'm making the choice. We're going into the mountains. Today, I'll work on mapping out a route and figuring out how we're going to feed Bear as we go. I'll talk to her and see if we can get any information on where her family might be hiding out. But we didn't, Juniper threw up his hands in frustration. Juniper's stress wasn't the point. I think we should. And you'll go into town disguised. You can take my cloak and resupply as quickly as possible, Mo continued as if he hadn't heard. He walked away down the path, his stride so long Juniper had to run to keep up with him. Then you'll get out of town. And not a word to that Bronson fellow, even if he says a word to you. I'm not a child, Juniper insisted breathlessly as he ran down the path after Mo. Ooh, a berry. Mo, are these the berries you found? Doesn't matter. I won't say anything to Bill. And you won't pummel him into the ground either, right? That wouldn't be saying anything, Juniper returned a little sullenly. If Mo wasn't going to listen to him, Juniper could at least make a show of not listening in response. Unless by talking you mean my fists having a conversation with his face. Juniper. Yeah, Juniper said. We need to resupply, but if Bear doesn't have family, what are we going to do? And what are we going to do when we come back from the mountains and the prince is still looking for a dragon, or worse, still angry that we ran off in the first place? I think we need a plan to get back on his good side, or if he doesn't have a good side, at least to get off of his worst side. You're just saying that because he's a prince, Mo said, and you think it's romantic or epic or some such nonsense. He's just a man, Juniper, and he isn't even that handsome. There was an oddly venomous note in Mo's tone when he said that last bit. But no, Juniper was saying it because the prince had held a sword to Mo's throat yesterday. Mo seemed to have forgotten that. Are you saying I'm acting this way because I have a crush on him? Juniper asked loudly as they rounded the bend to their little campsite. Because I don't, even if he's the only prince I've ever met before. Do you have a crush on him? Mo asked. That's rude, Juniper told him. Mo threw up his hands in frustration. At no point did I understand what was happening in this conversation, he said. But it's settled then. We'll find shelter nearby. Another abandoned cottage will do. And then you'll do the resupply run while I do the route map, talk to Bear, and make a plan for keeping her fed in the mountains. The journey through the mountains would take well past Samhain, maybe until Yule, and by that time the mountains would be snow-covered, blizzards would be near-daily occurrences, and neither Juniper nor Mo had brought their boots or heavy cloaks, let alone anything to keep Bear warm. But Mo didn't appear to be listening to anything Juniper had to say on the matter. Fine, Juniper said, fine, we'll do it your way for now. When they returned to camp, Bear had Juniper's tallow jar in her hand and was licking the remnants of it directly out of the jar, so there had been some left. Mo packed up their camp, while Juniper got Bear more breakfast. She demanded oatmeal with jerky in it again, a horrifying combination. And by the time she had finished off her bowl, Mo had found them a location. It would have been a short walk, except Bear stopped every single time she saw an interesting rock. The third time they stopped, Juniper scooped her up and pretended to make her fly. It was a game that he had loved as a small child, but Bear blew a small breath of fire at him. I already know how to fly, she told him, wrinkling her small nose. No breathing fire at friends, Mo said firmly, scooping her out of Juniper's arms and setting her on his shoulder. Juniper's heart thumped faster in his chest at the sight of Morn Elmthorn carrying a child who looked like she could belong to them both. He leaned over as they walked and murmured in Mo's ear, "This is exactly what we do when the cat bites." Mo snorted, but Bear turned a fiery look on Juniper. "Junibug," she said, "what's a cat?" "A little furry friend," Juniper told her. "Not a person like you. He can't shift, but he does like to cuddle and he does have sharp teeth. Can we eat them?" "No," Juniper stared at her agape. "No, we do not eat cats." That would be a mess to sort out when Juniper stopped the thought cold. She wasn't coming back to the farm, so she wasn't meeting Mumford, and any idea otherwise needed to be promptly dashed. "Cats are friends, not food," Mo told her, shifting her on his shoulder a little to duck under some branches. Then they rounded a bend in the trail and found themselves in a clearing that held an abandoned stone cottage with a worn thatched roof. It wasn't as cozy as home, not by half, but Juniper could pick a little bouquet of moss stars and primroses and lay out his cloak like a blanket for them to eat supper on, and they'd make it cozy. Mo swung Bear down to the ground, and she ran toward the empty house, stumbling a little in the long grass. Mo looked down at Juniper. "We'll stay here," he said. "You should probably start that resupply now, shouldn't you, if you want to be back by dark?" Well, there went that plan. No cozy but abandoned cottage for Juniper. Juniper wrinkled his nose in distaste, which Mo ignored, and then grabbed his coin and a little of Mo's, because this resupply was going to be expensive. And left without another word to Mo, his footsteps slower, his shoulders hunched. Mo wasn't willing to listen to any of his concerns, not the snowy mountains waiting, not the angry prince in pursuit, not the absence of any real ability to find Bear's kin. And if Mo wouldn't listen to Juniper, Juniper would have to solve the problem of the prince himself. 16. Juniper did a lot of stomping on his way to town. He would have engaged in some whining, too, if he thought any of the old gods listened to that sort of thing. This was why Juniper didn't do things like this. This was why he didn't leave his farm or his hometown of Tuss. Feelings got out of hand on the open road, and Juniper was over it. He took a wide berth around the charred remnants of the farm where they had met Bear, and found the trail they had taken when they first made the fateful choice to come this direction. He also made sure to avoid a particular badger's den, and the badger within it. Had town been this far away before, he had been walking for ages. When he reached Phillied, it was even busier than before, just as Mo had predicted. People of all sizes and species were mulling around the streets, light and noise spilling from every building like flame from a dragon's snout. Juniper's very bones ached to be inside one of those taverns. To put his feet up, drink heavily, and wake up in his own bed, with the door firmly shut between him and any pesky desire to kiss Mo on the mouth. To just try it, even if it couldn't really mean anything, even if they were friends and never going to be anything more, even though Juniper knew how it would end. Now that he'd reached town, there were two priorities: provisions first, prince second. Juniper wiped his muddy boots at the door to the shop he and Mo had visited a few nights back. The high-pitched, squawk-like voices of the shopkeepers already audible through the heavy oak door. A few patrons were lingering, mostly near the wall of weapons, but the first thing Juniper noticed was that the food stores were very picked over. Mercenaries had flocked to this quest now, and if the prince was as furious with them as he had looked, it was only a matter of time before they found Mo and Bear. Juniper shivered. "Hey," the shopkeeper at the counter waved to him. "Can I interest you in our complete adventure kit? It comes fully equipped with one of our most comfortable blankets, which 9 out of 10 dentists recommend, and a hatchet that—" "Dentists," Juniper grumbled. "What do they have to do with it?" The dentists, or teeth collectors as they were more often called, were some of the most foul people Juniper had ever encountered, bargaining with the desperate to collect their teeth, and then selling new sets of smiles to those who could afford it. Horrifying work. Even more horrifying than the sharp, jagged little set of teeth Bear seemed to love showing off. Dentists are seasoned travelers with a wealth of expertise in the world of outdoor adventure. The shopkeeper was undeterred. "Devona's sake, boy, you look like you could use some help, though your teeth, at least, are just fine." At that, more sets of eyes settled on Juniper. Ah, Devona's sake, indeed. If he was made in the very first store he entered, well, that still was less awful than almost kissing his best friend in the forest and then crying instead, and then losing an argument. Not that it was much of an argument to begin with. "I'm fine," Juniper said. "I need a cloak and a blanket and some jerky if you have it." The shopkeeper arched an eyebrow. "You're covered in soot," she said. For the first time she was not selling anything or shouting about her wares to anyone who would listen. She was staring at him, really looking. "Well, fuck." For a moment, just a moment, Juniper could have sworn that the skin on her arm ripped, that he saw scales and not skin. Then he blinked, and she was just staring at him, waiting, and her skin was as normal as Juniper's, if not quite as smooth and well cared for. "I am not covered in soot," Juniper lied confidently. "I am very dirty from falling down a hill." "How embarrassing," she said, but seemed satisfied. "Perhaps you would like to look at our hill safety kit, a very basic kit that includes a walking stick, a fine pair of gently used hiking boots, and—" "That doesn't say hill safety kit," Juniper pointed out, setting his coin down on the counter. You can't just rename things for any occasion. It's just a pair of old boots and a stick. It's not relevant to every occasion. Another shopper, a tall, lean woman with short black braids, brown eyes, and dark brown skin, smirked at him, bumping him with her elbow as she went past. I'm sure they'll tell you next week that it's a Samhain celebration kit, and eloquently describe how that stick helps to part the veil when it is at its thinnest. Juniper found himself grinning despite everything. Yes, he said, and again at Yule when those boots have solstice soles. The woman laughed. I'm Fern, she said. My party and I are getting drinks at the tavern down the way if you'd like to join us. No special sales pitches necessary. And here I was crafting the perfect pitch to sell you the mud from my boots, Juniper said, but he could feel the smile slipping from his face. I have to get back to my friend. Fern arched an eyebrow, her look more calculating now. Offer stands, she shrugged. We're staying at the Nameless Inn if you want to find us. See you around. What did you say your name was? He hadn't. He specifically hadn't. Fern, Juniper blurted. Your name is also Fern, she asked, her smile evaporating. Yes, Juniper said weakly. I see, she said, giving him a thoughtful once-over. Well, see you around, traveler. Way to play it cool, Juniper. He gathered his things from the counter and left, heat climbing his face as he did, hoping desperately that his hood obscured the rowan red color his cheeks must certainly be displaying. He could feel the eyes of other travelers, some of them undoubtedly mercenaries or even kingsmen, now on him as he left, curious, wondering. Juniper stopped at the baker's next, inhaling the scent of fresh pastries as he restocked with as much bread and cheese as he could fit in his pack. The baker ran a hand over his snow-white beard and nodded to Juniper but said nothing. The other baker, a tall woman with brown skin and curly hair that was just as white as her husband's, even squeezed Juniper's hand before he left. And he didn't even embarrass himself in front of them on his way out. If things were looking up for a moment, as they tend to do in a bakery, or in the presence of wee old ladies who can spare a hand squeeze because they're lovely like that, they immediately took a turn for the worse when Juniper exited the bakery. A large party of mercenaries in cloaks and armor, most carrying swords, exited a tavern. Several of them had the king's sigil embroidered into their cloaks. Kingsmen here in Philly. That meant, as Juniper had feared, that reinforcements had arrived. That confirmed word of a dragon had spread farther than a few nearby villages. Well, there was nothing for it but to seek out the prince. Farther down the street, Fern was striding purposefully in the direction of the inn. Juniper ran to catch up with her. Fern, he called, excuse me, have you heard word of a prince in town, Prince Edward? Fern's gaze swept Juniper up and down, lingering at the mud, the soot, the tear in his trousers. Her nose wrinkled a little at the mention of the prince's name. He's staying at the finest inn in the town, she said. Though it's strange, most of the rooms are so small they only have one bed. These quests are riddled with inns like that. Juniper didn't have time for this, though he would have questions at any other time about this woman and the quests she'd been on, and if she liked unforgettable or brawling, because she seemed like she would. In another life he'd befriend her. Thank you, he said, quenching his desire for answers and unforgettable at the same time. Why do you want to find him? Fern's look was still sharp, as if she was seeing all sorts of things Juniper didn't intend to show. But that, too, is the way of things on quests. Thank you, Juniper repeated. He'd run out of things he knew how to do in this social interaction, and that meant it was time to leave. He hurried away down the street, feeling her eyes digging into him as he went. Mo would be disappointed that Juniper was looking for the prince instead of avoiding him. But Mo was in danger. Juniper was sure of it, and he'd been the one to put Mo in danger. Repeatedly. If the prince blamed them for what had happened, Juniper needed to know. He needed to know because if he didn't, how else could he prepare for every little thing that could go wrong? So Juniper shrugged his hood lower and made his way into the inn at the center of town, shoulders tense. Nobody noticed him. Prince Edward was seated at a large table, surrounded by his men. Well, by Bill and P.H. Devon's men, though now they belonged to Prince Edward, didn't they? Juniper found a spare stool and sat down, hood up, at a table just behind Prince Edward. "We'll find them, sire," Bill was saying. "What a suck-up." Juniper kept listening, without saying anything to reveal to Bill that he was there, because he had promised Mo. "We'd better," Prince Edward said. He paused, taking a deep draught of whatever liquor he'd been served. Oh, how Juniper wanted a tankard of whatever that was for himself. And then, "I want that man dead before my sister gets here," Prince Edward continued. "She's always ruining things. I think she wants a piece of the dragon, or maybe just a piece of me." Juniper's skin had grown cold and clammy. If one royal was bad, surely two royals was far worse for, well, everyone. The legends in the gossip scrolls about the princes of the kingdom were all the same. They were handsome, chivalrous, only sometimes empty-headed. But the gossip scrolls were all a little afraid of the princesses, so this was some awful news. There were even rumors that one princess, Juniper had no idea which one, had beaten a Brugging in hand-to-hand combat, and everyone knew Brugging were, well, unbeatable. Juniper clenched his hands into fists. A princess, a prince. Didn't that muddy the plot too much? Surely they couldn't have that many royals at Point Ganfillied. And wait. He wanted them dead. "Not Mo," a small voice at the center of Juniper's chest said. "Not Mo." So without another thought, Juniper shoved his hood back in. "Wait." The sound of voices stilled. As one, they all turned to look at him. In fact, the whole tavern had quieted, all eyes on Juniper O'Reilly. Juniper held up his hands. "I want to talk to the prince," he said, as bravely as he could muster. "Alone." 17. For a moment Juniper stared at the tavern full of people, some human, some Brugging, some she, and they stared back at him. And then everyone looked at the prince and waited. Prince Edward smoothed some golden blonde hair away from his face, and then placed a hand on his chiseled jaw, considering. Was there a rule that princes had to look so pretty while contemplating the fate of the realm, or in this case, the fate of your most important person and very best bro? "I have something you want," Juniper said. His voice cracked as he said it, something he would lie awake thinking about for the next 6 business moons, but he continued, "And you have something I want." "Very well," the prince said. "All of you leave us." "Leave the public tavern?" Bill asked. He turned to P.H. Devon and whispered rather loudly, "Can he do that?" P.H. Devon patted his arm gently. It looked like a Mo gesture, a SHH, "I got this" gesture, which Juniper didn't want to think any more about. Not while he was here doing this. It was a good thing that mortal danger had presented itself just now, or Juniper might have been stuck thinking about his feelings. "Yes, let's stay in the tavern," the prince decided. "Everyone else can go." Oh, the tavern, bless the tavern. Juniper could have cried if he hadn't sworn off crying only hours ago. "All right," he said, a little too jubilantly. Tone was hard. Little by little, people cleared out of the space, someone knocking over the sign that read, in the common tongue, "Nameless Inn." A placard that had been attached to the sign clattered across the floor toward Juniper's feet, boasting the fanciest around. And beneath that, rooms with up to 1 bed available now. The prince gestured toward the bar and Juniper followed him, his stomach tight with dread. "Not Mo," that little voice said again. Juniper forced his feet to keep moving. The prince cleared a few she at the bar with a wave of his hand, ordered drinks with a second, and then gestured to Juniper with a third wave. "You must have magic hands," Juniper said. You brought me here to talk about my hands?" the prince asked, his impeccable brow furrowing with confusion. Mo would have just rolled with it. No, Juniper cleared his throat. No, I came here to talk about your sword. Devona, help him. How was he supposed to do this without Mo? But there was no way to do it with Mo, either. Not when Mo refused to even have a conversation with him about the danger they were in. My sword. And what to do with it? Juniper plunged on bravely despite it all. I don't want you to kill Mo. The lobby of the inn, which had been bustling a moment ago, was unnervingly quiet now that the guests had emptied back out into the streets. The fire still crackled warmly in the hearth. There was a bit of mead splashed in a puddle near Juniper's feet. At least he hoped it was mead. And the clink of glasses behind the bar was beautifully familiar. But the rest was, Mo, is that his name? The prince leaned back in the booth. And why shouldn't I throw Mo in jail or worse? You were harboring a dragon. And that was a terrible misunderstanding, Juniper said. We are so sorry, and I am taking a step back to listen and learn. He took a step backward from the bar, shaking his head at himself in what he could only hope was a convincing expression of dismay. But you have to understand, you can't kill Mo. Prince Edward arched an eyebrow, just one at a time. Princess really weren't like the rest of us, and then leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table between them. You have to understand something, he said. I want that dragon before my sister comes to town and tries to steal all my glory. But it's just a little girl, Juniper blurted. My sister, the prince looked taken aback. Have you met her? Is she here? Not your sister, Juniper said. She. Yes, she is a normal-sized human woman, though she has a mean axe swing, the prince said bitterly. Who is just a little girl then? Your friend Mo. It was indeed time for another sigh. So Juniper sighed, but softly enough that hopefully it would not be noticeable to the prince, and then said, No, your highness. The dragon is just a little girl. And we didn't know until the moment you did. He plunged bravely onward. Have you found her? Edward fixed that piercing blue gaze on Juniper. Juniper had never really fallen for blue eyes. Brown eyes had to be the prettiest in all the realm. But there was no denying that Edward was striking. Juniper thought for a moment about the sharpness in Mo's voice when he'd asked if Juniper had a crush. He shook off the thought. We were close to finding her, Juniper said. But we don't want her to get hurt. We've met her and talked to her a little bit. Her name is Bear, and she's very small, and she likes cheese, and she doesn't deserve to be hunted. That last part came out all in a rush. The prince looked at Juniper for a long moment. Something shifted in his blue eyes, something Juniper couldn't quite keep up with, and then he nodded slowly. I don't think we understood each other then, he said. I don't want to hurt this little girl. Of course not. I just didn't know these dragons were shifters not to begin with. You know there are some, a very dangerous breed of them that don't shift at all. And those dragons are just beasts. In fact, they're the reason we have so few shifters left at all. In my father's time, the beasts hunted the shifters almost to extinction. Juniper's chest ached. Mo knew the stories of the old days better, before a new king had come across the sea, when the monstrous and the mythic had walked the land as citizens, just the same as humans and Bruggen and she. At best, Juniper only knew bits and pieces in the old language and some of the songs. So he had no way to know if this was true, if the beasts had hunted the shifters, if princes could be trusted. You don't want to hurt Bear? Juniper asked, drawing the words out as slow and thoughtful as a summer day. But you were asking people to fire arrows at her. I thought she was attacking us, the prince said. And I'm very sorry. I would never have done that if I realized she was just a child. Juniper's heart lifted for the first time since he'd woken up in a cell with his head on Mo's lap to the news they were going on a quest. We just misunderstood each other. It hurt to hope this hard. Of course, the prince said. Juniper, isn't it? You have to understand, when this quest started, we thought we were hunting a dangerous beast. But now that we know it's just a little girl, a small child, we just want to help her. The palace would be so pleased to welcome the first shifter found in the realm in decades. Juniper shifted uncomfortably. This wasn't exactly what Mo's grandmem's stories had indicated. Those stories he did still have. But then again, Mo's grandmem had stayed close to Tuss her entire life, so maybe there were secrets to this realm she didn't know. So what would you do with her? Well, we would muster a whole party to take her into the mountains and find her remaining people, the prince said. I'm ambitious, as I'm sure you can tell, and I would love to be able to negotiate peace with the dragon shifters. Bear could help us do that. Juniper almost opened his mouth and asked if that meant he and Mo could go home. But Mo, brave, beautiful, heroic Mo, would never do that, and Juniper was realizing he couldn't ask that either, no matter how badly he wanted to. We would go with you, Juniper blurted. This was something. This was better, even better than a sword leveled at Mo's throat. Better than Mo facing down a prince's blade and telling him he was wrong. Bear trusts us. I can help you find the other dragons, and Mo can take care of Bear, and your party can offer us protection. He suppressed a groan, as he realized this meant he would be in very close proximity to Bill Bronson until well after Samhain. You could both go home if you wanted, the prince said. Free and safe. I can forgive the little quarrel we had at the barn, and you can forget all this ever happened. I hear that you have a personal rivalry with a member of my party, so we can just interpret things that way. You were upset with, oh, what's his name? The tall, muscular man with the nasally voice. Juniper resented the implication that Bill could be either tall or muscular, but he did have a nasally voice. Maybe from all the times Juniper had punched him in the nose. Bill Bronson. Ah, yes, Bronson, the prince said, shaking his head with an expression of mild distaste, a response Juniper could relate to. We can't go home, Juniper said. It was the first time saying it out loud, and it was just as depressing as he'd thought it would be. He couldn't go home, not while Mo wasn't there. Not while they had something that needed doing. The prince hesitated. Very well, he said, and you think your friend will go along with this? Give me some time to convince him, Juniper added miserably. Mo was never going to come home after this, and meet us north along the river, in exchange. He let his voice trail off. Juniper's stomach twisted. Bear's hand had been so small in his. Mo's laugh had been so vivid and warm when he'd looked at both of them. I want your word, he finished finally. I want you to give me your word in front of anyone, that you won't harm Bear, and that Mo and I will be allowed to help Bear get home, and then we will be free to go home. After a moment the prince nodded again. I will sign something with a recruiter present, as well as a witness from this town, and one from my own mercenary party, he said. Bill Bronson is literate, I think. He'll do. At this point, Juniper shouldn't have even been surprised. The prince sent someone for a recruiter, an additional witness, a woman named Yana with black curly hair and a sharp curved blade, who said very little, and Bill Bronson, who avoided Juniper's gaze the entire time. When it was done, paper signed and witnessed, and then stamped with the royal seal, Juniper had only ever seen knockoffs on those little trinkets sold in the town square. The prince sent some of his men to bring back more supplies for Juniper. Food, a skin of water, and even a small bottle of fire ale. It was a token of appreciation, the prince said, but it sent dread unspooling through Juniper's stomach, because the prince couldn't know that Juniper had thrown a fire ale cocktail at him, could he? Surely he wouldn't let him live if he had. Finally, when they were finished, Juniper repacked his belongings and set off into the forest to find Bear and Mo. The prince would muster his men and then meet Juniper and Mo and Bear at a point along the trail the following evening. It all hinged on Juniper convincing Mo this was a good idea, or just convincing him to follow Juniper along the right trail, and convincing him after the fact. The third option was to take Bill Bronson with him right now as the prince's emissary, and let Bill explain the plan, but Juniper would rather be trampled by 100 wild horses or shot out of a cannon. The sun was beginning to sink toward the horizon when Juniper finally left Phillied, drawing his cloak tightly around him against the growing chill, praying to old gods who never answered that Morn Elmthorn would listen to him. 18. Juniper was 6 the first time he slept outside. It was, incidentally, how he had first really met Mo. His father had not yet begun to kick him out for the night, but he had sent Juniper down to the local tavern to get him an entire bucket of ale. He had in fact taken a wooden pail, usually used to haul water, and instructed Juniper to have them fill it. And then Juniper's useless father had promptly forgotten to leave the door unlocked, and had been in such a drunken stupor that he had not heard Juniper pounding on the door. An embarrassing incident all around, but he had crashed into Mo while looking for a place to sleep in the woods behind his father's house. Mo was out with his grandmem, on a late-night journey gathering mushrooms for some ceremony she and 6 of her closest female friends were to engage in. Juniper was young and very much alone, and if Mo's grandmem and her friends were a bit odd, he didn't ask questions. Of course Mo, ever the adventurer, had suggested that, since they both would likely be out there all night anyway, they make a good time of it. He'd set up camp, laying out 2 blankets, one for him, one for Juniper, which was kind, because 6-winter-old Juniper had not had the forethought to bring a blanket when he left the house at noon that day. And then they told stories until the night around them did not seem so cold. It was not the last time Juniper would be left out in the cold, and as he got older, he stopped bothering to come home at all. And now, tromping through the forest as the sun was rapidly setting, Juniper couldn't help but think of each time he had ended up outside, and how each time it was Morningthal Elmthorn who had always invited him inside, or if he could not, he had at least made the nights more bearable. And Juniper had solved this, protected Mo and himself, so why did his stomach feel like a stone that was sinking to the bottom of an icy river? He rounded the last bend, and there was that little cottage, and through the window he could see them both. The whiplash of feeling, from the cold dread to the excitement at seeing Mo and Bear. Bear was fast asleep on Mo's lap, and Mo was leaning against one of the moss-covered walls, head tipped back against it, also fast asleep. "Mo," he said softly. Mo's head snapped up. "You're back," he said, excitement in his tone. "Are you all right?" He must have read something in Juniper's face that Juniper was trying desperately to hide, because he moved Bear gently onto a nearby bedroll. She snored a little, a tendril of smoke rising as she did, and wiggled further into the blanket, but did not wake. "I'm all right," Juniper said quickly. "Mo, I see I'm going to have to wrestle you," Mo said very somberly. "You're stewing again, Juniper O'Reilly." "You insufferable, kissable oaf," Juniper said. "Why did you have to be so good?" For perhaps the 100th time that day, Mo gave him a look of absolute confusion. "I'm a what?" he asked. "Did you just say I was kissable?" "Don't let it go to your head," Juniper told him. "I'm pretty sure you're on that list of most kissable farmers back in Tuss." Juniper set down the provisions. "I think we should take the trail that follows the river," he said. "And you and I need to talk about the best way to help Bear, because when I was in town—" "We're going north," Mo said. "Or I am. Juniper, if you decide to go back home, I'll go alone," Juniper cut him off. "I know." He didn't need anyone rubbing salt in that particular wound. "Thank you very much." He looked around them, taking in the empty room that Mo had somehow transformed. Mo had laid his bedroll out flat on the moss and lichen-covered floor, and used it as a table where he'd set out the remaining provisions, some dried plums, 3 rolls of rye bread that were only a little squashed from being carried around in Mo's pack, and a skin of water. Juniper's bedroll was laid out carefully next to it, one of Mo's long-sleeved wool shirts folded to use as a pillow. "You made it," Juniper's voice trailed off. Mo had made it seem homey, even here, even like this. Mo reached out and took Juniper's hand in his. "Trust me," he said. "We can do this. I can feel it. Bear doesn't deserve to be on her own out here any more than you did all those winters ago." Juniper's eyes stung. "I know," he said. "I know. I'm not trying to leave Bear behind. I'm trying to talk to you about a better way to do this. One that doesn't involve two lads from Tuss without a winter cloak between them setting off for the high northern mountains right before Samhain and the winter season sets in." Mo huffed a little, and then Bear's eyes fluttered open, and whatever Mo had been going to say evaporated like mist in the sun. He held out his arms wordlessly, and Bear clambered to her feet before climbing sleepily in. "I can hear you," she said as she curled against Mo's shoulder. "All the times, even when you're far away in the woods." "Fuck," Juniper said eloquently. Mo fixed him with a look. "Juniper, I can hear the words you don't want me to say." Bear sounded rather proud of herself. "Even the bad words." If it wasn't Juniper's curse words she was eavesdropping on, he would have been proud of her himself. "We need to watch what we say," Mo said. "If you weren't holding the child, I'd tackle you," Juniper told him. "You curse too." "Devona's sake," Bear imitated, deepening her voice as much as she was able in imitation of Mo's tone. A little flutter of flame came out when she did, and she coughed, scrubbing at the fine layer of soot left behind on her cheek. Juniper reached over and pulled out the handkerchief he knew Mo kept in the front pocket of his pack and dabbed at the remaining soot. "Well, eavesdropping isn't nice," Juniper, who had eavesdropped on a prince earlier that day, told her. "Even if your hearing is eerily good. Sometimes Mo and I need to talk." Bear stuck out her tongue at him. It was forked, something he should have realized, but it still made him startle, a movement he quickly tried to cover up. "Are you going to stay here while Mo and I go for a walk?" Juniper asked her. Bear shook her head. "No, I'm common with." Mo shifted her on his lap and looked over her head at Juniper. "We've said all we need to say, Junibug," he said. "I'm going to try to hunt so she can have some supper, and then we'll leave tomorrow morning after breakfast." "I'll bribe you with cheese," Juniper told Bear. "The good stuff, hard cheese cut in those little cubes just the way you like. Mo, I'll bribe you with." What could he possibly offer Mo? Bear held up all of her fingers. "This many," she said, "this many cubes." "Deal?" He held out his hand to shake hers, a common custom across their lands these days, though not one their people had practiced before the current line of kings. Bear spat soberly, though whether that was an old custom Juniper was simply unfamiliar with, or just Bear being Bear, he was unsure. Mo offered him the handkerchief to wipe his hand on. "Junibug, I don't think we need to take a walk." "I still get cheese," Bear said, "even if you don't go." She drove a hard bargain. "You still get cheese," he said. Juniper rummaged through the sack of provisions he had hauled back from Phillied, pulling a loaf of soft white bread from his pack. "And we all get some of this for supper." He added it to the food Mo had set out, along with some berries he had found along the trail, and pulled the small brown sack of cheese cubes from his pocket, where he'd had it for safekeeping and sampling. It was long after supper, the moon risen and Bear fast asleep, when Juniper finally managed to corner Mo for a conversation. "I need to tell you something," Juniper said, "and I need you to listen." They were standing just outside the cottage, Bear within sight. Mo's shoulders were tight, his jaw set, as if braced for Juniper to whine and demand to be let out of the quest he'd saddled them with. It ached somewhere deep in Juniper's chest that this was what Mo thought of him. "I'm listening," Mo said as they started walking away from the cottage into the forest. He hadn't sounded so weary since he had left 10 winters ago. He hadn't sounded so weary since the night Juniper had kissed him. "We really should go a little farther," Juniper said when Mo paused. "She has an uncanny ability to hear whatever we say, even when we're far away." Mo chuckled. "She's a handful," he said, leaning one hand against a nearby oak tree and grinning down at Juniper. "Like you." A blush climbed Juniper's face like wildfire spreading through a thicket of dry brush. Standing like that is why you end up on the most kissable scrolls, Juniper informed him. And I think we should get some help bringing Bear into the mountain. Someone with supplies and expertise, someone. And then the forest around them exploded with light and sound. And it was too late to explain anything to Mo. It was too late for anything at all. There were dozens of mercenaries in the clearing near the cottage, swarming through the door, swords out, and someone was screaming, and Mo was running, tearing through the forest to the cottage, and Juniper was following, but he was never fast enough. He was never ever going to be fast enough. 3, no, it was taking 4. Men restrained Mo, and then 2 men were on Juniper, and more were grabbing Bear from inside the cottage, and they were muzzling her, and... No, Mo was screaming. Leave her alone, she's just a kid, she's just a kid, she's just a kid. There was a muffled thump, and then Juniper couldn't see him. The mercenaries had him on the ground. They'd hit him. Juniper was flailing against his guards, landing a good stomp on someone's foot before they had him on the ground too, face down in the mud. Bear woke up as they were muzzling her, shifted just as the wrought iron trap clamped around her small mouth, keeping the fire inside. She let out a muffled roar, panic in her eyes. And then Prince Edward stalked through the throng of bodies, his sword drawn, looking just as epic as he had that first morning they'd met him. I hear there are more where you come from, the prince said to Bear, who writhed against the captors who were holding her. She was shifting as they held her, but the muzzle was on securely. Her eyes, though, those were as human as could be and just as panicked. You'll help me find them, he said, reaching out one finger and running it across the scales rippling over her arm, an expression of disgust on his handsome face. And then my army will help me kill them. Act 3. Bill isn't so bad. Somehow. 19. Was still screaming at them to let her go, let her go, let her go. But the men holding Juniper down released him. It was only then that Juniper realized the men were Bill and P.H. Tevin, but even Bill didn't look too smug, and P.H. Tevin couldn't meet his eyes. What are you doing? Juniper demanded. Mo's brown eyes snapped to him, confusion on his beautiful face. We had a deal. Prince Edward turned that ice-blue gaze of his on Juniper. I so appreciated you seeking me out. Juniper, Mo's voice was fractured. He had stopped struggling for a moment, frozen where 4 guards still had their hands on him. This wasn't our deal, Juniper snapped, stepping forward. I was going to. I thought it was interesting, the prince cut him off, waving his hand in dismissal, that you believed there would be more dragons in the northern mountains. If there are, that's news to the royal family. News which I will bring back to the capital city, along with the bodies of slain dragons. Juniper. Sometimes, you realize you are in love with your best friend when you are sitting by the hearth fire, embroidering a sheep onto a sweater for said best friend, while he snores gently in his rocker beside you, those great big hands of his still holding his mending needles. Or when you're harvesting wheat and he's singing that tune his grandmam taught him about plum pies and dead kings and love, and the sun makes his brown skin look like it's glowing. Or even when you are griping about rising tallow prices and the importance of good moisturization, and he tells you, Junibug, eat some bread. And that means fussing isn't good for your skin, either, take a breath. But he says it with eyes as soft as the blanket he wove for you, and he's also the only person in the world who can tell you something like that and be heard. Or maybe Juniper should have realized it that cold winter night, when he kissed his best friend's beautiful mouth in a way no bro ever could. But no, Juniper hadn't realized it, not truly, not the extent of it, until Morn Elmthorn was being pinned to the ground, staring up at him with betrayal and loss and hurt, and anger written all over his face. I didn't, Juniper tried. I wanted. And then the rest of his words were drowned with Mo's roar of fury and pain, as he managed to get a knee under himself and push his way upward, through the throng of men who were holding him down, to his feet. He was a blur of motion, and Juniper tried to run for him. And then they were on him, shoving him to the ground again, someone's boot making contact with Mo's ribs with a sickening thud. Bill had hold of Juniper again, his knife trained on Juniper's throat. The rest came in bits and pieces, Mo shouting, and Bear whimpering from inside that horrible muzzle, and men with swords all around them. They took Bear away first, the prince leaving with her, but a dozen men stayed behind, still holding Mo pinned on the ground. They let Juniper up after he stopped struggling, and okay, sure, they were a little uncomfortable with how much he had been crying. When the mercenaries, or maybe kingsmen, some of them definitely looked like soldiers, not just a group of fools who signed up in a tavern, had finally left, with a warning not to follow unless they wanted to be brutally stopped, Juniper ran across the clearing to Mo, who was staggering to his feet. Blood was dripping down Mo's jaw, a narrow cut across his cheekbone. He rubbed at it, his eyes a little unfocused. Junibug. The clearing between them had never been so wide. I can explain, Juniper said. Mo stepped forward, and then suppressed a gasp, pressing his hand to his side as if in pain. Juniper surged forward, but Mo held up his other hand, palm out, and Juniper's footsteps halted of their own accord. Did you do it? Mo asked. His tone was quiet, but it was colder than the winter Juniper had spent alone. When Juniper opened his mouth and shut it again without answering, Mo repeated himself. Did you do it, Juniper? Yes, Juniper said. But that wasn't the deal. I didn't know he followed me back here. I was going to talk to you. I was trying to talk to you because I was trying to protect you, Mo. I was trying to protect. Mo's hand again, raised to stop the torrent of Juniper's words. I'm going after her. What can we really do? Juniper blurted. He had never hated himself quite this much. Not even when he had called Mo daddy in front of Farmer Abernathy and then wanted the ground to swallow him. No, this was immeasurably worse. Mo, he's a prince. He has over a dozen men with him now. We should. Mo whirled on him, his brown eyes flashing dangerously. You cannot be serious, he said. He was staring at Juniper as if he had never really seen him before. You cannot possibly be that selfish. The words cut Juniper through, so sharply he could not catch his breath for a long moment. Of course he was that selfish. More selfish than Mo knew, even. Mo, he said, of course I don't want Bear to be hurt. I don't want any of this, but... You, Mo said icily, are the reason we are here. You did this, Juniper. You made a deal with that prince and you are the reason he took her. And Bear is just a little kid, and she is scared and in danger and alone, and you of all people should understand how she feels. Juniper flinched as if he had been struck, the words hanging in the clearing between them like a dark rain cloud. Mourn, he said softly. I do understand, we just... He let out his breath slowly. We just need a plan. I've got it, Mo said. He wasn't looking at Juniper, one of his hands curled into a fist, the other pressed against his ribs where the Kingsmen had kicked him. You don't have to come. I wouldn't expect you to. He turned away from Juniper, his shoulders tense. You're going, Juniper snapped. You think I would abandon you. I love you, you fool. The words ripped out of him, coupled with the immediate invasion of the one memory he tried his hardest to forget. Mo back on his shoulders, leaving after their kiss. Mo, gone for so long Juniper thought the winter would last forever. And there it was, all out in the open at last, in this God's cursed clearing where Juniper had lost everything. Mo whirled on him. You love me, he snapped. You love me, Juniper, and this is when you tell me. It was worse timing than the badger, or the tavern brawl, or shouting about P in front of the prince that first morning they'd met him. It was worse timing than any other foolish thing Juniper had ever done. But he loved Morn Elmthorn, and he was a fool. Mo wasn't done. He crossed the space between them with one long stride, ignoring his injured rib, and wrapped his hand in a fistful of Juniper's wool shirt, hauling him forward. Juniper let out a dignified squeak. "You never forgave me," Mo said. His eyes were flashing, more fire than Juniper had ever seen from his friend. "You never forgave me for being 20 winters old and not knowing what I wanted. You shut me out until now, when you betrayed me and got bear captured. What do you want from me, Juniper?" He spat Juniper's name with all the rage, and disgust Juniper had always feared. He would once he saw Juniper wholly. And what could Juniper say to any of this? That he loved Mo, that he hadn't meant for any of this to happen, that he was a fool who just wanted to go home. "I wanted you safe," Juniper whispered. Mo released him and stepped back, his chest heaving. "You wanted to drag me home to our cottage no matter the cost," he said. "You wanted a winter full of warm cider and soft blankets and me at your side, and you were willing to give up an innocent kid to do it." "Mo, that's not." Mo stalked into the cottage, where their belongings were strewn around, food and bedrolls trampled from the fray. As he shoved his things into his pack without bothering to fold them, he looked up at Juniper, who stood frozen in the doorway. "I loved you too, Juniper," Mo said, those brown eyes burning into Juniper's. "I've loved you for half my life." 20. Juniper didn't pretend not to be crying and blowing his nose as he shoved his own things into his pack and followed Mo out the door. And he didn't try to explain, or beg, or do anything else. He just followed Mo in silence as they set off, keeping pace with Mo's long strides as best he could. They trailed the prince's party farther up the river, the terrain growing rockier as they went. Juniper turned his ankle at least 3 times before lunchtime, and Mo didn't ask him, 1, if he was okay, or 2, when he wanted to stop for lunch. Which made sense, since Juniper had ruined literally everything. Juniper's stomach was growling loudly. By the time Mo jerked his head toward a flat rock near the path and tossed his pack down. "What's your plan?" Juniper tried to ask him at lunch, but Mo just shook his head. Mo was calmer now, at least. Hiking many leagues had that effect on him, apparently. But his expression was closed off, that twinkle of mirthful affection utterly absent from his eyes. Juniper missed it, and thoroughly did not deserve it. The prince was, as Juniper had thought, easy enough to track, his mercenaries loud and unwieldy, and uncaring about which plants they stomped and which trees they broke and what manner of trash they left in their wake. Mo cursed under his breath every time he stopped to pick up a piece of garbage they had left, shoving it into the side pouch of his pack. Juniper heard something about "may the ground swallow you, and for every piece of trash you litter, may the fairies take one of your toes," but that last one was a little horrifying, and sounded like a direct repetition of something Mo's grandmem probably said, so Juniper decided it was best not to listen too closely after that. After he had diligently cleaned up the 7th disposable tobacco pipe, he opened his mouth to complain to Mo about the brutes ahead of them, only to snap his teeth shut just as soon as he did. A little after lunch, when the sun managed to slip through the cloud cover high above them, they reached a place where the trail widened. Juniper stooped low and examined the trail. "Keep moving," Mo said gruffly. "They're keeping a rapid pace. We need to catch them by nightfall." This meant his plan was to attack at nightfall. For all his gifts, subtlety was not one of them. In fact, just days ago, he had confidently told Juniper his plan was attack. He had also thought a net would be sufficient in capturing a dragon. Juniper had never been more deeply in love with this fool, or more deeply unworthy of him. "She didn't go this way," Juniper said, forcing his voice to sound more confident. "If you tell me, you know that because of a feeling in your heart." "That was one time," Juniper protested, "and we saw some very cool stars that night even if we did get lost, and I was 8 winters old. Leave me alone." There was not even a hint of Mo's usual smile. He stared back at Juniper, waiting. "Then how do you know she didn't go this way?" Mo asked, shifting his back a little and staring down at Juniper. Juniper was suddenly acutely aware of their position, Mo standing above him, tall and imposing, Juniper kneeling in the mud. His mouth watered just a little, in a tasteful way. He was looking respectfully at that bulge in Mo's trekking trousers. Juniper shook himself and looked away. Mo didn't want anything to do with him, and Juniper needed to focus. "I can smell ash on the wind," he told Mo, "and do you see those branches? I think they've taken a few people off the main trail with Bear, just in case they are followed." "You think they're that scared of us?" Mo asked. It was the first time he'd looked pleased all day. "It took 4 of them to hold you down," Juniper said. "Besides, there's a princess here somewhere. That's part of why the prince is so worried, so they might be concerned she'll try to take Bear. Or another mercenary group, even." "5, Mo said. "It took 5 men to hold me down because 4 couldn't, though they mostly used the 5th to kick me." Juniper reached for Mo before he thought better, his fingers grazing Mo's forearm. Touching Mo's skin felt a little like getting hit by lightning, or at least what Juniper imagined that would feel like. He stayed inside during thunderstorms and watched them through his window from his rocker, sipping a mug of chaga. "I can wrap your injury," he said. The words came out a little breathless, on account of how touching his best friend felt like touching lightning. Mo jerked back from his touch so quickly that he lost his balance, usually more a Juniper move than a Mo one, and Juniper dove to help him. Mo was too big, his momentum taking them both down, and they hit the steep, muddy path hard, rolling over each other until they slid to a stop. Juniper caught his breath, acutely aware of his position once more. This was somehow worse than kneeling in front of his best friend. Now, Juniper had his back pressed against the cool, packed dirt, his head resting on some moss. Mo was above him, one muscular arm posted on the moss and leaves on one side of Juniper's head, and one knee braced on the ground between Juniper's legs. Mo's usually affable expression was stormy, those brown eyes of his sharp and glittering with an emotion Juniper didn't often see. "How many times have we been here, Junibug?" he asked. "Wrestling instead of talking." "I think I like touching you," Juniper blurted, heat rising through his face as he did. Mo's thigh was touching Juniper's, and it was hard to think. Mo's expression shifted, and then he pushed himself up off Juniper and stood, reaching for his fallen pack. Juniper rolled himself to his feet, only stumbling a little, and grabbed his pack. "We can talk now," he said as he followed Mo back up the hill. "When do we ever talk, Juniper?" Mo asked without turning. "Come on, keep moving. It's a little late for that and we're burning daylight." Juniper fell into step behind him, grumbling under his breath. He missed skin care and his bed and his warm hearth fire and Mo's gentle snoring. He missed having a wall safely between them. He missed not having to know that everything was wrong between them, and had been for a long time. "Are quests always this depressing?" Juniper muttered under his breath as they crested the hill again, Juniper taking the lead so he could track Bear. He hadn't meant to say that out loud, but the unfortunate part about being in close proximity in the wilderness was that of course Mo had heard him. "This is my first quest too, Juniper," Mo said a little tightly. "Sometimes you act like I just know everything, like I know how to do it all and I know what's going to happen and I'm not your dad, Juniper." "Hey," Juniper said, "I didn't mean to call you Daddy, which is very different than Dad, thank you very much. Everybody knows that." Mo snorted. "This isn't about that," he said. "It's about how you expect me to take care of you, and I wanted to take care of you, but the path is made by walking, Junibug. I don't know how any of this works any more than you do." You want to take care of me." Juniper stopped walking, but Mo didn't, crashing into Juniper from behind so hard that Juniper fell forward again. "Wanted to." Wanted. Loved. All words that sounded like they were firmly in the past, while all of Juniper's love and want was so brutally in the present that it made him feel as if he were slowly being snapped in half. Juniper had always thought taking care of him must be a bit of a burden, really. But that was just one more of the topics they'd never talked about. As the Brugging would say, men would literally rather go on a quest to find a dragon than talk about their feelings. Late that afternoon, they came so close to the prince's small band of people that they could hear the clank of armor and the sound of voices. So Mo decided, without consulting Juniper, as per usual, that they would draw back a little and make camp for the night. This time, the prince made more of an effort to disguise his location, reinforcing Juniper's suspicion that he had been trying to throw them off the trail by sending the bulk of his men a different direction. There was a much smaller campfire that night, and Mo reported that the camp was consistently guarded by people carrying swords. This, of course, spurred Juniper's worry that my plan is attack, Elmthorn would simply walk into camp and try to take Bear. For being such a smart man overall, he was remarkably confident in his own brawn when it came to solving a conflict. They set up their own camp upriver, in relative silence, in a small mossy gap in the trees Mo had chosen. Mo took the side nearest the tree line toward the prince's camp, and Juniper wordlessly set his own pack on the opposite side. Far enough from Mo that they could build a massive wall in between them, just like they had done 10 winters ago. Being in love was truly the stupidest thing Juniper had ever done. Well, second stupidest. Betraying his true love by trying to save him had to be the first stupidest. Telling Mo that they maybe weren't equipped to go after Bear was probably the third stupidest, if he was really invested in ranking things. You were right not to trust the prince to begin with, Juniper said in the growing darkness that had fallen over their campsite. When we first met him, and he'd lost all his men, I bet he did let Bear's mom eat them, or burn them to a crisp, or whatever she did. Mo grunted in response as he unrolled his bedroll. Despite the years he had spent getting good at reading Mo Elmthorn's grunts, Juniper didn't know what this one meant, and at this point, he was too tired to continue decoding. I'll take that to mean, yes, Juniper, I am always right. And it's true, but I'm listening now, Mo, so maybe we could do this part together, please. Mo's eyes looked everywhere but at Juniper. This isn't something that can be solved with a wrestling match or by quietly hoping it will go away or get better on its own, Junibug, he said softly. I did try. The words dug into Juniper's skin and stayed there. What could he say to that? Mo was disappointed in him. Mo didn't trust his judgment anymore if he ever really had. I never meant for any of this to happen, Juniper attempted one last time. I didn't know what the prince was planning. But Mo was so sick of his shit that he probably didn't even want to hear Juniper's explanation. He'd already made that clear. What do you need? Juniper asked wearily when Mo only HMM'd at him in response. From me. Because maybe he couldn't ever be trusted again. Maybe he couldn't ever be looked at as if the sun shone from him. He hadn't realized Mo had looked at him like that until the look had faltered, all the warmth of the sun gone with it. Mo settled back into his blankets on his back, lacing his fingers beneath his head, which was a truly unfair angle of those accentuated biceps in the moonlight. He stared up at the starry sky for a long moment before he answered. Maybe just a story tonight, Junibug, he said, if you've got one more in you. It sounded a little like goodbye. Juniper's heart squeezed in response, but he snuggled down beneath the blanket that still smelled like Mo and breathed deep. Once upon a time, he began, there were 2 fools who lived on a farm, and one day a giant ogre arrived with only 2 teeth and great big fists the size of boulders. His breath smelled like Bill Bronson in a dirty tavern, and his eyes were oozing with. No oozing, Mo murmured, please. No oozing was one of Mo's most often violated rules. It was also his only true fear, things that oozed. Once, when their lambs had all gotten sick and been very sneezy for about 3 weeks one spring, Mo had spent half of that time throwing up every time he saw one of them sneeze, or even tipping their heads back like they might sneeze. No oozing, Juniper acknowledged. The ogre was not oozing anything, but he did smell very bad. He was on the run from the royal guards because he had just killed some king or other, and was trying to free the land from the iron grip of the royals. And he came to the farm too. A gentle snore interrupted him from the other side of the clearing. Mo was already asleep. 10 winters ago, Juniper had woken on one winter day beneath a heavy quilt that was not his own, in a bed that belonged to his best friend. They had been drunk the night before. Mo had been talking about leaving, and Juniper had interrupted him by kissing him. It was warm and sweet and bright, and winter couldn't even really exist outside when Mo kissed him back like that, because Mo had kissed him back. Firm and insistent, his tongue pushing inside Juniper's mouth, his breath warm against Juniper's jaw. And then Juniper had fallen asleep in his bed. He had woken under a blanket that smelled like Mo Elmthorn, and that in itself was not strange. What was strange that morning was the quiet in their little cottage. No fire crackling in the hearth, no clang of pots on the stove, no scrape of boots or creak of the front door as Mo came and went. 10 winters ago, on that horrible winter morning that changed everything, Juniper hadn't wanted to open his eyes, because as long as they stayed tightly shut, Mo wasn't really gone. Now the sun was warm on Juniper's face, though the cold of sleeping outdoors in the autumn days leading up to Samhain had set into his bones as it always seemed to out here. And once again, Juniper did not want to open his eyes to a world in which Morn Elmthorn had done what he always did. Leave Juniper behind. 21. When Mo had left 10 winters ago, he had at least left a note, and the last thing Juniper had seen of him was him walking away down the dirt road, his pack on his shoulders. This morning, there was no note, and Juniper's stupid roommate was just gone, and you know what? That was stupid and selfish too, just like Juniper had been stupid and selfish to get them trapped on this quest in the first place. Just like he had been stupid and selfish to make a deal with that God's cursed prince. He packed up the camp with a heavy sigh, rolling his shoulders to work out the knots there. He groaned as he swung his bag up onto his shoulders, those knots immediately returning with a vengeance. Wasn't it supposed to get easier at some point? Wasn't he supposed to have his trail legs by now? That was one of the sample SMART goals the recruiter's documents had mentioned. Juniper hated being in love, possibly even more than he hated Bill Bronson and being left alone in the woods. It was like having a very unpleasant blister. Every time you moved, it made itself known. But it made his next choice easy, at least. He was going to march into the jaws of danger because, Devona curse it all, that's where Mo was. Mo would have been easy to track even if Juniper hadn't known exactly where that heroic fool was going. Juniper could just see his friend's familiar gait in the impressions he had left in the leaves and moss and mud as he walked. A tiny bit uneven because that ankle injury from 3 winters ago had never fully healed. At a bend in the trail, there was a patch of ground with a more marked indent where Mo had paused, looking back at something by the angle of his footprints. Juniper tightened one of the straps on his pack, popped a few berries into his mouth, along with a handful of the specialty handcrafted cheese cubes that paired so well with them, and kept on through the forest. When he reached the meadow where the prince's men had camped the night before, Juniper, reluctantly, stepped off the path, where there were more bugs but slightly lower odds of instant death at the end of a prince's sword. When he peered through the underbrush into the prince's camp, he was struck immediately with a wave of disgust and nausea at a sight so foul it would fill anyone with rage. Bill Bronson was on guard. He was holding a sword loosely at his side as he paced back and forth with a bored expression on his face. What fool had put this toenail of a man on guard duty? Bronson, Prince Edward's now familiar voice cut the morning air from a nearby tent. Oh, so it was that fool then. It was hard to believe Juniper had ever been caught in the prince's golden trance now. In fact, his voice was starting to be as grating as Bill's, which was a feat. Juniper crept forward a little farther, wincing when a twig snapped. Where the hell was Mo? Yes, Your Highness, Bill sighed. Now this attitude was new. Bill Bronson, not sucking up to His Highness's royal butt cheeks. Juniper wasn't about to like him for it, but it was a marked improvement. The rest of Bill still needed a makeover. His personality, his voice, that thicket of hair on top of his head that was the color of a dead mouse. In fact, Juniper wasn't convinced Bill hadn't robbed a family of dead mice to get that hair in the first place. Bring the dragon its breakfast, the prince called. But make sure her muzzle stays on. Juniper bristled, the rage that hit him so white-hot and all-consuming he nearly ran out of the bushes to light one or both of the men on fire. Bear was a child. Not in it. Not something to muzzle. All of his reticence evaporated. He may have lost his skin care, but he'd be damned if he lost his soul to this quest. For the first time in his fool life, though, Juniper forced his body to stay still instead of running headlong into danger. Mo had already done that for the both of them, and they had always had an unspoken pact. When one was in there, running headlong into danger without a second thought, the other had to be in there, level-headed enough not to do that, Juniper reached into his pack slowly in search of his fire ale. He was going to keep his head on. But he was also going to keep an incendiary close, just in case. He still hadn't caught any sight of Mo, so arson and treason would have to wait. At least until Juniper had secured the love of his life, who inconveniently remained the love of his life even though he wanted nothing to do with Juniper. Juniper skirted the edge of the meadow, moving as soundlessly as he could while he followed Bill, who set his sword down to grab a flask of water and some jerky. Bronson, the prince called again. Juniper froze and then reached for his match and tinder. If he didn't find Mo's dumb ass in a few minutes, he might have to return to Plan A for arson. What is it? Bill yelled back, pausing outside the tent that must contain Bear. He did not at all sound as polite as Juniper would have thought a prince would require from one of his mercenaries. Don't forget the perimeter check first. Bill mumbled a few rude words he usually reserved for Juniper and then kept going. He ducked into the tent, leaving his sword outside. No one else was visible, though there were several other large tents in the clearing. Juniper crept across the moss, snatched up the sword, and then he circled back, finally utilizing that closing the loop technique the bankers in his village were always talking about, toward the prince's tent. Just in case, he poured a line of fire ale in front of the prince's tent. He was readying his match and tinderbox when a loud, gruff voice shouted from across the camp. Avast! And then there was a great deal of shouting, but amid it all, one very familiar voice responded. Ahoy! Oh Mo! Juniper lit the fire ale, sending a line of fire across the ground in front of the prince's tent, snatched up Bill's heavy-ass sword, and ran toward the sound of Mo's voice. He arrived just in time to see one large, burly guard kick Mo's bad ankle. It turned with a sickening crunch and then, well, Juniper didn't quite know what happened next. A lot of bold, manly yelling from him, probably. Not a scream or a shriek, no matter what anybody else said. And a lot of swinging that very heavy sword as he did. Shock on Mo's face, confusion on the mercenaries' faces. More screaming from the other side of the camp. The prince, discovering he had walked out of his tent into a line of fire. Help, the prince was screaming. Help me, a dragon has attacked, or a traitor, or that little bastard has set everything on fire again. Juniper, the little bastard in question, found himself grinning despite himself. Perhaps quests could have an element of fun, after all. He grabbed Mo's sizable bicep as the mercenaries ran to help the prince and dragged him away from camp, clinging to Mo with one arm and that stupid sword with the other. Thank you for the fire ale, Juniper shouted over his shoulder as he half ran from the camp, dragging Mo with him. I hope you all fall into a briar patch. He plunged into the forest, going as fast as his tired legs would take him. Juniper, Mo attempted. Juniper, I can walk, you don't have to carry me. I heard that crunch, you magnificent oaf, Juniper yelled. And Devona, curse us all, I am going to take care of you. You're faster without me, Mo said, shoving Juniper off him as they reached the path by the river. Behind them, the sound of shouts and swords approached. There isn't time for you to be noble, Juniper told Mo, and then pushed him directly into the rushing current of the river. 22. T was not much of a plan as plans go, but it was something, and the current was faster than the soldiers could be. Under, Juniper yelled, hoping that despite Mo's mistrust in Juniper's morals and character and overall planning abilities, Mo could at least trust him with that. Mo did, ducking beneath the rushing waves. Juniper did too, his pack dragging him down. That stupid sword too. He hung on for dear life as the current carried them farther into the depths of the forest, where the banks were steeper and the trees leaned close over the water. When one particularly pokey branch slapped him across the face as he resurfaced, Juniper grabbed on. Grab something, Juniper yelled at Mo. Mo did, with much more ease than Juniper, who felt a bit like a wet rat clinging for dear life to his tree branch. Juniper tossed the sword on the bank first, and then his drenched pack, before scrambling up the bank himself. He clambered over toward Mo, who was slowly pulling himself out of the water, wincing as he went. Let me help. Juniper had not sounded so forceful since the embalk fire incident of their 7th winter. Surprise flickered on Mo's face. All right, he said, if you insist. Juniper glared at him. Now listen here, he began. If you want to be angry at me, be angry at me. If you want to hate me, fine. If you want to have nothing to do with me after all this is done, I'm not going to stop you. But do not, so help me Devona, ever run off like that again. They would have killed you. Okay. What? Juniper resisted the urge to shove Mo straight back in the river. Instead, he huffed angrily and took Mo's arm, helping him to a seat on the ground. What do you mean, okay? I mean I'm sorry, Mo said, lowering himself until he was lying on his back where he let out a faint groan. I can't do this without you, and I don't hate you. I am angry with you, but I won't be able to rescue Bear alone. I don't hate you, yet might have been a more accurate assessment, since Juniper had yet to share that everything was his fault. For fuck's sake, Juniper said eloquently. And if you say okay to that, I will kick your ass even if your stupid ankle is hurt. Let me look at it. The tiniest smile played across Mo's face, the first Juniper had seen since the prince took Bear. I've never seen you so bossy, he said wearily, closing his eyes. I like it. Juniper huffed angrily. You should really argue back, he said. He squatted down on the moss beside Mo and began carefully unlacing the boot on Mo's injured ankle. When he had loosened the laces as far as they would go, he pulled the boot off as slowly as he could manage. Mo gritted his teeth, but it didn't stop the noise of pain that escaped through. Juniper shook his head, tusking as he did. I think it's probably got a fracture, he said. The ankle was swollen already, puffy and bruised. At least a bad sprain. I'll be fine, Mo said. Sure, Juniper said. After I carry you back to Point Gan Philly to see a healer. I can't abandon Bear, Mo said. I promised her. I'll get Bear, Juniper promised, a sinking feeling in his chest as he realized this must be what commitment felt like. It wasn't anything like the flare of feelings he felt every time he looked at his best friend. It was cold and settled and determined, and it scared him a little. To be that certain he was going to do something. Mo shook his head, groaning a little as he did. You don't even want to be here. We're here because of me, Juniper said. Now shut up and let me take care of you. Again, a small smile appeared on Mo's face beneath the growing beard. Wait, Mo said, we should talk and I should listen this time. No, Juniper said. I mean yes, of course. It's way past time and I've waited like 10 winters and that makes me a fool, but first. He shook his finger in Mo's face for emphasis, which did not look as imposing as he wanted because Mo just grinned. I am going to make a poultice for your ankle and a fire, and you're going to drink some water and Devona help me. You are going to eat some soup. Mo nodded as if too weary to fight. All right, Junibug, he said. All right. They had gone quite a ways into the forest. The exact distance Juniper wasn't sure of, but it was so desperately quiet here that Juniper knew the prince and his men were not nearby. And even if they decided to sway from their quest to kill dragons in the mountains and pursue Mo and Juniper, the forest was so dense here that foot travel, especially with as much gear as they were carrying, would take longer than the expedited river travel had. Juniper hadn't built a fire himself since he was small, but he gathered tinder where he could, pine needles, a bit of birch bark, and made do with a sharpened stick and another bit of wood, since his flint and matches were hopelessly wet. Once at 7 winters, on a particularly cold, snowy day when all the cottages in their village had smoke curling from their chimneys and smelled of warm bread and hot cider and hearty stews, Juniper's father had forgotten he'd had a son, a common occurrence among fathers. Juniper was sure and locked him out. Juniper had knocked once. He only ever bothered to knock once because he might not have much, but he wasn't going to beg someone to want him, and then went about his merry way into the forest, where he built a fire just this way, with a sharp stick and a bit of wood. How had he been more competent at 7 than he was now? Mo watched him struggle with the stick but did not move, a true sign of how badly he was injured. When it finally lit, and stayed lit, Mo leaned back with a sigh and closed his eyes. Juniper, he said a little later, as Juniper bustled in front of the fire boiling some water. He had a few dried vegetables left, though they were a bit mushy from the river. And yes, he had brought a seasoning packet along because he might be eating, sleeping, and shitting outdoors. But that did not mean he had to eat unseasoned food, too. And if he threw in a bit of the remaining meat, it couldn't be all bad. Besides, nothing like broth for an injury, and was Mo looking feverish? Juniper, Mo repeated. Soup, Juniper told him sternly. Of course, Mo said mildly. But Juniper, this ankle, I don't think I'll be walking on it any time soon. A poultice, Juniper said. A splint, I can do that, I can make you one. That's not all, Mo said. I don't have my pack. I stowed it in the woods when I went into their camp to get bear. Did you really have no other plan beyond going to get bear? Juniper asked. And that's fine. I have plenty of provisions, and I'm only going to be able to carry 1 pack out of here anyway. I only counted 7 of them. Mo shrugged. I guess I thought I was a little sneakier than I ended up being. How did you get into the camp and set the prince on fire again? By actually being good at sneaking, Juniper told him reprovingly. He busied himself putting together a poultice. You feel feverish. Are you feverish? Mo said. That was a familiar mo. It meant everything will be all right, Juniper. Or maybe Juniper had it all wrong, and it just meant Mo wasn't going to answer him, so Mo better be enough, because it was going to be all he got. Let me see it then, Juniper said. As the soup cooked over a low fire, he crouched next to Mo and tilted his ankle slightly to get a better look at it. Then he set to work cleaning mud and a bit of blood from it, letting it rest on his lap as he did so. They were both soaking wet, and the autumn air was chilly, especially this far north into the forest, but Juniper felt suddenly warm in a way he could not fully attribute to the fire. His strawberry wildfire hair was growing longer out here, untamed in the woods, and when it fell into his face, obscuring his view, Mo reached out one large, calloused hand and brushed it aside. That's better, he said softly. Unbearable man. Juniper's hands trembled just a little, as he made a poultice out of some herbs from his pouch, and then placed it on Mo's injury, binding it there with a strip of his shirt. There was a long moment where nobody spoke, the silence broken only by the crisp crackle of flames and the rush of the river in the background. I'll hang our clothes to dry, Juniper said. How does your ankle feel? Better, Mo lied admirably. It will, Juniper promised. After I finish with the clothes, I'll make you a splint and find you a solid enough stick to walk on. They were far off the path now, and even if Mo could walk on that ankle, it would be slow going to return to Phillied. And even when they reached the town, what would happen to them? The first fire ale cocktail had been bad enough, but at least that Juniper could have explained away. The second fire ale cocktail he'd claimed that one, hadn't he? Juniper was out of deals to make. Or rather, he'd made the wrong deal, and now they were far worse off than before. Just rest, he told Mo. It was his turn to be brave and competent now. Mo had spent long enough doing that for both of them. Juniper hung his bedroll and blanket, a brisk breeze blowing it. Maybe that at least would be dry by the time they needed to sleep. He hung his clothes next, even the pink long underwear he hadn't wanted. Mo to know he brought with. Mo, I think you need to be naked, he said. It didn't come out as cool, chill, or nonchalant as he'd intended. Mo's complexion darkened just a little. Was he blushing? You want me to be naked? He asked blankly. Juniper. Oh, Juniper said quickly. No, I want you to be clothed, but I need you to be naked, unfortunately. It was not too late to return to the river, Juniper reflected, and let it sweep him leagues away from civilization, never to return. You need me to be naked. For the sake of laundry, Juniper yelled at him. Shut up, Mo. The silence was endless, and then broken with Mo's chuckle, the first Juniper had heard in days now, maybe weeks, or even 100 years. He hadn't realized how much he had missed the sound until Mo's shoulders were shaking with laughter. Oh, Junibug, Mo said. He sounded a little feverish but much less angry. I'd love to be naked for you, but you'll have to help undress me, I'm afraid. Oh, and now he was enjoying this, was he? If Mo's ankle weren't injured, Juniper would be well within his rights to kick the other man in the shins. Watch it, Juniper groused, but he moved slowly and carefully as he peeled Mo's wet shirt from his body. Underneath were corded arms and a beautiful expanse of brown skin and a broad chest and a line of hair that ran down his stomach toward a place Juniper was going to have to undress next. He gulped. Perhaps instead he could set himself on fire. When he voiced this particular idea to Mo, Mo's grin just widened. You should also hang your clothes to dry, Mo said. Here, let me help you with your shirt. His hands were defter than Juniper's. How many people had he undressed that he was so good at this? And then Juniper's shirt was gone, leaving him bare-chested. He was so bloody pale in comparison to Mo, freckles spotting his chest, that he felt himself blush. That was why he was blushing, of course. Next your pants, Mo said. Now who's bossy? Juniper grumbled. I'm supposed to be helping you right now. Oh, Mo said in a tone of sleepy satisfaction. Oh, you are. Morn Elmthorn, Juniper protested, tugging at the knot holding his trousers up. You cannot be serious. Terribly serious, Mo said. Juniper leaned in and placed the back of his hand against Mo's forehead. His skin was both hot and clammy. You are running a fever, he said, worry encroaching on embarrassment. That's why you're acting like this. Mo was the perfect gentleman at all other times, holding doors for the elderly, never looking anywhere but respectfully, helping weary people carry their packages. But when he was either a bit feverish or had smoked a particular type of mood-enhancing herb, there was another side to him. One that was a bit hungry and a bit, well, how could Juniper describe it? Objectifying. Of Juniper in particular. Take off your pants, Mo said, sounding more bleary than before but with an expression of delight on his face. He even giggled a little. You are acting as if you have smoked a fat roll of Farmer Abernathy's special leaves, Juniper reproved him. Look away, you rapscallion. He turned around as he shoved his pants down and hung them over a bush. A fine view either way you turn, Mo slurred. Now take off my pants, Juniper. Do it slowly so I can look at you while you do it. His voice dropped to a low rumble that chased a shiver down Juniper's spine, one that had nothing to do with the cold. That was less a request, and more of a command, albeit a feverish one. "I thought you were angry with me," Juniper said. It wasn't fair to be having this conversation now. Mo's gaze caught his, piercing and revealing, and Juniper could not look away. "Come here, Juniper," he said softly. And Juniper did. He crouched undressed beside Mo and gently tugged at the knot holding Mo's trousers up. When the knot didn't give, Mo's hands closed over his, and they undid the knot together. Juniper eased them down his friend's legs, revealing muscular thighs and calves, and then slowly pulled the material away from his swollen ankle as Mo shifted to allow him to peel the clothes off. "Your shorts," Juniper said, gesturing to the thin fabric. "You weren't wearing any," Mo said. "You know that I chafe if I don't have pure linen," Juniper mumbled. Mo's smile was hazy, feverish, but so affectionate it made Juniper want to cry, or reconsider his first two options, letting the river carry him away or flinging himself into the fire. "I'll get you linen pants when we get home, you fussy fellow," Mo said. "Help me get these off." Juniper did. His throat felt as if it was swollen shut, and he averted his eyes, looked instead to the trees, the moss, the sky, the fire, anywhere but Mo. He had always known his roommate was particularly well endowed by the gods, but they had never. Juniper couldn't breathe. "Tomorrow we'll talk," Mo promised, his words slurring, whether with sleep or pain or his rising fever. "I promise, Junibug, I promise I'm ready to listen." Juniper's chest squeezed dangerously. But was Mo really ready to hear the part he was angriest about, Juniper's deal with the prince, the ultimate betrayal of Mo's faith? Was anyone ever ready for that? "Let me get you soup," Juniper said, hurrying away from Mo so he did not have to look at that, though he was painfully aware of Mo's hungry gaze on his back, or maybe even on his ass. The soup was bubbling in the pot now, and it smelled beautifully of spices and onion and garlic. Thank Devona and all the old gods that Juniper had packed a little rope of braided garlic. Where would they be without the garlic? He would have to make eye contact with Mose. Juniper shook his head at himself, burning himself 3 times as he tried to scoop soup into his tin cup. When he turned, Mo had rolled slightly, that sculpted ass toward Juniper, his ankle propped on a nearby stone. "You have to sit up and have some soup." Juniper said it like a question, not an order. He was going to have to learn Mo's trick, that one where he dropped his voice an octave, and it felt like his words rolled out from the very center of his chest, covered in honey and spice, leaving Juniper no choice but to obey. "In the morning," Mo mumbled. The wind blew through their camp, a cold gust, shaking their wet clothes and blankets. Mo shivered, his eyes drooping shut as if he did not have the strength to hold them open. "Now," Juniper said, "now, Mo." His voice was not quite a rumble, not like Mo's was, but it did make Mo turn back over and let Juniper pour a bit of broth into his mouth. They stayed like that for hours. Juniper crouched beside him until his knees ached, scooping broth painstakingly, one small spoonful at a time. A few hours later, when the bedroll and blanket at least were dry, Juniper set that up beside the fire. "Crawl in," he told Mo, helping his friend when the other man couldn't manage to get to his feet. There's only one bedroll." That was so much worse than only one bed, which so many people acted like was the most romantic thing on the face of the continent. Instead, having only one shared bedroll was just sweaty and uncomfortable, and you were always being jostled all night, and you were so close to the other person you spent the whole night with your skin on their skin until you forget where you end and he begins, and you might even wake, tangled beneath the blanket he gave you, with his arms wrapped around you and your ear pressed against his chest, and all you can hear is his heartbeat, thump thump, thump thump, and if anyone asked, you would tell them all the stars in the sky are shining just for him. 23. When Juniper woke the next morning, Mo was burning up with fever in the bedroll beside him, one arm still wrapped tightly around Juniper. When Juniper tried to extract himself, Mo grumbled sleepily and tightened his hold. It was only after a good deal of maneuvering, how was his grip so strong, even when he was ill, that Juniper successfully escaped, careful not to wake Mo as he did. What Juniper wouldn't give to be closer to a healer, or even one of those people who claim to be druids, even if all they did was make you a cup of tea, and tell you that your palm said you were going to die soon but be very wealthy, or have a lot of health but no money, or whatever it was they were always predicting. Anything would be better than being stuck out in the wilderness. And all because he'd done some ne'er poibly, had 10 winters of unaddressed feelings bottled up, and gotten in a brawl. "Junibug," Mo's voice sounded pained. "Where'd you go? Come back." "I'm here," Juniper said, kneeling on the edge of the bedroll beside him. "I'm so sorry, Mo." It was on the tip of his lips. What should I do? "I don't know any more than you do," Mo's words returned to him. "The path is made by walking." It would have to be, quite literally, since they were now so far from any beaten path. Juniper lit the fire again, boiled some herb pouches he had remaining in his pack. That would have to do, as far as tea went, and then cradled Mo's head so that his friend could drink. He stayed at his friend's side, pacing the camp, changing the poultice on his injured ankle, pouring tea and broth into Mo's mouth any time his friend was awake enough to allow it, and pacing some more. The river would not carry him back the way he came, but it was clear to him that he needed to follow it back toward the prince and the village. The prince and his foul little associates were the closest people in the realm, at the moment, unless there really were other dragons out here, whom Juniper was sure would not look favorably on 2 men who looked like they could be dragon hunters. So, unfortunately, there seemed nothing for it but yet another trek through the woods, a recurring theme during these recent unpleasant weeks they'd spent questioning. Juniper's father would have called this an exercise in futility, and probably thrown an empty bottle at him to boot. Well, Juniper's father could go fuck himself. With a pine cone. "Mo, I need to do some sneaking again," Juniper told his friend the next time he woke. "I'm going to put out the fire so nobody comes across you here, and leave you with the sword." "Take the sword," Mo said, his voice gravelly and low but despite the fever very sure. "You're going to his camp, aren't you? If we're ever going to get bareback, we need to know what the prince is planning and find the best stop to intercept him," Juniper said. "And at the very least, I can try to make sure Bear is okay." "I want to go," Mo said. "I want to make sure Bear's okay." "I loved you." "Loved?" Mo's words echoed in his head. "I can do this," Juniper said. "You can trust me." The rest of the words died on his lips, because as they left his mouth he realized how they sounded. Mo was still feverish and not quite awake, but the look on his face said enough. How could he trust Juniper ever again? "I'd die trying," Juniper blurted. "Don't die trying." Mo's voice was terribly grumpy. "Don't die, Juniper O'Reilly, or I will travel to Turna in Og itself to find you and kick your ass." And then he slumped over on the bedroll and went back to sleep, a little bit of tea dribbling down his chin. Juniper had never loved anybody so much. "Glad you think my death will be valiant enough for a trip to Turna in Og," Juniper murmured, and then he stole a second knife from Mo's pants, which were still hanging up. No need to try to shove Mo back into said pants so soon, and put out the fire and went on his way. It took Juniper until late afternoon to reach the prince's camp, which had moved back toward Philide and had swelled again in size, rejoined by the prince's other mercenaries. It was better guarded than before, with no bear to be seen, no fire either. When Juniper arrived at the perimeter, he shrugged his cloak on and realized he should have probably spent the miserable walk there thinking of a plan. How very like Mo of him to show up with no plan. Juniper did, however, Know exactly who would have the loosest lips about something as important as the prince's next steps. So he pulled his hood low over his face and confidently strolled along the perimeter, gazing into the woods as if he was keeping guard. "I'm on this beat, man," a woman interrupted him after a few minutes. "Ah, of course," Juniper said. "So sorry." She was pale, tall, and red-haired, and she scowled at him, jerking her head toward the opposite side of the camp. "You're one of Bronson's fellows?" she asked, her gaze sweeping up and down him with distaste. "Yes," Juniper answered with gritted teeth. "What sacrifices a man would make for love." The woman, Juniper would call her bad girl one, stared at him, her scowl deepening. Understandably so, if she associated him with Bill. "Didn't anyone tell you that your people are supposed to be on wood-chopping duty, after Bill let those outlaws walk right past him into camp yesterday?" "So sorry," Juniper said again, hoping his tone reflected the gravity of the situation and not the cheerfulness he felt in his soul. "Off I go then." Outlaws was a very cool and sexy word to describe two rather dirty farmers fumbling about through the forest on a mission to save a little dragon. Juniper's chest ached at the thought of Bear. She must be so scared and so angry. She deserved to be scooped up and fed cheese, not feared and locked away. He crossed the camp carefully, hood pulled low, toward the cracking sound of wood splintering. On his way, he grabbed a flask of water from the ground. Bill was at the edge of the camp nearest the river, and he barely looked up when Juniper approached. "Oh, are you taking over for me?" Bill asked, handing off the hatchet and wiping his brow with the back of his sleeve as he did. "Thank Devona and all the gods. This is such horrible work and I want to go home." Juniper took the hatchet without a word, ducking away from Bill, though he handed off the flask of water first. Bill took it and slumped over on the pile he'd already created of firewood. "Thanks, my good fellow," he said. "Ah, that's better, though I could do with some tallow. I haven't had skin care in days." So Bill was responsible for driving up the price of tallow back at home then. Juniper bit back the flash of anger. Devona's sake, this man was a nightmare. Juniper turned his back to him. Alas, it seemed as if he would actually have to chop some wood. But Bill was sitting right there and sighing, so that was a positive sign. A wine fest seemed imminent. "I don't even get the point of all this anyway," Bill volunteered. "And I wish we'd never met that prince. It doesn't seem right, does it? Locking up a kid, even if she is a dragon." Juniper borrowed a Mo-ism and grunted to cover his surprise. Bill, with a take Juniper agreed with, unheard of in these lands. "You sound just like my husband." Bill's voice was unexpectedly fond, for someone who was such a whiny bastard all the rest of the time. Fevin must really be something special to put up with a man like Bill. "We're moving on soon," Bill continued to grouse after Juniper said mum again. "So I don't understand why he's having us chop all this wood." What a self-centered bore, to carry on talking about his own thoughts when all the other person had done was mum at him. How was Bill to know what that mum really meant? Because Juniper meant for his mum to mean go fuck yourself, Bill. Juniper swung the axe again, harder this time, to avoid thinking about any possible implications of that thought. Mo made splitting firewood look easy and also quite a bit sexy, but Juniper's shoulders were already burning. And doing this in a cloak. Nearly impossible. "Where?" Juniper grunted, trying to make his voice sound as low as possible. He felt the silence that followed, Bill considering his voice, the question. "We're headed back to Point Gan Philly, you fool," Bill said finally. "Are you just slow, or have you not been listening? His royal asshole does not want to lose the dragon to those two country bumpkins or his vicious little sister, so he's grabbing reinforcements in Philly and transporting the dragon on to the capital city before he goes on his grand dragon hunt. He can do that by himself, as far as I'm concerned. If there are dragons out there not bothering us, I don't see why we should go and bother them." Juniper preferred the term outlaw, but he had to admit that bumpkin, when spoken in a tone of such rageful reverence, was not so bad. He said again. That seemed to pacify Bill, fool that he was, because he took another swig of water and switched to complaining about what a long walk it was going to be to the capital city, now that the prince had commandeered his horse. And that was enough information for Juniper. The prince needed more men somehow, because he was afraid of his sisters or Juniper and Mo's interference, or both. Or maybe, and this, Juniper thought, was far more likely, the prince couldn't find a sufficiently easy path through the thickening forest, and was scared of what might happen if he came upon a community of dragons. So coward that he was taking Bear and running to the capital city. Has anyone ever told you how bad you are at chopping wood? Bill commented. And why are you doing it in a cloak anyway? That's how you lose a toe. Billy, P.H. Devon called from a nearby tent, a blessed relief, since Juniper was using all his concentration not to tell Bill he should worry about his own damn toes. I'm coming out to take over for you in a minute, okay? Don't worry about it, Bill called back. Some lad's already here. What did you say your name was again? Now Mum would no longer work as an answer here, so what the hell was Juniper supposed to do? If he had thought about this, which he hadn't, he might have thought to make up a name, perhaps Fern. Or just say he had to go and shuffle off across camp quickly. But Juniper had free will and a flair for the dramatic, so he pushed back his hood, grinned at Bill's shocked face and said, "It's Mr. Bumpkin to you, thank you very much." "I what, you?" Bill dropped the flask, water spilling across the orange and red leaves at his feet. "Me," Juniper answered. "Slap you later, Bill." Bill surged to his feet, knife in hand, and lunged for Juniper. Juniper dodged back, but Bill closed a surprisingly strong hand around Juniper's bicep, placed the tip of his knife on Juniper's throat and said, "Shut your mouth." Juniper opened his mouth because obeying such a command from Bill, even at knife point, unthinkable. P.H. Devon rounded the corner, eyes widening when he saw Juniper. "Don't say anything," he said softly, waving at Bill. Bill put the knife away. "Juniper, can we talk?" Juniper's mind couldn't quite keep up. Talk to Bill. When Juniper couldn't summon an answer, P.H. Devon moved closer, his dark eyes trained on Juniper. "Stay quiet," he said again. "The prince is sending men for Morn, and they may already have him." "What?" Juniper gasped. "Put your hood back up," P.H. Devon hissed at him. "Now." Juniper did, hunching his shoulders and glancing around to make sure nobody else had noticed. "What do you want?" he asked. "What are you saying? Are you trying to help me?" "I'm saying the prince sent men upriver last night," P.H. Devon told him. "I'm sure you don't want to hear this from us, but we're in over our heads on this quest, and neither of us like what the prince is doing and—" Bill elbowed P.H. Devon in the ribs. "We shouldn't be telling him this," he cut his husband off. "We can't trust him. He sold out his boyfriend." "He's not my boyfriend," Juniper mumbled, but his heart was thundering in his chest. "They're going after Mo right now. I didn't think there would be a trail they could follow out there." "He sent some trained mercenaries," P.H. Devon told him, exchanging an unreadable look with Bill. He glanced around and then hooked his hand under Juniper's arm. "You know, the ones who aren't just lads from Tuss with the ability to brawl and walk for many leagues. Let's walk," he said. The three of them skirted toward the edge of camp, where the river thundered by. "They're more dangerous," Bill told him as they reached the river. "You know, the assholes from the capital city who are trained from the time they're 12 winters or so. None of the rest of us even have a chance on these quests." There was an unexpected note of bitterness in his tone. "Why in Devona's name are you helping me?" It took everything Juniper had not to add an insult to his question. But this was Mo's life at stake, Juniper's one single incentive to behave. So, reluctantly, Juniper did the last thing he'd ever expected. He followed Bill Bronson into the forest. 24. Once they were outside of camp, a little upriver, Bill's step slowed. The look he gave Juniper was guarded, as if he expected Juniper to leap on him like a wild animal any moment, which, to be fair, Juniper had been considering. "We want to help you," P.H. Devon said. "Well, P.H. Devon does," Bill said. "I think you're a prick who can't be trusted." The feeling was mutual. "Do they have Mo?" Juniper asked. "Give me one reason not to throw you in this river right now." P.H. Devon sighed. "You trusted the wrong person, and so did we," he said. "They sent half a dozen men into the woods this morning, and I heard them talking about it. They're bringing Mo to Philly and then shipping him to the capital city from there." One moment Juniper was processing this information, his chest heaving, his breath short and sharp and painful, and the next he was running for the river, no thought in his head but not Mo. A hand on his shoulder jerked him backward. "Bill." Juniper raised his fist. "Bill didn't." "I know," Bill said, "but it's too late, and you know that we're telling you the truth. We could have just turned you in back at camp, or killed you and had the prince thank us for it. So if you want to reach your man, come with us and find him in Philly." Juniper wasn't breathing. "Oh, Bill," he said with a gasp, "he's going to think." Mo was going to think this was him. After Juniper had let him down, betrayed him, as far as Mo understood, and Bear had been captured, why wouldn't Mo assume it was him? Mo was feverish and exhausted and hurt, and he was going to think Juniper had abandoned him to mercenaries and kingsmen. Juniper shuddered. How could he have ever thought the prince handsome or warm or vaguely heroic? Mo, worse for wear, in a splint and ragged trousers, with his beard growing a bit wilder than ever before, would always look 10 times the hero the prince could ever be. Bill snapped his fingers in front of Juniper's face. "Are you listening?" He accompanied each word with a finger snap, and Juniper remembered why he hated the man. "We can journey together to Philly," P.H. Devon said, "if we leave now." Shouting in the distance interrupted them. "They're back," P.H. Devon's voice was clipped. "Go." If they were back, that meant Mo was here, so Juniper shoved P.H. Devon's hand away and tiptoed back toward camp. The prince's people must have left to track Mo not long after Juniper had left Mo in the safety of camp. Juniper couldn't have been gone for long when they'd shown up in camp, surrounded Mo, and... Juniper shuddered. When he peered through the greenery toward the camp again, he noticed that more than a few of their tents were ashy and burned. "Bless Bear for that. Juniper, don't." P.H. Devon sounded a little as if he were begging. "They have him," Juniper said. "Nothing else mattered. And you won't get him back this way," Bill added, crouching on the other side of Juniper. Juniper had never spoken this many words to Bill Bronson, consecutively, without swinging on him. Not a habit he intended to make, either. And then he could think of nothing else, because half a dozen mercenaries, one with a black eye and one with a bloody nose, were hauling someone Juniper's body recognized before his mind could process it. "Mourn!" He didn't realize he'd screamed it until he was running across the camp, away from the safety of the river or the 2 co-conspirators who maybe wanted to help him. The prince was striding toward them all, sword drawn, and other mercenaries had bows drawn on them. And then... "Juniper," Mo whispered. His eyes were wide, flickering between Juniper and the prince. Prince Edward stopped in front of them, the whole camp gathering behind him, weapons at the ready. Then the prince crouched in front of Mo so that they were eye to eye. Edward was smiling, that bright, golden expression that pulled people in. Well, had certainly pulled Juniper in. You could finally be something worth looking at, a little voice had told him, and on the way to that he'd gone and lost the only person he wanted looking at him in the first place. "You little pest," the prince spat at Mo. "You've been a thorn in my side since the day I met you and that little boyfriend of yours," and he was standing there with no pants. Now, was it necessary to put Juniper on blast this way in front of everybody? "Not important right now." "Well, a little important." "And I'll stand there with no pants again," Juniper shouted back at him. Ah, yes, he could hear it now too. The prince's people were staring at him as if they agreed. It was not exactly as inspiring as it had sounded in his head. Even Bill winced, as if he was cringing on Juniper's behalf. Mo lifted his head, meeting the prince's eyes. Mo hated making eye contact, and that made it feel somehow more dangerous when his gaze met the prince's and held it, the air crackling like dragon flame between them. "You'll lose," Mo said. He was clear-eyed despite the circumstances, despite everything. How had it taken Juniper, O'Reilly, this long to realize he was in love with the man? "I have the dragon," Prince Edward sneered, "and I have you." He paused, his blue eyes settling on Juniper. "Did you know he made another deal?" It took Juniper a moment to register the prince's lie. In that moment, cold realization settled in Mo's look, like silt settling at the bottom of the river, and then Mo's expression went blank and empty. But for a moment, for a stinging, awful moment, Juniper had seen Mo believe Prince Edward. "We didn't," Juniper said. "Mo, if you think I would." The prince waved his hand, and the mercenaries began dragging Mo away, farther into camp. For the first time, Morn Elmthorn did nothing but let them. Mo was gone a moment later, so Juniper whirled on the prince. "Why," he demanded, "you and I made no deal, not after that first one." "No, we didn't," the prince eyed him carefully. "But if you play your cards right, we could have another deal." Was this just a plot to make Mo give up? In other circumstances, Juniper would probably be insulted that the prince only saw Mo as a true threat to making it to the capital city with Bear, but there were more pressing issues than Juniper's ego. "I've always been shit at cards," Juniper said. He looked around the clearing. Bear was nowhere to be seen. An absolute army of mercenaries had dragged Mo away, and they had not been careful of his ankle, and Bill and P.H. Devon were flanking the prince now. Bill and P.H. Devon, whose loyalties were still uncertain. "Seize him," the prince said, waving to his remaining men. Bill Bronson surged forward, his steps blocky and uneven as if his body and mind were at war. Juniper sighed. This part, where he ran for his life, was swiftly becoming the norm. In fact, by the time this quest was done, Juniper might even turn into one of those deranged individuals who ran for fun. Oh, who was he fooling? This part was always going to suck. Juniper turned and ran. 25. His time when Juniper hit the water with a cold splash. He didn't have a sword or a large best friend to hold on to. Instead, the cold woke him up, welcomed him in, and for the first time Juniper could appreciate the sharpness of it. Maybe Mo was rubbing off on him, after all. His heart was pounding in his chest, with excitement, with strength. He still missed his skin care, though. No excitement could replace the feeling of being cuddled up in front of his very own hearth fire, with a steaming mug of mulled cider and recently moisturized skin. One splash and then another echoed behind him. "Ah, fuck." Juniper ducked underneath the rapid current, twisting to avoid a few rocks, and then ducking again as he was swept around the bend, toward a tree fallen across the river. Was that Bill and P.H. Devon? And were they running for their lives after going behind the prince's back, or were they pursuing Juniper in an attempt to get to Mo? Juniper chanced a glance over his shoulder as he went under again, squinting in the water. It was Bill and P.H. Devon, and they were floundering, fighting to keep their heads above water. Juniper swam faster, kicking his feet to go with the current, and then another rush of water swept him farther on, and he could no longer see them. They were reaching golden hour, the sun leaning low toward the edge of the horizon, and the current felt like it must be moving faster today. Or maybe Juniper was just adrenaline spent and exhausted. He reached out and caught a branch, well, the branch caught his pants, tearing them slightly, but then Juniper caught the branch. He hauled himself out, cold, silty river water dripping from his chilled skin and soaked wool clothes. There was no choice but to keep moving. He could no longer hear Bill or P.H. Devon, could no longer hear the prince or his mercenaries or any of it. There was nothing but this swath of forest, the rush of water and wind and Juniper's clothes clinging to his frigid skin. And then Juniper just walked. There was nothing else for it. To walk back up the river to Philly to formulate a plan as he went. When he finally stopped to rest, the moon was high in the sky, almost full now. They were nearing Samhain. The moon would be full by then, when the veil was thinnest and the forest was the strangest, if Moe's grandmem was to be listened to. And based on the accuracy of her predictions about both dragons and members of the royal family, she was. As Juniper pulled everything out of his pack, he stopped, his blanket in hand. It was the softer blanket, the one that smelled like Moe, which Moe had traded for the new scratchy blanket a few nights back. If Moe was here, and Juniper hadn't ruined everything, Juniper would give him a shoulder rub, focus on the knot that always formed just beneath Moe's left shoulder blade. It ached especially as the days grew colder, and in winter the pain got so bad Juniper usually nagged at Moe to go and see a healer. Moe rarely did. And then Moe would rub Juniper's ankle, the one that was always a little swollen after a long day of farm chores, and Juniper would tell stories, and then they would go their own rounds, and Juniper would listen for the sound of Moe's gentle snores. How often had he heard that exact sound through the wall that separated them? Juniper shivered, still damp as he tried to fall asleep under the stars and the Divona's sake, the rain. It rained steadily through the night, putting out the fire almost immediately, and Juniper slept only fitfully, looking for Moe every time he woke. Juniper's training regimen had been utterly lacking for most of his life, farm chores, and walking to the Tuss Tavern being the most he'd ever really done at home. But trying to keep up with Moe's long stride for weeks now must have been effective, because, as Juniper took off through the forest the next morning, his pack catching on stray branches as he walked, he found that his pace had him nearly to Philly by midday. Maybe Juniper really would have a chance of beating Moe in a foot race when they were safely home. If he got Moe safely back, Juniper promised all the gods and anyone else who might be listening, he wouldn't even demand a head start. Unlike Moe, he did not keep a map in his head, but follow the water, Moe's grandam's favorite map, remained true. Juniper marched his ass upriver until he reached Philly'd again. Philly'd was even louder and busier than he'd bargained for, but Juniper snagged an abandoned cloak that was hanging on a post outside a tavern at the edge of town. It smelled of spilled mead and someone else's sweat, but Juniper would have to worry about this cloak's impact on his skin care later. He pulled the hood low and walked through Philly'd, past the goose-throated upselling merchants to the Philly jail. Everyone was talking about the prince, the dragon, and the dangerous mercenary who was under a rotating guard day and night. Every group of people Juniper passed, mercenary or not, was talking about it. He also caught a few flashes of stories about a rogue pack of mercenaries who had accosted the prince many times. If Juniper didn't have so much at stake, he would have been a little flattered. Predictably, the local jail was surrounded by guards. Bill and P.H. Tevin were standing at the door. Their old cloaks had been replaced, and they were wearing red cloaks with the king's sigil on them now, both of them looking unhappy to be there. Juniper approached, heart thumping. Bill's eyes widened, and for a moment Juniper thought they would call out to the other guards at the corner of the building. Instead, P.H. Tevin opened the door and nodded to him. "Prince's orders," he said out loud to Bill, but the words were spoken loud enough to be more for the other guards' benefit. Bill entered first, and Juniper followed, his hands growing slippery with sweat. He was walking into a building the prince would happily lock him up in, with Bill fucking Bronson. The jail was a small building, with uneven stone steps leading down to a narrow, dank corridor. "I don't think I can give you much time," Bill said in a low voice. Juniper drew in a breath to settle his nerves. It didn't help, too much damp stone and not enough breathable fresh air down here. They passed another guard, who nodded to Bill but looked at Juniper curiously. "Speak quietly," Bill told Juniper in a whisper. "I'll distract this guard. Get out of here fast, though. Bill split off and engaged the other guard in conversation, stepping farther down the hall to give Juniper a moment. Junibug. Juniper had to stop himself from sprinting down the hallway toward the cell. Mo was the only person in it, those big hands clinging to the bars of the jail. Mo, Juniper whispered. You came. Prince Edward lied, Juniper blurted. I know you're angry at me, and you have every right to be, but I don't know you at all. The memory of the words rattled like a killing cough in Juniper's chest. Hollowing him out. Mo's expression was guarded. You made a deal with him about Bear, he said, without telling me. They did not have time for this. Mo, the annoyance leaked into Juniper's words, even though he had no right to it. I didn't think you would listen to me, and I thought if we didn't make a deal of some kind, they would take you away and I couldn't. You couldn't let me out of your sight. Mo's voice was colder than the river. I've known that for 10 winters now. I can't get out of bed early without you giving me those sad kicked hound dog eyes. Like you're always furious with me for leaving, and you've spent 10 winters refusing to forgive me. This was news to Juniper. He'd never said he blamed Mo for leaving. He'd never asked Mo to stay, not after that one awful morning 10 winters ago when he'd asked, and Mo had said no. And he'd never meant to give him any kind of eyes. That's what all this is about, Juniper hissed, barely moderating his voice. He glanced over his shoulder. The guard was still talking to Bill, but he was peering around the man now, his expression curious. Of course that's what this is about. Mo took a step back. He had a new bruise on his jaw, and he was favoring his shoulder, and that one ankle looked awfully swollen. Because I made a stupid choice when I was 19, and you've held it against me ever since. Because no matter what I did or said, I could never make it up to you. What? Juniper stared back at him, dumbfounded. You thought you had something to make up for. Of course I had something to make up for. Mo was making no effort to control his volume. You've acted that way for 10 winters now. Don't act like you haven't. Would they have let you down here if you hadn't made yet another deal with your new bestie, Prince Edward? I know I broke everything, Juniper said. It was honest as he had ever been with Mo, and I was terrified you were going to leave again, yeah. But I didn't blame you for leaving, and I would never, ever sell you out. Juniper could never blame anyone for leaving him behind. Look at the mess he made, anywhere he went. Every single autumn, Mo ground out. Every single autumn, you treat me like I'm a firework about to explode at the slightest fucking thing. You act like I'm just waiting to leave, and you cling to me so tight I feel like I can't even talk about leaving without you talking over me, Juniper. And now you wanted to drag me home so bad you sacrificed a little kid to do it. Juniper couldn't breathe. I didn't know I was sacrificing her, he whispered. And I'll get her back. I promise, Mo, I promise I'll try to get her back. Mo's shoulders were tight, his expression unchanged. Why don't you go home, Juniper? Don't you have a little scroll from the prince saying you're free to go? He tried to tell Mo. But it had been too little, too late, and none of that mattered to Mo now. I didn't know they had a muzzle, he said. That was important, it was. Bear was precious and tiny and good. And now she was scared and alone, and it was all Juniper's fault. Mo turned those fierce brown eyes on him again. Of course they had a muzzle, Juniper, he said. They were never going to treat her as anything but a monster. Act 4. Kiss the Boy. 26. Bill strode down the hallway toward them, his boots echoing in the cramped space, nodding to Juniper. Juniper pulled his hood lower and gave Mo one last look, squaring his shoulders. If the path is made by walking, he said softly, I want to walk it with you, Morn Elmthorn. I swear on burr and cheese and spiced plum pudding and all the mead and tuss that I will get you and Bear out of this, even if you don't want me any more. The words hung in the damp, stale air between them. Mo's brown eyes sparked, one hand clenching tighter around the bars keeping him there. Juniper, unfortunately, blushed a little at the sight. and then he followed Bill back out of the jail and into the blindingly bright sun. Juniper said nothing to Bill and P.H. Tevin as he left, both because he didn't know what he would say, and engaging in further conversation would only draw attention, and then Juniper was alone. Again. As Juniper pressed his way through the crowded town, he passed more bands of mercenaries who were poring over maps, arguing about routes, and some even brawling with one another for fun. Juniper would join in a heartbeat if he didn't have a farmer and a dragon to rescue. Juniper went back downtown first, the area he was most familiar with. That proved to be even more crowded, now with wagons resupplying the shopkeepers. There was even one mercenary wearing a popular logo on his green cloak who was making his assistant sketch pictures of him holding up items from his latest gear haul. Started off with, "Come along with me while I go on the hottest quest of the season," the man was telling his assistant, who frantically jotted that down. The gossip scrolls were always full of quest hauls just like it, and oh, how Juniper missed lying in bed just scrolling. Or maybe he just missed Mo grunting when Juniper read the latest gossip about which courtier or prince had been gone for months at the king's wellness retreat. Or Mo telling him to stop scrolling and go to bed when one of the news scrolls had too many headlines about war, famine, and the end of the world. Juniper raised his hand in a wave to the man showing off the latest in quest hydration technology. The man waved back, smiling in a way that could only be described as just as fake as Bill Bronson's werewolves. Juniper took a breath and then pushed open the door to the nameless. It was by far the fanciest that Philly'd boasted, hence why Juniper had met a prince there to make a deal. He now regretted even more than the skincare debacle of his 20th winter, and why he was using words like hints to describe it. It was also, interestingly enough, where the woman he'd met at the goose shop had offered to meet him. Fern, her name was. After he had also introduced himself as Fern, Juniper had hoped he would never see her again in this life or the next, but, well, this was an emergency, and he had a hunch, a wild one, dare he say, even a bit whimsical if whimsy had any place here. It had been days since Juniper had met her, but he recognized Fern immediately, tall, imposing, long black braids with gold and red beads. An impeccably clean cloak, too. No logo in sight. These days, it was harder to buy a cloak without a logo than it was to buy one with it. You had to pay extra for a layer of anonymity, it seemed. The cafe shop on the main floor of the inn was buzzing. A Bruggan warrior woman was drinking steaming cafe directly from a large pitcher, and a troop of mercenaries who all looked parchy were giggling over some wildberry steamers. And oh, Juniper would kill the fairy king himself if it meant he could have one of those steamers. Fern's party was entirely women, one a gruff-looking woman with a warrior's build and a square jaw, another tall and willowy, and carrying a crossbow in one hand and a pint of ale in the other, and a third who was short and petite but armed to the teeth with some very pretty little butterfly knives. Did Juniper have a thing for pretty knives? Something to explore later. Fern. She was seated at the bar, thoughtfully tapping her long nails against a steaming mug of tea that Juniper identified by smell as rose hips, and maybe spiced elderberry. Fern arched a perfectly threaded eyebrow at him. "Also Fern," she intoned, "from the glowing goose, though you look like you've been going through it ever since I saw you." "My name isn't actually Fern," Juniper said it like a question. I was trying to play it cool." "Cool is definitely the impression I got," Fern said. "Do you have a room here? You look like you could use a hot bath, stranger." Juniper let out a groan at the thought, a sound that had no place in polite society and belonged instead with the moss and mow, probably. "I do love a bath," he said sadly. So much, with bubbles and rose petals and salts and a great deal of steam. But I'm afraid it has to wait because I have a best friend to rescue and a prince to defeat." Fern's eyebrow defied expectations and rose even higher. "You want to commit treason?" she asked. And you're just here at the inn he's staying in, saying that with your whole chest. You are bold, traveler. He's just a minor prince, Juniper reassured her. She snorted, don't tell him that. And Juniper continued, I have the moral high ground. Feel free to tell the royal executioner that, Fern returned, lifting her tea as if toasting Juniper's imminent destruction. She sipped, her dark eyes on him. Treason is still treason even if the government is wrong, you know. Actually, I think that's their least favorite kind of treason. He could feel the other three women around them close in, ever so slightly, postures shifting to ready, weapons easing from sheaths. It was going well, he told himself. Nothing to worry about. Well, Juniper said, you didn't say no. In fact, she looked marginally less bored than she had a moment ago. I didn't say yes either, Fern returned. Her hand slid lower to a knife sheathed at her hip. Why should I help you, bold traveler? Because, Juniper said, squaring his shoulders. It was time to act on that hunch of his. It was about to sound very badass and brave of him, or he was about to be very embarrassed. But did the best of plans really have any possible in-between outcomes? If you helped, it wouldn't even really be treason. It would just be a spat between siblings. The women around Fern froze imperceptibly, but Fern regarded him with an unchanged look for a very long moment. Then she shoved her knife back into her belt and barked out a laugh. Excitement surged in his chest. Princess Fern looked only a little impressed. Tell me your real name then, she said, since you seem to know a great deal about me. Juniper did not jump up and pump his fist in the air with victory. If any gossip scrolls reported that after the fact they were exaggerating and he was willing to sue them for libel, or slander, whichever it was. He could never keep it straight. My name is Juniper O'Reilly, he said when he had recovered from the shock of having gotten something right for the first time on this God's-blasted quest, and I am here to save the love of my life. I thought he was your best friend, Fern, Princess Fern said, her eyes narrowing. The larger woman on the other side of her shrugged one muscular shoulder. It sounds like one of those best friends to lovers situations, she said. You know how it is on quests. Everyone boning like dogs. The petite woman with the butterfly blades agreed, nodding her head as she withdrew a blade the length of Juniper's fingers and began sharpening it with a tool on her belt. Fern wrinkled her nose in distaste. Never say boning in front of me again, Rosa, she said. Please. And you, Juniper. She jerked her head to the vacant stool beside her. How exactly will saving your best friend lover piss off my dumbest, second most self-obsessed half-brother? Who's the most self-obsessed brother then? Juniper asked, horrified. And does the government have a favorite kind of treason? So many questions had arisen from talking to Fern, and he would need longer than just today to get answers to all of them. Fern rolled her eyes. Don't waste my time, traveler, she said. Stop daydreaming and tell me how this will enrage dear little Edward. I think dear little Edward is rather easy to enrage, Juniper answered honestly. But he's stolen a kid who is also a dragon, and when Mo and I tried to stop him, it's kind of a long story actually, he captured Mo. The knife woman, Rosa, grunted. You started with the boyfriend instead of the dragon, she asked. You must really know nothing about women. I haven't even kissed very many, Juniper said. Women are terrifying. Thank you, the broad-shouldered mercenary grunted, kicking Juniper's stool with the toe of her boot. It seemed almost like an affectionate gesture, if rather violent. Shocked to hear you haven't kissed many, Fern said. Tell me more about this dragon. She's just a kid, Juniper said. And if you even think about telling me that you want me to help you get her so you can make peace with the other dragon shifters in the mountains, I swear on Devona and my own mother's grave that. I would never tell you that, Fern said. Who gives a shit about making peace with a species my father wants to destroy? Nobody in this kingdom, I can tell you that. And anyone who believed that kind of story is a fool. Said fool stared back at her for a long moment. Right, he said finally. Yes, of course, a fool. Anyway, Bear is just a child. She shifts into dragon form, but she's actually very small and she likes cheese a lot. Have you actually spoken to her? Fern asked curiously. I heard that even shifters could rarely speak coherently. Well, maybe you shouldn't believe everything you read in the scrolls, Juniper, who believed almost everything he'd ever read in a scroll, lectured her. She's not a political bargaining tool, or a piece in a game, or she's all of those things, and that is why you came to me, Fern said. But Philid has been boring so far, and my brother deserves a comeuppance. I assume he has both the dragon and the boyfriend right now. Juniper bristled at the word boyfriend. It seemed like it reduced him somehow, as if Mo wasn't also the sun and the moon and all the stars. As if Mo wasn't a steady rock and an expert weaver and a wayfinder and a kind man who feared being left alone. And also, the women were staring at him again. Sorry, Juniper said. Where were we? Yes, Prince Edward has Mo and Bear. Which one is the dragon? Fern asked. Bear is the dragon, Juniper answered. What do you want in return? I have the coin the prince paid me and I have no interest in coin, Fern told him. All I need is in my father's treasury. And do you have access to that? Juniper asked, even though you're not the king. The broad-shouldered mercenary reached around Fern and thumped Juniper on the back of the head. Impertinent boy, she said. She and Mo would get along. I want to talk to this dragon, Fern said. That's all. I help you rescue both the dragon and the man, and then I get some time to talk to the dragon. I'll get Bear, Juniper said. And she's a little kid, too, in addition to the fire-breathing stuff. He was not about to have another royal trick him and run off with a little girl who had already been through too much. Sure, Fern said after a minute. My guards will help you get help you get Bear. Where is she being held? In the government building on the north end of town, Juniper said. Under heavy guard. Mo is being held at the local jail. No issue, Fern said. I'll talk to the constable and he'll do as I say because I'm a princess. But does Edward outrank you? Another thump to the back of his head. He is older than me, Fern ground out. By 2 minutes. But the king likes my mother better than she likes Edward's mother, because Edward's mother is one of those raw milk girlies who always publishes fake medical advice in the scrolls. However, if the constable wants to tell a princess no, I'll just knock him out and steal your boyfriend. I don't think this will be an issue. The place had been surrounded by guards, and even if he'd had Bill and P.H. Devon's help, which he couldn't count on, Juniper hadn't liked his own chances. He would have taken the chance, of course, for Mo and if Bear didn't also need to be rescued. Who knew quests could be so complicated? Until now, Juniper had assumed you just went out and camped or cried in the woods, and came home after a brief, mostly uneventful and slightly depressing vacation. And Bear? Juniper asked. Rosa, Jax, and Elise, she jerked her thumb to the willowy woman with the crossbow, will help you get into the prince's camp. You'll get Bear since I assume she trusts you and will come with you. This will be a lot harder if she doesn't. Yes, Juniper said. Well, she would trust him again once he brought her cheese and tried his best. Hopefully. Let's go then, Fern said. Do you have a sword? Yes, Juniper said. Well, not anymore. I stole Bill's sword when he put it down, but it's out in the forest somewhere. No is a much shorter sentence than whatever that was, Jax grunted. Here, this will look like a sword on you. She pulled a large knife from her belt and handed it to Juniper, who squeaked only a little. Are you saying I'm small? He asked. Yes. Well, I'm not, Juniper said. I'm actually above average height if you don't consider Brugging in your determination of average, and you shouldn't, since all of them are at least a head taller than humans. Jax answered with another grunt. Again, she and Mo should get drinks sometime. It would be fascinating to listen to them communicate through a series of grunts. That's it, Juniper asked. This was definitely too easy. He should ask more questions. He should be more suspicious. But if this was going to get Mo out, did it really matter if this plan came back to bite him in the ass? His ass could take it, probably. That's it. Well, Fern slapped her knees and stood. Is the knee slapping a way of saying it's time to go? Juniper asked. Clearly you've never been to the Midwest, Fern said with another eye roll. The Midwest was far west of here, in a part of the land Juniper had never visited because it was said to be mostly plains and grain and winters even longer and more boring than the ones they had here. They do a lot of slapping there, Juniper asked. Can I knock him out? Jax asked, at least for a little while. No, Juniper said. Fern, tell her she can't knock me out even for a little while. Then talk less, Jax said. You heard her, Fern said with a nod. Talk less, Juniper O'Reilly, and you may survive this yet. After that very ominous proclamation, Fern shrugged her hood up and strode out the door, her dark red cloak billowing behind her. WWE didn't even say where we were meeting, Juniper managed. And what is she going to do about the prince? A third thump in the exact same spot as the first 2 wallops. 2 he may have deserved, but 3, really. Her Highness has a plan, Rosa told him. Elise, the woman with the crossbow, had yet to speak, but she nudged him with her arm and pointed to the door. Juniper rose, hands still clenched around the blade Jax had given him. Just in case, because you could never be too cautious when it came to these blasted royals, Juniper put the remaining fire ale into his pocket, next to his flint and matches, which had, finally, dried out a bit. All right, he said, squaring his shoulders. Let's go save Bear. 27. Prince had cut down several oak trees to construct a makeshift camp at the edge of Phillied. He had also commanded the nearby local government building, a small brick 2-story, as his headquarters. In the time since Juniper had sneaked into town, confronted the princess, and maybe gotten her to agree to work with him on this, the prince's forces seemed to have doubled in size. Can you really get us in there? Juniper whispered. Rosa patted the butterfly knives. I've got enough to share, she said cheerfully. I look forward to bouncing them off of each other, Jax said. She mimed the motion with her 2 large hands. Elise shrugged, stroking her bow fondly. Not for the first time since leaving his warm hearth fire behind did Juniper wonder what exactly he'd gotten himself into. When they reached the government building, Jax walked confidently up to the 2 guards standing at the doors, both wearing not the generic royal red, but the prince's personal colors, mustard yellow, like most of the curtains sold in the market when Juniper was younger. It had been all the rage then, though nobody really knew why. Got dragons? Jax asked. Huh, one of them said, looking at the other for help. Then Jax knocked their heads together. Juniper squeaked again. Really, already, he said, we couldn't just ask. Jax picked one man up and dragged him into a nearby alley. Elise and Rosa took the other, as if this was just routine. They returned a moment later, Elise and Rosa wearing the mustard yellow cloaks they had stripped from the unconscious guards. Wise choice, Juniper commented. Mustard yellow wouldn't have looked right on you, Jax. This time, he ducked the incoming blow, her hand skimming over the top of his strawberry wildfire curls. She said. It almost sounded like approval. Bear's upstairs, Juniper said. I can smell the ash up there. She probably set a small fire before they muzzled her again. The thought twisted inside him. Jax kicked open the door, which Juniper was fairly certain had been unlocked. Maybe she just enjoyed the drama. This, Juniper could respect. He followed, Rosa and Elise on his heels. Inside, a few guards were milling about a round table, looking at a map, but they took one glance at the yellow cloaks Rosa and Elise wore and just nodded at them. They took a winding staircase up to the second floor, where Juniper could already hear Bear's growls. He was going to give this little girl so much cheese and the softest of blankets and the finest of venison vegetable soups for the rest of her life. Until they found her people, Of course. He hadn't begun imagining a life on their farm as a family of 3, because that would be preposterous. In here, Juniper said, gesturing toward a heavy stone door that he was not sure even Jax would be able to kick down. One guard approached on the stairs behind them, his expression curious. Jax picked him up by the front of his cloak and used his head to knock on the door 3 times. When it opened, she pulled the guard inside out and knocked him against his unconscious friend. Before Juniper had the chance to step across the threshold, though, a great kerfuffle began downstairs. In the clamor, Juniper heard one of the guards below ask, "Is that the princess?" And at the same time someone else saying, "By Devona, she's pummeling the prince." Juniper whirled. Fern was supposed to be saving Mo. Juniper found himself face to face with Elise, or rather, face to face with her arrow cocked in place, her crossbow leveled at his head. "Get the dragon," Rosa told him. "Quickly, boy, before Jax lets me carve you up." Jax grunted, which, Juniper realized upon reflection, probably meant move. He moved. "All these royals are the same," he grumbled. He was beginning to sound like Mo. But blast it all, Mo would be here doing this if he could, so even if this princess was as conniving as her second most self-obsessed half-brother, Juniper was, unfortunately, precisely where he was meant to be. He stepped across the threshold. Bear was in her human form, seated upon a small cot, her knees pulled up against her chest. She had a mask tightly over her mouth, and her small wrists were tied, but when she saw Juniper, she growled out something that might have been a greeting or might have just been cheese and ran toward him. He scooped her right up off the ground and tugged at her bonds. "Hey," Jax drew her sword and leveled it at Juniper. "Leave those on." Well, skewering might be imminent, but in the meantime, disobedience. Juniper ignored Jax and untied the knot with expert ease, and then tugged the mask off. "It's okay," he told her softly. Just the way Mo had when they'd first met her. Bear clung to him, but scales began to ripple across her arms. "Who?" she asked, pointing at the 3 mercenaries standing between Juniper and the door. They were likely only keeping Juniper alive because he was crucial to keeping Bear calm, but, well, it was past time for Juniper to make a choice, and he was making one now. He took another step backward toward the window. Glass panes, no bars on the window. "They're friends of a princess," Juniper told Bear, squeezing her a little. "We have to get away from them, but I have a plan." "What's he saying?" Elise said. Jax gut him. "Fools." Juniper grinned at the 3 women. "Ladies, it's been an absolute pleasure," he said. "The head trauma, the excessive force, the sheer amount of weapons, the concussions I've received and witnessed. But—" He didn't have a witty conclusion planned, but he had the second best option at hand, a window to smash. He lifted the large blade Jax had lent him, and smashed the hilt through the window. "Bear, can you fly?" he asked. She screamed and clung to him. "I know," he said, stroking her hair with one hand. "I want to stay with you too, but I don't have any wings, but if you do this for me, Bear, I will get you all the cheese you can eat. Okay?" Jax was advancing, sword out, and Elise was stalking just behind her. "Don't you dare," Rosa said. "Juniper O'Reilly, I will fill you so full of holes you won't know which way to bleed." "That doesn't even make sense," Juniper told her. And then he brushed away the remaining shards of glass in the window, gently detached Bear's clinging arms from around his neck, and pushed her through the open window as scales covered her arms fully. Or at least he very much hoped she had transformed, because otherwise he'd have to explain to Mo how he'd rescued their little girl only to immediately throw her out of a window. Half a second later, a small dragon rose, mouth open in a roar of rage. "Cheese," Juniper promised through the open window. "Bear, I'm sorry." A ball of fire came roaring at the window, and he dove for cover. He'd always heard that tantrums were difficult to handle, no matter the age. He was going to have to invest in some parenting scrolls immediately. If he survived. "It's been real," Juniper said, "tally-ho." And then he climbed out onto the windowsill and jumped. Ah, fuck. Fuck, 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 it was a long way down, and he hadn't quite been as close to that tree as he'd thought he was. He hit the branches harder than he'd expected, scraping each one on the way down, cursing as he went. "Bear, don't repeat this," he called. He wasn't even sure if she could hear him. "This is a bad choice, a no-no, an oof." He landed heavily on his back, gasping for air. There was none to be had, the air thoroughly knocked out of him. He also conveniently landed directly beside the prince, who was splayed on the ground, his wrists pinned by his sister. She was yelling at him, and he at her, and Juniper was opening and shutting his mouth like a fish out of water. "Hey," Prince Edward yelled, "is that my dragon?" "She's a child," Juniper said, or would have said if he could breathe. Instead, he opened and shut his mouth several times in a row, no air coming in or out. "No, it's my dragon," Fern yelled back. "Wait, why is it up there?" Juniper got his breath back. "And where is Mo?" "Who's Mo?" Fern asked. "Oh, right, the friends to lovers situation. You're down bad, traveler. But I need a dragon or my father will never leave me alone." The prince took Fern's distraction as an opportunity to roll away from her. He kicked in Juniper's direction, and Juniper didn't think. He just held up that great big knife to block, and then there was screaming, and a great deal of blood, and a piece of the prince's fancy boot on the ground beside Juniper. Along with, dare he say it, the prince's pinky toe. "He's killed me," the prince screamed. "He's dealt a fatal blow, sister, help me." "Gods above," Fern stood, dusting off her hands. "Pull yourself together, man, who hasn't lost a toe during a quest." Juniper scooted back nervously, holding tight to the bloody blade. He had not yet lost a toe on a quest, and he would kind of like to keep it that way. Above them, Bear circled, sending another ball of fire through the open window at Fern's entourage. Then she swooped low, breathing fire in the direction of the camp. Several tents caught, and then a nearby building, and then a nearby bar. "Not the rum," Juniper whispered sadly. "Fern, where is Mo?" "In jail, I assume," she said. "Did you really think I was going to help you?" "No," Juniper said glumly. "You and your brother are the same." At that which Juniper had meant as an insult, they both began screaming at once. At him, at each other. Half the town seemed to be gathered, watching the spectacle. The other half of the town seemed to be preoccupied with the fact that Bear was clearly burning it down. And that gave Juniper an idea. "Hey," Juniper interrupted their screaming. "Listen up, you two." They stopped screaming to stare at him. Or maybe they were just looking for his audacity, which he clearly had a bit too much of. "This town is going to burn," he said. "Are you really going to let it?" "Of course," Prince Edward began. In the distance, fire had caught a large hay pile, something that had obviously been stocked for the influx of horses the quest had brought. Fern interrupted him with a hard punch to the shoulder. "Of course we wouldn't," she said. The crowd drew closer, curiosity tilting toward unrest. And unrest. Well, Juniper was a bit of an expert at that, if not usually at this scale. Fern, at least, was smart enough not to publicly admit that she was willing to let a village burn to the ground over a squabble with her brother. "Right," Prince Edward said. "We wouldn't do that, even if it's a very small village nobody knows about, or would miss." "Nobody would miss Point Ganfillied?" Juniper asked. "That's not what I said," Edward responded. "Right," Juniper said. "I'm the only one who can stop this, and I have some conditions." "You have some conditions." The prince seemed to remember suddenly that he was continuing to leak from his injury. "You tried to kill me." "I can stop the dragon," Juniper said. "And I will, but on 3 conditions." And finally, he had everyone's attention. 28. "Here's Jack's," Fern muttered. If she hasn't been barbecued, I'm hiring her to follow you around and thump you on the back of your head for the rest of your life. 3 conditions, my ass." "Hear him out," someone in the gathered crowd called. "Yeah," someone else shouted. The voice sounded strangely high-pitched and familiar. Any second now they'd launch into a sales pitch, but for the moment they were helping Juniper. "Don't let our town burn down." Fern grimaced, but her face smoothed over. "Behave," she said, and then she leaned over and pinched Edward. Pinched a prince." The prince told her in a hushed whisper that he wished she would go fuck herself and that she'd always been like this. But yes, fine, of course he would behave. Edward's eyes were vibrantly blue, and Fern's eyes were a deep brown, but their gazes felt identical when they turned to Juniper. "Why exactly are you our only option?" Fern asked. "Because she's a kid," Juniper answered. "And she knows me, because Mo and I took the time to feed her and talk to her and treat her like a person. Just like any of us would do with each other, whether we're she or human or Bruggen or anything else." Even, Juniper thought reluctantly, if you were Bill Bronson. "It's true," one shopkeeper squawked. "Yeah," another voice called out, "send him." Maybe Philly was rooting for Juniper. Or maybe Philly just wanted to make sure that someone who was not them was going to go after an angry dragon. "My conditions then," Juniper breathed out. "1," he said. "After this Bear is free to go, the dragon, who is a little girl. No punishment, no constables, no taking her to the capital city." "What?" Fern looked at Edward. Edward looked at Fern. "I could just let her burn all this." "No," the gathered people chorused. "Fine," Fern said. "Bear goes free." 2, Mo goes free," Juniper said. "You're holding my best friend in your jail. He didn't do anything." "He tried to," the prince said, but Fern shoved him and he fell silent. "We agree," she said. "And 3, Juniper said, "I go free. No more head thumps, no more threats, no more quest. All 3 of us get to go home." "Seems fair," someone shouted from the crowd. "Now can we focus on the priority, which is our village?" "That's not how the government works," Juniper told the person shouting from the crowd. "Fern, Edward, do you agree?" He probably should call them your highnesses, because this was really pushing it. But hey, you only walk the shores of the realm once, as the saying went. Yautsto R.O. for short, since acronyms were all the rage these days. "We agree," Fern said. "Good," Juniper said. "Now I need as much cheese as you have in your village, and some meat too, but especially cheese, understood?" People scattered to get buckets of water, cheese, and anything else as Fern started shouting orders about fighting the fire. "And Juniper." He ran straight toward the middle of town, where Bear was perched on top of the tallest building, the Nameless Inn. It was only 3 stories tall, an old stone building that was unlikely to burn. She was trembling, but she was still breathing fire. "Bear, I'm coming," Juniper called. Oh, what he would give to have Mo at his side. That quiet, steady assurance that everything would turn out fine. Juniper ran past Bruggen women playing dice, and through an absolute thicket of those parchy men who were now arguing over bottomless mimosas. Was anyone actually participating in the quest they'd all signed up for? They were all just sitting there, and when the town was on fire, no less. Juniper did, for just a moment, think about asking the bartender if he could use the dumbwaiter to send Juniper up. Because 3 flights of stairs. Oof. But no, Juniper was embracing living through hardships without complaining too much. He was locking in, circling back, aligning, optimizing as hard as he could. He was taking the stairs at a dead sprint. Why is that guy screaming as he runs? One of the she-men set down his mimosa to watch Juniper climb the stairs. Juniper was winded by the time he reached the 2nd floor. He was crying by the time he reached the 3rd, but only a little in a badass, manly sort of way. He ran through the nearest open door, apologizing breathlessly to 3 carnally engaged mercenaries with the door open. Really. As he went. When he clambered out onto the balcony, Bear had gone all the way to the topmost spire. Bear, he called hesitantly, Bear, can you please fly to me, right here? From the balcony, the roof slanted upward steeply, some of the tiles already gone. There was a gaping hole in one part of the roof, probably from Bear, and if he wanted to reach her on that spire, there would be some climbing involved. Juniper whimpered just a little. Bear turned her head to look down at him, but her only response to his words was to send a ball of fire in his direction. Juniper ducked back inside, searing heat just narrowly missing him. The mercenaries were still going at it behind him. Bear, Juniper bellowed, I can help you. Could you please keep it down? One mercenary asked. We're kind of having a moment here. The town is on fire, Juniper yelled at them. The dragon is here. In response, Bear sent another flash of fire past the window. The naked mercenary shrugged his shoulder with an air of boredom and went back to what and who he was doing. It's a stone building, he said. I think we'll be fine. Juniper cursed roundly. Of all the rooms he could have run through to find a balcony for fuck's sake, Bear, he called again. He peeked out onto the balcony. She was still fully in dragon form, but her eyes were wide, and he could see a tear sliding down the scales that covered her face. Juniper took a deep breath and stepped back out onto the balcony, hands raised. He knew at last exactly how to do this. The path was made by walking. And by all that he loved, Juniper was finally ready to walk it. He was 6, alone in the woods. He was climbing the rooftop, step by slow and painful step. He was 7, sleeping under a bridge. He was clinging for dear life to a rooftop that could give way at any moment. He was 9, holding Mo's hand while they splashed in the shallows. He had reached the bottom of the spire. He was 16, watching the sun reflect from Mo's eyes and thinking how could he be worth a man like that. He took the first step, hands shaking only a little. He was 19 and all alone. He was climbing, he was climbing, he was climbing. There was a kid at the end of this who needed saving. Bear, Juniper's voice was so soft he was not sure she could hear it above the roar of the village, flames crackling, buildings caving, people shouting. Bear, you're not alone. Her head whipped toward him, heat rising. She was gathering her fire because she was so scared she thought she needed it. I'm sorry, Juniper told her. I'm sorry for everything that's happened. You didn't deserve to be hurt. You should have been cared for. Somewhere in the woods near Tuss, a 6-winter-old boy who had never been told that in his life was listening to them now, too. A 7-winter-old beneath a bridge was leaning forward, desperate for it. The 9-winter-old, the 16-winter-old, the 19-winter-old. I'm going to take care of you now, Juniper continued. You don't have to be alone, I'm here. He braced for a searing wall of flame, but none came. Instead, the heat lessened, a cool breeze reaching him now. Bear's scales were shifting, her claws receding, looking smaller as she went. That's it, Juniper said softly. That's it, Bear, you're going to be okay, I'm going to take you home. There were more tears on her face now, maybe his too. I've got you, Bear, he said. And then she was just a child, clinging desperately to the spire, not a scale in sight. He climbed the last rung and threw his cloak around her, and then wrapped one arm around her. She clung to him tightly. She may have even asked him if he'd brought her any cheese. I've got you, he said again, while she buried her face in the side of his neck. He said it to her over and over again, and he said it to little Junibug too, just in case he was listening. And it's time to go home. 29. Juniper held on to her tightly, and then he looked down. A crowd was gathered below. Fern was surrounded by her 3 concussion-giving friends. The prince's toe was being attended to, and people were cheering. Juniper's vision swam. Oh, they were high. They were very, very, very high. Junibug, Bear whimpered. Juniper's breath caught at that. Mo's nickname for him. "It's all right," he said quickly. Maybe this was what parenting was really about. Pretending you weren't white-knuckling for dear life while everything was very, very scary. "Junebug," she asked again, "you scared?" "A little," he admitted. "It's okay, I'll climb, you hold on to me." He really hadn't thought about how difficult it would be to climb one-handed once he talked Bear down. If he'd been better at planning, well, he wouldn't have come on this quest to begin with. Despite the imminent possibility of falling 3 stories on top of some angry royals, Juniper felt a rush of gratitude that he was here at all. For once, he would rather be here than anywhere else, because here meant he had stopped pretending to himself that he wasn't in love with his best friend, and here had brought him a tiny, feral little kid he was horribly fond of, and here meant he was going to find a way to save Mo, too. He was going to do this. He was going to save Bear and himself, and then he was going to get. Avast, a familiar voice called. Juniper froze, clinging to the side of the nameless inn. "Ahoy," he said, leaning a little farther over the edge of the roof to see below. And there at the bottom, leaning heavily on someone's arm, battered and bruised and certainly the worse for wear, was Morn Elmthorn. Juniper would never remember after how he had gotten himself and poor Bear down off that roof. He liked to think he'd looked brave, heroic, even graceful in front of his man, 2 members of the royal family, and an entire town of adventurers, kingsmen, and terrifying women. But it was a lot more likely that he'd blacked out and screamed the whole way down, because the very next thing he knew he was standing in front of Mo, Bear still held gently in one arm. Mo was, flanked on either side by Bill and P.H. Tevin, both holding one of Mo's arms. "Hey," Juniper bellowed before it occurred to him that Bill and P.H. Tevin could have been the ones to help Mo. "Give me back my husband." The gathered crowd drew a collective breath. "I told you they were married," P.H. Tevin muttered. "They're not," Bill argued. "I'm the only one who does wedding ceremonies in our whole town. I would know." "Junebug," Mo stopped him with a word, just as Juniper was drawing his blade one-handed. He could fight and hold a kid in one arm, couldn't he? He'd saved a dragon and gone on a quest and cut off a prince's toe, so at this point, Juniper was fairly convinced he could do just about anything. "What?" Juniper snapped. "Are you asking me to marry you?" Mo asked. Juniper didn't have time for this. "Of course I am," he yelled. "If you'll have me, and I'm also apologizing, but I'll do more of that later." Bear pinched his arm hard. "You're yelling," she said. "Unhand him, you blithering fools," Juniper shouted. "Junebug," Mo said again. "These 2 got me out of jail, it's okay." Oh. Of course they had. Mo stepped forward, still limping heavily, and P.H. Tevin and Bill released him, because they'd been holding him up, apparently not holding him back. "Apology accepted, you fool," he said. I've been a fool, too." "Yield," Bear said. "Put me down if you're gonna kiss him." Juniper obeyed wordlessly. Bear walked directly to Bill, held up her arms and said, "Pick me up." Juniper registered Bill's vaguely fearful look, and then the fact that Bear was also instructing P.H. Tevin to give her some snacks, and he looked a little confused but was digging through his pouch. And then Juniper turned back to Mo. "I'm sorry," Juniper said. "I'm so sorry, Mo. I didn't want you to die, and I should have just talked to you and I should have listened," Mo said. "Bill told me what you did, fighting off both of them, saving Bear, making a deal for our safety. You are good at this quest thing, even if you hate it." "Oh, I hate it," Juniper said. "But Mo, I was a fool, but it was because I was a fool in love with his best friend. And then he was in Mo's arms, and Mo was kissing him in front of the entire town, 2 royals and even Bill Bronson, and Juniper didn't know anything else at all." Mo cupped Juniper's jaw with one large, calloused hand, tilting Juniper's face gently, and he was saying, "Yes, yes, yes, I will marry you." And Juniper O'Reilly was finally home. 30. They may have kissed for 100 years. Juniper didn't know or care. When Mo finally leaned back, looking down at him with those warm brown eyes, Juniper grinned up at him. "We did it," he said breathlessly. "Mo, we fucking did it." "You did it," Mo said. "I saw you on that rooftop. Junibug, you hate heights, but you climbed all the way up there and talked her down." They glanced over to P.H. Tevin, who was now holding Bear, while Bill dug through his pack for more snacks. The gathered townspeople and mercenaries cheered, and Mo held up his fist in celebration. "Well, thank you," the prince said, leaning on two of his guards to take a bow. His injured foot was wrapped now, as Juniper and I had planned all along. There was a thump. Jax was standing behind the prince, her large hand ready and waiting to thwap him again. "Knock it off, Eddie," she said. "We all saw what happened." "You can do that?" Juniper asked loudly, his voice carrying. "You can just whack princes." "If you're me," Jax said. It almost looked for a moment like she had winked at him. Fern stalked through the crowd of people toward Juniper, who stiffened. "You made me a promise," Juniper said. "I get to go home, and so does Mo, and so does Bear, and you aren't going to try any funny business." Her face was unreadable. "I didn't believe you, you know," she said. "About the girl being a shifter, my father won't believe it and he wants us to eradicate dragons," Edward interrupted. Mo leaned heavily on Juniper's shoulder, but he still managed to position himself between Juniper and the two royal siblings. "This is just embarrassing for you," Juniper said loudly. "At your big age, embarrassing yourself all around the woods and letting your daddy issues get the better of you. That's why you're both here." Mo looked at him but didn't say anything. "Isn't that what you did?" Bill asked. Devona, curse it all. Bill may have helped Mo get out of jail, but Juniper would still very much like to smack that smirk off Bill's face. "Shut up, Bill," he said. "Bear if you want to bite him." Mo smacked Juniper's arm, at least it wasn't his ass, in front of all these people, and Juniper shut up. "As I was saying," Juniper continued, "displeasing your dad is all the rage, I heard. Become the family disappointment you were born to be." Edward looked as if he were readying himself for an argument or a battle or some other dastardly move, but Jax appeared behind him, poised and ready. "I actually came along on this quest because I'm trying to leave the royal family behind," Fern said. The crowd was beginning to dissipate, the spectacle clearly over, but a few gossip reporters were much closer now, frantically drawing all the details they could. Juniper just knew they weren't getting his nose right, much less. "Don't forget the sparkle in his eyes." Juniper waved at them. "Mo's eyes, not the prince's, just to be clear. The prince's eyes are." "Junibug, you wanted to leave the royal family behind?" Juniper asked Fern, her words just now finally registering. "My father said success on an important quest would mean I could retire," Fern said. "There are a lot of responsibilities if you're a royal child of marrying or fighting age, and I'm like to be done with it all. So I asked to retire to my little cabin in the woods where I could live in complete peace and silence, away from the constant buffoonery of my siblings." "Including your second most self-obsessed half-brother," Juniper said. "I know." Mo blinked, looking back and forth between them. "I've missed a lot, clearly," he said. "Juniper, let's get our kid and a room at the inn and then go home." Fern nodded her head. "We have a block of rooms reserved," she said. "You can stay in one of ours, but it—" "I know," Juniper cut her off wearily. "It has only one bed." The room was actually much nicer than Juniper was anticipating, but maybe he'd just gotten too used to sleeping outside, and all of this felt like a luxury now. The innkeeper, a woman named Graciela, pulled in an extra cot for Bear, but told them apologetically that the small single bed was all they had available. She did have one of her Bruggen assistants haul steaming bathwater upstairs. Bear insisted her water felt cold during her bath, no matter how many times she blew fire at it to make it warmer, but that might be a side effect of being a dragon and having a high body temperature to begin with. "Oh, warm, soapy water, how I missed you," Juniper said as he sank into his bath. Juniper had insisted that Mo bathe first, not because Juniper was selfless and didn't mind waiting. He was selfish and he did. Thank you very much. But because whomever bathed second got to bathe for longer, since there was nobody waiting to change the water and take their turn. That was just the well-known rule. Mo knocked and then opened the bathroom door without waiting for Juniper to say anything. His eyes swept up and down Juniper's body, and then he limped to the stool beside the bath basin and sat down. "I missed you," he said. Juniper reached through the haze of suds and lavender bath salts and grabbed Mo's hands. "I missed you all the way to the moon," he said. "Listen, if you want to go on quests again, I support your dreams. But after this, I'm sleeping until spring and never leaving our farm again." Mo laughed. "It was never about quests," he said. "I love a little light adventure, but if anyone had told me this was all going to happen, you wouldn't have seen me pass the bounds of Tuss. But I didn't come for me anyway. You know that, don't you? I signed up for this quest for you." "Ah," Juniper said. His eyes were getting a bit misty, but he was worried that the gossip scroll artists had drawn him crying for some reason. So he really needed to get a handle on the amount of tears he seemed to be regularly shedding. "Ah, well, you're better than I deserve, Mo Elmthorn." Mo leaned down and began massaging soap through Juniper's hair. It was unfair how good those hands felt. "Do you know that I dream about your hands?" Juniper said. What could he say? Inhibition was low, and it was "talk about your embarrassing feelings" o'clock. Or at least he thought it might be. Juniper couldn't read those wall clocks with the arrows and the numbers. "Did you know I dream about your mouth?" Mo asked, softly enough that Bear, hopefully, wouldn't be able to hear them through the oak door. "I dream about just how you'll use it." Juniper's whole body must be blushing at that, so it was a good thing the excessive amount of bubbles were covering him up. "Mourn," he hissed. "Do not make me hard in this tub." Mo grinned, that little quirk of his perfect lips that he had just for Juniper. "I could also take care of it for you," he said. But then he went back to massaging soap through Juniper's hair. He moved onto Juniper's arms, gently rubbing away the layers of grime that had begun to feel like they were part of Juniper now. Juniper fought back tears. "What's Bear up to?" he asked in a normal, not emotional at all voice. "Bill and P.H. Devon said they would watch her for a bit, but I think they're mostly letting her scroll. Because it turns out she likes scrolling as much as you do," Mo said with a shake of his head. "I think she might have stolen the one she is now. It's one of those scrolls with the little masked illustrated animals who are supposed to be heroes, but they're really always doing the king's bidding. Who knew children's programming was so full of propaganda?" Juniper said. "We were too busy suffering when we were children. Remember how we had to walk in the snow to get to school? It felt like it was uphill both ways. We didn't have time to scroll." "You have always had time to scroll." Mo leaned in and kissed Juniper on the forehead. "And now you sound like an old man." Juniper grinned up at Mo. "If you don't get in this tub with me right now," he said, "I will be forced to write a formal complaint." Mo stripped slowly, Juniper helping peel his shirt up over his injured shoulder. There were bruises, too many to count, though Juniper had his fair share of those by now, too. And then his trousers, and Juniper was sitting in the water, mouth salivating at the sight in front of him. His own length grew harder at the sight, too, something he had studiously tried to ignore for about 10 winters now. "We sure did a lot of wrestling instead of talking about how we felt," Juniper said mournfully. He took Mo's hand, helping him into the tub, their limbs tangling. Mo's thick calf brushed Juniper's as he settled in. Mo reached out, brushing a strand of wet strawberry gold hair behind Juniper's ear. "I spent a lot of years trying to make up for what I'd done," Mo said slowly, his expression turning serious. "We had so much fun, Juniper. We laughed so much, and I love our farm and our life and the sunflowers in the garden and the way you hum while you braid the little ropes of garlic for winter. I just wanted something more," Juniper finished for him confidently. Mo stopped and took a breath in, blew it out slowly. Juniper, he said, I'm gonna need you to let me finish my sentences. I think you are trying to predict me hasn't really helped us. Oh, Juniper blushed. Right, you just what? I just get a little blue in the winter, Mo said. I didn't think about leaving every winter. I don't know why you believed that. Are you saying I just made that up between us? Juniper blurted. That none of what I felt was real. He had tortured himself every single winter, all winter long, and for nothing. I think what you felt was real inside of you, Mo said. He reached out and placed those big hands on Juniper's shoulders, squeezing a little. His touch was firm and gentle, and Juniper's tight shoulders relaxed beneath it. It was real for you, but it was just never between us the way you thought. Just like how I felt, guilty about leaving, like you wouldn't or couldn't forgive or trust me again, was real inside of me but not between us. Juniper pressed closer, wrapping his arms around Mo's waist. I want you to hold me forever, he said. We have so much lost time to catch up on. We should probably also, have a repeat of this. The talking about our feelings, Mo asked. Or this next part, because if you'll have me, Juniper O'Reilly, I want to touch you. Juniper blushed rowanberry red. I would like that, he said. Good, Mo said. First, I thought we should maybe talk about me betraying everything we both hold dear, Juniper interrupted. I know. You interrupting me because you think you know what I'm going to say. Oh, that, yeah. Sometimes, Mo said, I talk slowly. Maybe I even think too slowly, but I just want to be heard, Junibug. Juniper waited to respond for what felt like 1,000 business moons, just to make sure he did not interrupt. I'm sorry, he said finally. I need to work on it. Thank you. Mo leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Juniper's forehead. It was warm and real and good, and Juniper could have sunk into the safety of it forever. And I'll listen to you more too, he said. You do have good ideas, and sometimes I have wildly bad ones, so maybe we both could share our ideas a bit more. You're perfect, Juniper said. You've always been perfect. I don't care if you interrupt me until the day we die. Which might be tomorrow if the prince and princess change their mind, Mo said cheerfully. But Juniper, I want to respect you. I think I'd like you to be a little disrespectful, honestly, Juniper told him. During sex, but yeah, okay, I can see it. More respect, more listening. Did you say we might die tomorrow? Mo looked surprised at his worry. I mean, we aren't home yet, he said. Death is always one of the options on a quest. Juniper groaned. It ruins emotional, romantic, or otherwise intimate moments when you talk about death, he told Mo, just so you're aware. Okay, Mo said. Okay. Okay. It's hard to argue with you, Juniper said, when you won't argue back. Good. I was hoping we could skip to the part where I fuck you the way I've always wanted to. Mo had leaned back against the walls of the tub, his posture relaxed, those corded arms resting along the wooden sides. Mo, Juniper said faintly, your ability to talk about these things out loud without blushing, crying, or jumping into the river are both superhuman and terrifying. Maybe one thing at a time. We solve the whole talking about our emotions thing, and then negotiate what kind of mind-blowingly good sex we're going to have. Mo shrugged again. Have it your way, he said. But Juniper, I want you to know. He looked into Juniper's eyes, so seriously Juniper braced for an emotional revelation. I have wanted to rail you every day for the past 10 years. Oh, great afterlife and all the gods within it, Juniper said. His vision swam a little bit. I tried to look respectfully, Mo said a little sadly. But I did not. Juniper, you have an ass. Who knew my very sweet and heroic roommate is also a little freak. Juniper stared back at him, jaw agape. You have an ass too, Mo, and everybody in Tuss looks at it, including the Bruggen grandmams. Do they? Mo looked shocked at this information. I didn't know, I was only looking at you. I was only looking at you. Juniper unspooled it all, took the memories from the shelf and dusted them off. They looked different in this new light. Every early spring morning planting seeds on the farm. Every early summer day shearing sheep, Mo's eyes on him as he held the sheep steady for Juniper to shear. Every cozy autumn evening, Juniper braiding garlic and Mo sharpening his scythe. Every long winter night, Juniper making tea and Mo knitting steadily. Eyes on Juniper. Always on Juniper. And who could he become now that he could see himself through this light, through the eyes of someone who had devotedly, steadily loved him for so many years? Juniper reached for Mo then, and Mo reached for him too. 31. Next morning, they set off for Tuss in a cart with P.H. Tevin and Bill Bronson himself. Fern and her 3 best friends came to see them off. So did Edward, though with much more ill will and a very dramatic limp. Before Juniper hopped up into the cart, he turned and handed a small bottle to Edward. "To remember me by," he said pleasantly, avoiding Mo's searing look but making direct, amused eye contact with Fern. "Is that fire ale?" Prince Edward asked. And Juniper just beamed. "Do we have to share this cart?" he asked as he helped Mo into it. Mo just smiled at him and went up front to sit with P.H. Tevin, who seemed to have a lot in common with Mo: annoyance about the price of grain, an affinity for weaving, and a feud with some tailor in the capital city who apparently stole patterns from local shops. Who knew? And a love of spiced plum pies. Bear snuggled on Juniper's lap, which was honestly the best way to ensure he didn't get up and knock Bill off the back of the wagon. That night they stayed in another little town halfway between Phillied and home, and their carriage carried them through Tuss early the next morning. The tavern, oh welcome sight, had a poster, an entire poster, with Mo and Juniper's names and faces on it. On further inspection, it had been a wanted poster, but it had been repurposed for celebration of their heroism in saving a dragon, or a town from a dragon. Bear was asleep on Mo's lap. Bill and P.H. Tevin were waving goodbye from their little cottage at the edge of town, a surprisingly charming little thing with a thatched roof and sunflowers, and braided garlic hanging in the window. "We're famous," Juniper told Mo sleepily as their borrowed cart and horse took the bend across the river toward home, over that familiar wooden bridge. On the other side, their fields, all harvested now, but ready for more barley and berries and chamomile and sunflowers come spring. And then, it all came into sight. The small barn they'd raised with a few neighbors, the sheep in their pasture near the creek, and that little cottage they had built, with the rocking chair by the fire and the dried flowers and herbs hanging in the window and the sleeping garden behind the front gate. And within, 2 bedrooms, one waiting for their fierce new child, and one waiting for Juniper and Mo to share at last. Mumford was curled on the front step, waiting for them. Just as it was always meant to be. "That's a cat," Juniper told Bear, who yawned and stretched, her sharp teeth showing. "Friends, not food," she told him seriously. "Exactly," Juniper said, "and this is our cottage, Bear." Mo looked at him as they neared the end of the packed dirt road. "That's the house we built together," he told Bear, stroking her hair as he did. But it was Juniper he was looking at. "We have plum preserves and the